Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Doctor Who podcast. In this podcast, you may be wondering, haven't we done this before with Genesis of Terror? But tonight, we have Genesis of the Daleks, the definitive version. Once again, I am joined with Luke.
Yes, we've grabbed onto our time ring, gone back to the beginnings of this stream, as it were.
Yes.
And this time we are going at it again, having our second go to really discuss Genesis of the Daleks, a story that deserves as much love and attention as we can give it, I suppose. And once again, not just us, is it?
Hello, it's me, Stephen. I don't have any recollection of talking about this story before. Are you suggesting there was a previous discussion about Genesis of the Daleks? I don't remember that.
The Mind Probe's done its work well, Ben.
Is it the Mind Probe?
Yeah, the Mind Probe's done all right.
I'm getting
the pink elephant's still all right.
I'm getting flashes back to this.
No.
Yes. So let's talk about Genesis of the Daleks for the first time. Where should we start? My opinion is that it's terribly, terribly important as a story. And looking at the whole history of Doctor Who, and of course, I've recently had cause to examine the beginnings of the program very, very intensely in detail. The founding text of Doctor Who. Okay, there's how would you pronounce this word? Prologue or prologue?
I'd say
prologue.
Yeah.
I mean, is prologue? Is that American? I don't know. Prologue. I don't know.
Professional or
there's no real rules in English. Yeah. It's all exceptions. That's what makes it wonderful. The founding text. So there's a prologue in An Unearthly Child, which introduces the mystery of the Doctor and the TARDIS. It enables the whole thing. It says, this is what the program can do. It introduces the TARDIS and the mystery, the enigma of the Doctor. It's interesting when David Whittaker writes Doctor Who and the Daleks, the first novel, and in my opinion, the greatest, that's closest to literature. I'd recommend anybody who hasn't read it to read it. It's brilliant. He cuts from the Doctor meeting Ian and Barbara, Doctor and Susan meeting Ian and Barbara, and cuts straight to the Daleks story. Now, a lot of people would probably be quite pleased about that. I'm very, very fond of the Caveman story, and I think there's a lot of important stuff in it. However, there's a case to be made for, in a parallel version of the program where it would be a wonderful thing for them to go straight to the Daleks, because the founding, I think, the intellectual text, the program's mission statement, if you like, is the Daleks. In that story, the program sets out its stall that it's going to address. Obviously, you've got the brilliant design of the Daleks, the way Terry Nation wrote them, and Ray Cusick's design, which children became obsessed with, fascinated by, wanted to imitate, didn't get the Nazi reference, which was very, very uppermost in Terry Nation's mind, growing up in the Second World War, etc. But the program's mission statement in the Daleks is that it's going to address the central themes, problems, and issues, if you like, of the 20th century. And it focuses, so it's like, I love that Philip Hinchcliffe's phrase that Doctor Who, as he saw it, was adult drama that was suitable for children to watch. That's the way you educate them, by making something, not a children's program that adults are fond of, but an adult program that's suitable for children. I think that was Barry Letz's perspective as well. And so that very first story, it focuses in on the 20th century's defining moment, the hinge on which the 30s and the 40s, fascism, the need to fight fascism, the common enemy of liberal democracy. Doctor and his companions as the Doctor sort of becomes humanized by Barbara. But as the program goes on, the Doctor and his companions, at its simplest, represent left of centre. Barry Letts always used to say the only sensible political viewpoint is a left of centre liberal sort of consensual viewpoint, and against the common enemy, fascism, the right, brilliantly epitomized in the Daleks themselves. And that's one of the reasons, if not the reason, why Doctor Who is as profoundly enduring it as it is, because of the Daleks. Without the Daleks, it wouldn't have been put on the map. Dalek mania, the kids were fascinated by the Daleks, but underneath that is this really, really serious idea, what they represent, what we always have to fight off, and we're still fighting off. Like you said the other day, Luke, about Nazi demonstrators or whatever it is.
Just outside of Disneyland.
It's in human nature, and when things go wrong economically, politics always goes to the right. As I said today, Margaret Thatcher becomes Prime Minister in 1979, but she becomes leader of the Conservative Party between episodes 3 and 4 of Ark in Space. And so there's the Daleks, the beginning of the series. And that's made in the middle of a period of tremendous economic, that was called the economic golden age. In the 50s and 60s, there was full employment. There was no recession. And all the music and everything, the whole sort of hippie mentality, they thought everything was getting better. And it's fascinating.
Come off rations as well, I think.
And Harold Macmillan sort of actually got into power on a platform of "you've never had it so good." You imagine a politician making that statement; that would be preposterous. Or any time since the early 70s. And since
when did National Service come to an end?
62, something like that. I think
okay.
very early 60s. My dad did his national service in the, I think, about 52. Tom Baker, of course, did national service. People like my dad and Tom Baker, of course, sort of tough working class scouts, they loved it because it was a sort of big adventure. And of course, my dad got to see Cyprus and where's Mogadishu? What's that? What country is that in? God, it slipped my mind now. Sort of on the east of Africa, anyway. So people got to see the world. But anyway, yes. So
my granddad went to Cyprus as well through that.
Did he? Yeah, there was. I think there was a lot of stuff going on in Cyprus. But by the early 70s, so back from the real world into the world of Doctor Who. But by the early 70s, the thematic strength of the Daleks themselves had become weakened. It seemed as a narrative focus. So you look at I love Death to the Daleks, and I love Planet of the Daleks, but there's a case to be made that it's Terry Nation drawing on cliches that he'd used in the 60s stories.
They don't offer anything new to the mythology.
No, but they're brilliantly made, and I love them. I love Pertwee in them, and Joe Grant and all the rest of it, and they're some of my favorite stories of childhood. But if you look at them from a writing something cutting edge, doing something new with the format, Planet of the Daleks, as has been said many times, revisits.
They're pretty comfy, fun stories.
Yeah, it's the greatest hits.
And there's all the things that were in the Daleks and in the Daleks master plan. You can tick them off, and that's epitomized by when Barry Letts and Terence Dix were brought what was going to be the story for season 12. And that lovely story that Terence Dix always says, "Well, that's very nice, Sir Terry." He says, "But it's strangely familiar." And I took it to Barry, and he said, "I should think so too. He sold it to us 3 times already." and then Barry says to Terry, "You've sold it to us 3 times already." And he points out, he said, "Well, there's the escape here, and there's that there, and there's the bomb here, and there's a virus there." And he goes, "Oh, good heavens! Yes, you're quite right." It needed to be refreshed, and it's Barry Letts who's so extraordinarily significant in the history of Doctor Who, as is obviously Terence Dix, but it's Barry Letts who came up with the brilliant. Am I clipping this microphone, by the way?
No.
No.
No, you're good.
Okay, with the brilliant notion of how to invigorate it, and he says to Terry Nation, "You've never shown us the genesis of the Daleks." And he said, and I use that phrase, and that inspires Terry Nation to write this, which with all the additions, all the amendments, whatever processes of script editing it went through, perhaps from Terence Dix to start with, certainly from Robert Holmes, and the brilliance of David Maloney's direction, you get, for me, what is the second defining text of Doctor Who, which is Genesis of the Daleks, which treats those, because the Daleks, you could watch it without knowing it's about Nazism and fascism necessarily. It might be difficult to pick it up. I suppose extermination is mentioned, but this is so much more specific as all those things that Hinchcliffe said he thought were too overt, like the Iron Cross and the clicking of the heels and the Heil Hitler salute and everything. But I think
it's interesting with the Daleks how there's that clear Nazi influence there. And then as they've gone on, they just become Daleks, really, don't they, in their own right?
Yes.
Their own thing,
And
rather than a Nazi-inspired villain. And then
this
brings it back to that.
It brings it back, and it actually makes it clear, crystal clear, for the first time, and it's made crystal clear through the character of Davros, who can be the mouthpiece for all the propaganda, the rhetoric, and what they regard as people on the right think we're immoral for believing in equality, egalitarianism. To them, egalitarianism, equality is immoral. They're right. The inequality
Those are the creeds of cowards.
Well, and so you've got there Davros who epitomizes all of those things and is this brilliant articulation for them, and how dangerous they are, and how, because that writing and that performance is so subtle and so graded and works on so many different levels, you can see how dangerous it is, because at times there's something so seductive about his tone of voice and his brilliance at arguing, the articulation of the idea. No, this is how you bring peace. History has shown that, races can't cooperate. And it's fascinating that this comes as an intelligent economic commentators and prophets were rightly seeing this time when after the oil crisis of 1973, there's going to be an inevitable period of economic chaos, and of course it has been ever since. And people were talking right away, it's going to be as bad as the 30s, and at times it has been. And as soon as the 30s are mentioned, what springs to mind is Nazism and going to the right. So this story being made in 1975, as the period of prosperity comes to an end, it's superbly aptly timely that as the period of economic crisis dawns, this story comes along and is, for my money, the second, reinvigorates the Daleks, the Doctor Who's only real iconic image. Well, the TARDIS and the Daleks are the two icons of Doctor, the instantly recognizable famous symbols, aren't they?
They live outside the brand, as it were.
That's right. And yes, exactly. And
the TARDIS has transcended a police box. Really,
well,
anyone sees it now. Just
people think that's the TARDIS. Yeah, exactly. So it reinvigorates the Daleks. I think it reinvigorates the whole program. And right in the middle of the classic run, you've got this extraordinary story which is firing on all cylinders, and Hinchcliffe taking over at that time. It's interesting, isn't it? I think about Hinchcliffe. He's the two youngest producers of the classic series were Verity Lambert and Philip Hinchcliffe. You've got this youthful, and they're both in their 20s, and he comes along like a second Verity, with this youthful energy and a determination to make it younger, to make it more energetic, to make it more, full of jeopardy was his favorite word, wasn't it? And so, season 12, as I said, at some point, I can't remember when, it was full of this obsession with Nazism, fascism, in robots, in a sort of quite simplistic way, in the Ark in space, with the Noah and the Wirren being sort of doppelgangers, the right wing authoritarianism of Noah. But this is the the sophisticated one. And so I think it's terribly important. And of course, so many the future of Doctor Who, right into throughout the revived series, owes so much to this story and the way it reinvigorated the Daleks. And of course, Davros coming back in the revived series, and the way that was an important aspect of its success. So yeah, for me, the Daleks and this story are the most important, regardless of whether people like them or not, or this is your favorite story. You can't argue with their importance. And I suppose this is the one that I would show to somebody who isn't a Doctor Who fan, and somebody who's skeptical about Doctor Who being something that grown-up people should have anything to do with. That wonderful, I told that, about David Warner sitting on the edge of his seat watching this, mesmerized by it, and saying, this is like a serious piece of political drama, Couldn't get over how superb Tom Baker was and how powerful Michael Wisher was. And so those are my sort of my main thoughts about the story, that it's important, I think it is probably my favorite. It is probably my favorite story. It's probably the one I can watch it, and preparing for this, watching it, I see something new in it every time, even if it's something Dudley Simpson's doing on the score, or facial expression of Tom Baker or Elizabeth Sladen, or something subtle that Peter Miles is doing. Another sort of a lighting state somewhere. I just think you're saying the Daleks transcend Doctor Who. I think Genesis of the Daleks, for me, transcends Doctor Who as a story, and I know enough people I've shown it to who weren't Doctor Who fans for that to be borne out by empirical evidence. So yeah, they're my general thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, for me and Ben with our generation, it's often the one that was cited as the way to get new Who viewers to watch classic Who. This was the place.
I know, and then of course it's always irritating to be told that something's a masterpiece, isn't it? I've often thought that the sticker on the DVD would put somebody like me, if I was your age or younger, and go, don't tell me what to the number one story. I'll decide that for myself. You saying, Luke, you went through a sort of a bolshy phase of
the edgy teen phase. I'd say
it's not all that,
going again. Yeah.
But it's interesting that you Ben went through a phase of liking Destiny of the Daleks more than this.
So I think it's
because it's easier on the ear.
And I think again, you've got a very different Doctor in it, but yet it's the same Doctor as well.
Yes, it's fascinating how he's going. What's interesting about Genesis of the Daleks, also talking about the Tom Baker Doctor, this one is going out. This is the first one where he's performing and he knows that it's a success. So Robot had gone out before they started filming this, and they knew that he was a hit. So when he's filming Robot, he's filming Ark in Space, when he's filming Sontaran Experiment, when he's filming Revenge of the Cybermen, he doesn't know yet that he's going to make him a star. And it's interesting that interview that's made in Wookiee Hole when they're making Revenge of the Cybermen, and at that point it hasn't gone out, and he says, well, the audience will see it and they can judge. So you realise from that interview that he doesn't know yet what their judgment's going to be. But this one, and I think there's a sort of, he's brilliant from Ark in Space, I think, but there's maybe a sense of the confidence that's absolutely rock solid by the time he's doing season 13. But I think there's
a reserved quality from him in interviews, isn't there?
There's a vulnerability, I think, to Tom.
Well, it's I think interesting in the way his posture changes. So in Ark in Space, when I was watching it the other week, he's much more sort of round-shouldered and sort of shrugging and closed. Do you know what I mean?
He's quite schoolboy, I feel.
he looks like he does look like a sort of a slightly sort of naughty, mischievous child at times, or that he's going to get found out. And I wonder if there's an aspect of Tom Baker himself, that big, because nobody's ever been, the dividing line between the actor and the part has never been more blurred than it is between Tom Baker and of course, he was gone through a period of real self-doubt and disappointment and a lot of unemployment, and was very, very, I think, probably quite depressed, or at least very anxious.
Well, he had the scare in Sontaran, didn't he? When he
broke.
Again? Yeah, well, he had the scare that he'd lose the job in Sontaran Experiment after breaking.
Yeah. I mean that was a terrible day, of course, when Roger Murray Leach took had to drive miles to the hospital and waiting for the verdict, having been examined. What were they going to say? And Hinchcliffe telling the story about how there were no mobile phones, so until they walked back into the pub, they had no idea what had happened to the hospital. But I think the vulnerability of Tom Baker as a man is apparent in this season, and then the confidence of him as a person, knowing that he's a assassin, starts to grow from this story onwards. That the Doctor becomes more confident. By the time you get to season 17, of course, it's off the scale. It's
his show.
It is the time. By that point, it is the Tom Baker show, for better or worse, But yes, it's interesting to factor that in, that he knows that it's working by the time that they all know it's a success by this point. Yeah. So where do we go now?
Well, just turning our attention to the chat quickly to say hello to everyone. Thank you all for joining us.
Hello.
Sam,
Hello.
aka Mr. Bonk Cactus.
Oh, Mr. Bonk Cactus. He's changed his name to Sam. Right. Sam Bonk Cactus. Excellent.
Hope you've got the rub.
Has he been to Tesco's yet?
Have you got your meal deal with you there?
We've got the rum in.
And you bought the rum.
And the spicy pizza.
You're all set for some Genesis.
Hello, Hoovian with Small Collection.
Hello, Hoovian, and thank you. I noticed your complimentary remarks about the miniaturist, the Hoovian with a Small Collection, and so thank you very much. I'm very very touched by those remarks. I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, that's an interesting point. Very quickly. Did you sort of feel the same boost of confidence going into the second volume of First Doctor Adventures that Tom did there, having got the response with Genesis?
Well, I told you we don't mention the War Machines. I mentioned it once. I think I got away with it. No, I was aware that last after the Talking All Things season 12, the 5-hour one, 6-hour one,
6.
Which has been very popular, hasn't
Yeah.
it? I woke up the next morning and decided to watch Mr. TARDIS's review of Once and Future, and was inundated by people underneath saying Stephen Noonan leaked what part of Once and Future he was in, and I went, oh Christ. I had no idea I'd said something I wasn't supposed to say. And so I immediately rang Nick Briggs and I said, Nick, am I not supposed to let people know what bit of it? He went, I said, oh God, I don't know. I don't know anything about it really. Because he's not been involved in it. Because he's got his finger in so many pies. And then he did say, he said, well, it's impossible not to drop a bollock in any interview. That's why I don't like doing that. He said, how long did you say it was? 6 hours. He said, oh, it's amazing that you haven't been completely cancelled after 6 hours. And he said, I don't know. I said, well, they know Tom Baker's in the first one. They know Peter's in the second one. So I thought it wasn't a problem to say which bit I'm not going to repeat it. And so my policy.
I mean, we can say you've turned up in the first and second one because they're both out.
Yeah,
my policy. I don't remember that. My policy is not to talk about it at all now. And
it's quite understandable.
But no, I've got what do you call the some of the output of underdog ranges? That's right. You've used that phrase, haven't you? The ones that aren't obviously the ones with the actual
heavy hitters. The
television
ones that have about
doctors or
2 or
whatever.
3 box sets a year, or 4
Yeah. And which is understandable, and we've talked about the difficulty of making recasts as palatable as listening to the actual Doctors from telly or whatever it is, or people having objections to the whole concept of it or whatever. And so I've been, and having put a lot of work into this, probably as much work as I've ever put into anything, and being proud of that, and proud of what all the work. Lick's put an immense amount of work into this project and faith into this project, as has the brilliant Lauren Cornelius and people like Luke Pietnik and all those sound designers, and Toby Ritzek Robinson, who's a bloody genius, and all the wonderful actors who've been in it. And so I want to do as much. So that's why I was, talk about it or whatever. But then, of course, you run into people going, oh no, I do not know. So I need to make sure beforehand, before I ever say anything, that I'm not saying anything that might be regarded as spoilerific. So I'm going to be a much more circumspect from now on. But who was it who said, how do you keep a secret? Tell the publicity department. Might have been Philip Hinchcliffe. Anyway, let's get back. Was
it John Nathan Taylor?
It feels very Jade. I don't know, Jade.
It actually might have been Mike. It might have been Michael Grade, actually. But anyway, let us return to
the bunker.
To Skaro. Yes. It was funny. I was watching the Tom Baker years. Have you ever seen the Tom Baker years?
And he doesn't remember anything.
No, he doesn't remember, because that, and they have to put the caption up of what the actual story is.
This is
right. And it's wonderful because this is the seminal story of his era, and he doesn't even know what it's called.
Let's try another
one. And he said that was John Franklin Robbins there playing that black wizard, giving me that wonderful BBC prop, by which we couldn't escape from Skaro. I think that might have been the title of the thing. Yes, I think it was called Skaro.
That's a question, actually. Do you think it should have been called the Carlids?
No.
I don't.
A lot of people think because it's more of a Carlid story than Dalek story, but it should be named that.
One of the things I used to think in the Stephen Moffat era, and I love the Stephen Moffat era, and I love the stories I'm about to talk about. But if you're trying to sell something which has got the Davros and the Daleks in it, and you call it The Magician's Apprentice, then you might, not wonder why nobody's watched it, because they don't know what it's going to be about. There's something about, what it says on the tin. Do you know what I mean? I think mysterious titles, when you're trying to, talking about publicity, trying to sell things. So I think having the Daleks in titles of Dalek stories was always a very good idea. And because the story, it couldn't be. I think there's no better title in the history of Doctor Who than Genesis of the Daleks, because it instantly fascinating. If you like Daleks, you're going to find out where they started. Also, you'll find out, as I did that morning, going down and finding the copy of the Daily Post and opening it and seeing the title at the age of 6, running up to my sleeping parents, waking up and saying, what does the word Genesis mean? And learning from, as I said at some point, don't know when, from my Catholic biology teacher father, what the biblical meaning of the word Genesis was and what the scientific meaning was. So it's an educational title for children as well. But do you think it'd be better called the Carlids? The Carlids. Was Genesis of Terror actually, was that the working title, one of the working titles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that Terry's?
I think it was very quickly changed, though.
Was it?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I think it was just like there for a little bit, and then they quickly switched.
I'd always understood that it was Barry said, you've never given us the genesis of the Daleks, and it was always that was the title, or maybe that was his suggestion, and then Terry thought he'd call it that, and then they turned it. They went back to the original idea. Of course, I mean, this is an era that is unashamed of obvious titles, isn't it? Sort of. I think Bob Holmes was particularly fond of 50s science fiction and horror films with lurid melodramatic titles. So favoring, terror of the, horror of the this, or doom, death in titles. And we just got used to it. And it was quite a sort of a bit of a culture shock in the John Turner when he turns up, and we suddenly got a different title policy. To have a story called The Leisure Hive seemed very strange, quite exactly. All those stories, the Leisure Hive, Meglos, one-word titles. Is that the first one-word title?
Of a full story, yeah, might be.
Oh
no, Robot.
Yeah.
Well done. Well, not obvious. Should be bloody obvious, isn't it? Oh, blimey. Yes, thank you. Duh. Of course, it's Robot, because quite soon after Robot, because the book was called
Inferno, actually.
God, there's loads of them. No, we found 2. Any more?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly not a Troughton, is there? Because that's all the something except Fury from the Deep.
That's from we're right. It's the only one without the definite article, so to speak. Yeah. Is it? That the only Troughton one without the?
It's always the power of the Daleks, the Highlanders, the Underwater Menace, right through to the War Games.
Being as anal as I am, I recently thought I must learn which ones have and haven't got the on them, and once and for all. Like sometimes you think, is it the Pyramids of Mars? No, it's Pyramids of Mars.
Yeah.
Is it the horror?
You get deceived growing up with the
you get deceived by the bloody targets, and very, very soon after Robot, because the novelization of Robot came out while we were watching Genesis of the Daleks and Doctor Who and the Giant Robot, and we forgot it was called Robot. I thought for most of the 70s it had been called the Giant Robot, and then I think it was when the weekly started, or there was more information coming, they were referring to it. Oh right, yeah, it was called Robot, and thinking, oh, that's quite cool. I think we thought that one-word titles were cool in the early 80s, and that was another thing that felt fresh about the early 80s stories. I was having those enigmatic one-word titles.
In the new series, they sort of have an association with quality, don't they?
What, like Blink?
Yeah.
I
think people will often cite the one-word title as one to watch.
Give me another example. Nothing's coming.
I mean, Oxygen's pretty good.
Oxygen's great. Yeah. No, it is great. I love one of my son's favorites. He was terrified of it, and it's also quite. That's when that's good political Doctor Who, which it is a witty critique of capitalism. Nobody turns around and makes a speech, and you've got a line like, "We're fighting the suits." That lovely double meaning there. Is that Toby? No, Jamie Matheson. Who wrote that?
Yeah, Jamie Matheson.
Jamie Matheson. He's good, isn't he? Is he? What else did he write?
He did. Did he do Mummy and the Orient Express?
Mummy
and Flatline.
Oh yeah, that's great. And Flatline. I love Flatline. They're 3 terrific stories.
Yeah. And his other one was Girl Who Died.
I didn't like. I didn't like the Maisie Williams ones. I didn't like them much. But no, those 3, the Mummy one's brilliant. And no, Oxygen that's a terrific piece of Doctor Who, scary, but with meaning.
I found another funny
a feeling something being shoved down your throat. Go on.
Yeah. Funny one-word title that you wouldn't have known about until a bit after, but was almost there just before Leisure Hive. Sharda.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah. So
but that wouldn't have gone out at the time. So.
Oh, we didn't know about. I don't think we knew about Sharda. I remember there was an edition of. I think it had become the monthly by this time when it talked. They explained. Yeah, because it became the monthly quite early on. I think was it 81. I think it became the monthly, and then it became more because the weekly had been, you know, it was there were strips in it. There were little articles about the history of the program, but it didn't start to get more grown up and analytical until it became, and then it became a monthly. And then Jeremy Bentham, who was writing pretty much all the articles, was very sort of analytical and academic, often the way he described things. But I remember there being an article about Sharda and discovering that there'd been this story we hadn't got. But I mean, how do you follow Horns of Nimon? I mean, you know, come on.
He said it was the only one.
He was another one. You know, I used to enjoy doing impressions of, but for the wrong reasons. Soldiers. You meddlesome hussy. I used to say that to my mother.
One way to greet.
Yeah.
Nimon be praised.
The Nimon be praised. Yes, we used to do all that. I'm doing that while I was doing the washing up. But dialing back to Genesis of the Daleks. No, and just the last word on those one-word titles, and when they, you know, there's no better title, I think, in the 80s than Earth Shock. Because it's an invented word, which is brilliant. It's a neologism. There's no such word as Earth Shock, and it says everything about the story. And of course, and the end, the great payoff that it's the biggest shock the Earth had ever had, apart from Scarleone's pressing the button. Of course, I've forgotten about that. Yeah, no, that was a sort of an interesting innovation at the time to have. Are there any of the titles? Warriors. No, that's Warriors Gate. Keeper of Traken. State of Decay. That's right. There's ofs.
Yeah. But you got Warriors of the Deep.
Well, my favourite story.
We don't speak of that.
How could I have forgotten my favourite? Can I just say now that nobody ever. Who am I telling people what they should or can and can't? I think what Doctor Who fans need to do is to diffuse that it's okay to love Warriors of the Deep for me, and it's okay for somebody to hate the Sea Devils or to hate Genesis of the Daleks or to think Destiny of the Daleks is a better story than that's fascinating to me. If we could all sort of diffuse that, you know, that part of us that goes, oh, but as that, because it doesn't affect it the quality that you think it has, that somebody else doesn't like it, just provides the opportunity for an interesting, a fascinating discussion, you know,
to learn a new point of view.
But
I was also thinking season 20's half one-word titles, half not.
Arc of Infinity, Snake Dance,
Snake Dance is all one word.
Oh, but no, I was just going through them. Sorry, I was just trying to work out which they were. Mordrin Undead. I just remembered I was doing a radio job some years ago with Mark Gatiss, which was all about the Arthurian characters, you know, King Arthur and Sir Lancelot and Guinevere and all that. And there's a character in that mythology called Mordred, right? And Mark Gatiss and I had you know, we'd sort of recognized each other. We'd acknowledged that we were both Doctor Who fans, and we'd been talking about it all morning. And they kept trying to drag us. This is what Nick said when he was doing Dalek stories with Peter Capaldi, and they keep trying to drag Peter Capaldi away because he was needed, and he'd be in the middle of enthusing about the episode 1 of Death to the Daleks or something. You get Peter, and he says, "No, I want to finish this conversation." And it was a bit like that with me and Mark Gatiss. And so this morning there was a line in this radio play where somebody has to shout Mordred, and Mark Gatiss and both looked at each other and simultaneously said, "Undead." And both fell about laughing, and everyone else in the room, what the hell are they talking about? So, and Terminus, there's a one-word title. Yeah, that's right. I'm rather fond of Terminus. A lot of people don't like Terminus. It's one of the. It was going so well until the Garm turned up. That was my feeling about Terminus.
At least it was kept in the dark a bit.
Well, not enough though.
Yeah.
I remember it was one of those things when you get sort of suspicious looking at the Radio Times. So episode 1 of Terminus, I remember finding it really creepy, and the hands coming and the hands that come out and molest Janet Fielding, and wondering what on earth's going on. And then the sort of the idea of leprosy. It's a leper ship. It just all seemed weird. But looking at the Radio Times, I went, this is going quite well, this story. And I looked in the Radio Times and it said, for the following episode or whatever, it said, The Garm, R.J. Bell. And immediately alarm bells rang. Without knowing, I thought, what's the Garm? The Garm. And I got this feeling that the Garm was probably a monster and it was probably going to be really badly realized. And how right I was. Not as bad as
the red flags were raised there.
Not as bad as the Ergon, of course. Is that your Roger Limb incidental music impression?
Yeah. It's going to be on the Blu-ray.
Oh, good heavens! Yeah. No, that's. Mind you, I mean, somebody the other day was saying no, they really like the Arkham Infinity. So there's a story
for everyone.
There's a fan for every story.
Even Underworld.
Every story is some.
Well, somebody was championing Underworld recently, on some channel or other. I can't remember who it was now. But no, the commentary of Underworld. So Tom's hilarious on the commentary. That's when because he's talking about how he went with Graham Williams to see Star Wars. And Graham Williams went white as a sheet when he saw the effects. And he said, well, that's it, we're sunk. And Tom keeps referring to the principal as Darth Vader. He keeps pronouncing it.
Did Tom ever do one with David
Darth
Prowse?
Vader was dubbed by James Earl Jones. Pardon?
Did Tom ever do one with David Prowse? Because he was... the Minotaur, wasn't he?
I don't think he ever returned to Doctor Who after.
Oh, was it only that one role?
As far as I know, but then I've been spectacularly wrong a few times this evening already.
Pertweesmith particularly loves reusing actors, especially tall ones like Stephen Thorne. He stole all the other roles. It was just the Minotaur left for David.
I don't think Dave Prowse ever graced our screens again. After the Minotaur.
He took over John's Splink, I think.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Now nobody will remember the Green Cross Code and probably get killed trying to remember it.
It stands for Stop Pavement Look If No Keep. It's completely and utterly useless. Have you ever tried to work it out? How it works? It's terrifying. I remember going, what? Everyone would go, what does it actually stand for? And nobody knew.
Now we'll all remember the green.
Pardon?
Makes for a great mug.
Have you got a mug? A Splink
yes,
mug?
I have. I've got it with me right now.
Yeah.
Now we'll all remember the Green Cross Code and use it. Splink.
And there's all those 70s kids. Every kid in the 70s had long, lank, greasy hair and flares, obviously. But nobody ever washed.
Nobody ever washed the flares or the hair?
Their hair. I'm not sure about the flares, but maybe very, very occasionally the flares went into the wash. So yes, happy memories.
About your earlier advice there with opinions on Doctor Who stories, Stylish One has said, that is an incredible piece of advice, Stephen. For that reason, Ben and Luke, feel free to enjoy the invasion and not like the Troughton Dalek stories. Good for you. Let's agree. Right. We're burying the hatchet, Stylish One.
Yeah.
You can enjoy Power and Evil if you really want to.
And if it's any consolation, Stylish One, I love the Power of the Daleks, and I think I would love the Evil of the Daleks if I saw it in the actual thing. I'm not sure the animation does it the best of favors in the state that it is, but I look, that's what I was going to say. I was saying to you too, wasn't it? I love the color version of Power of the Daleks, the Steelbook version, and that's the one I always watch because I think I love what And as I was saying, people say, well, why are you watching it in color? So, well, why are we watching cartoons? It wasn't made as a cartoon, so I can watch it in color without feeling guilty about. I watched John Pertwee in black and white. Get off,
There's no right or wrong way to watch it.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? There's no right or wrong about anything. We're all Doctor Who fans. That's the important thing.
Yeah, there's no need
Ian McLachlan, who died recently, who was one of the old original fans, lovely old fellow.
Oh yeah.
He said, all I need to know about somebody is that they're a Doctor Who fan, and I instantly feel kinship with them. That's immediately we're friends, And it'd be nice if that was more generally practiced in the fandom these days. When you often think that being a Doctor Who fan automatically makes people enemies sometimes, don't you? You think for God's sake.
It's different camps, doesn't there?
Spoiling for a fight. It's a broad church. Oh. And
we're born and bred.
Hey, any more chibnall? Oh, it's like a battle of Ranskorav Kolos out there.
Can you hear me? Is my mic working?
It doesn't stop.
No. I'm trying to remember another one now, but they've all slipped my mind.
They've all fallen to the flux.
Yeah.
I mean, we've gone past 42 minutes.
42. Have we actually gone past 42 minutes?
Yeah, we're on 46.
Oh, well, good heavens.
There we go.
Well, I mean, we are experiencing, the power of 3, aren't we?
We are. We're cute.
Yes. So are we going
not on a spaceship with dinosaurs, though?
Oh no, indeed. That was the one I was trying to remember the name of. What's the one David Bradley called? Oh, of course, it's called Dinosaur. Yeah. Let's get back to our topic of
enough talk about the cold blood of Doctor Who fans.
Hey!
Stylish One has a good comment here, which brings us neatly back to that. He says, "How do you all feel about Genesis of Daleks conflicting with and rewriting the Daleks' history and story?"
I think this is one for you, Luke, because you I think you're more knowledgeable about this than I am, because
it's one of your favorites, isn't it?
Yeah, and you said at some point you found it problematic. What's interesting about this is at the time when it came out, and I'd read. No, I hadn't read. Of course, I hadn't read Doctor Who and the Daleks. I'm getting getting my childhood all mixed up, and it's all getting timey-wimey. No, but so that's right. I became aware that there was a discrepancy between what Terry Nation had written in Genesis of the Daleks and what was in the original story because of interviews in the press at the time where he was asked about this by journalists, seemed to be knowledgeable known in the culture at the time, that this was retelling the story in a different way, and he would have to answer the question. And he used to say, this is the thing he'd often say in interviews, well, history is being rewritten all the time. New evidence will come to light, and different historian will uncover different documentation, and we'll reevaluate our attitude to whatever it is. Even in recent history, the aerial bombardment in World War II, or in ancient history, some new scrolls will come to light. Yeah. And that was his apologia for changing the history. And of course, fans have gone to great lengths, as they always do, to try and make it all fit, haven't they?
To reconcile it.
That it all fit. My feeling was and is and always will be, it's not real. It's a television program, and it's fine.
It's entertainment, isn't it? And
I love the fact that
these different,
and people who get all worked up about, I don't know, whatever, the Timeless Children or whatever, go, well, it's another creation myth, but you don't have to accept it or whatever. And you can ignore it. Perhaps later producers will ignore it. Who knows what will happen?
Become like half human.
Or things that things that are that they all. It's like Terrence Dicks said. We weren't trying to make great television or trying to make television that was all coherent. We were trying to prevent the necessity of showing the test card at 5:30, We were trying to get something on, and the pressure that writers are under to come up with something that's innovative, or to take the program in new directions. The lovely thing that Rob Shearman says is that, you know, Doctor Who, people who are making Doctor Who, the thing that is Doctor Who has always been saying, if we do this, will it break? You know, and it's always moving forward when people who are making it are doing something that's probably going to outrage everybody. And some they'll do something that'll outrage everybody, and they're right to be outraged, and it was rubbish, you know. But the important thing is to keep trying. And if it didn't work, then put it down the memory hole. Like, I don't know, like the Paradigm Daleks.
Sweep it under the rug.
Well, I'm sure the Paradigm Daleks have their fans as well, and my apologies to them, and it's fine for them to like them.
Me and Ben are among them.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, in response to Stylish One's question, as Stephen sort of hinted at, I did go through a phase where the edgelord phase, as it were. Where
what's that? What's the edgelord? What's that a reference to?
That's just sort of like edgy teen phase. Where,
I see. Yeah, right. Okay.
You know, you're sort of always being contrarian. About
trying to buck the trend.
Yeah. Well, I sympathise with that, because I get irritated by, if there's a program that everybody's watching, like Game of Thrones, or there's part of me that wants to go, well, I don't want to think that's great because everybody's saying it's brilliant, or I can't be bothered watching it. I didn't watch Life on Mars for ages when it came out, and there was a lot of hype around it. I avoided it, and it was like 3 years later I borrowed the DVDs from somebody, and then I really liked it, you know. So I'm allergic to hype, so I understand that.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. So for me, there was that time where it was viewed as, well, it's all right, but it doesn't line up with the original Daleks, so therefore it's rubbish, isn't it? You know, these things have to line up, otherwise, what's the point in anything? Apparently,
you're too busy trying to put things in a box, really. I think.
Yeah.
And did you feel, you felt like that, Luke, about it? Well, this doesn't make any sense. What happened to the dolls? What happened to the dolls? And the Thals weren't militaristic bastards. They were hippies.
I suppose maybe just looking for an excuse to try and bring it down a peg, really. And that's
right.
Sort of like, when it comes to canon and such, that's like the cheap one to go for, isn't it? It's the cheap shot, really. And
that it doesn't fit with canon, and so that automatically makes it objectionable. Yeah,
it's like an easy hit to go for, because it can't necessarily be disputed in what it is, but it can be disputed in that it doesn't really matter. And for me, I love the original portrayal in the Daleks of these like creatures who have mutated and been forced inside these machines to live out their lives, like going mad with claustrophobia, screaming inside them. And I still do prefer that take of an origin on the Daleks, but I can acknowledge with Genesis of the Daleks that wouldn't work in the story that Terry Nation was trying to tell.
I think he's already told that story. So and you know, like I said earlier, I think that for me they're the two greatest stories. Without the Daleks, we wouldn't be sitting here. You know, actually at this point, let's acknowledge how much we owe to Terry Nation. You know, who's probably as important as Sidney Newman. If not more so in a way, because he came up with the sticking idea. But the Daleks have never been as odd and unnerving and eerie and uncanny as they were in the Daleks. The first shot, that masterpiece shot of the camera pulling back from Hartnell, clutching Carol Ann Ford and Ian and Barbara, and the way they move there, and the way that they're moving their arms around,
the brilliance of the music as well,
and Tristram Carey. That's another apology I must make to. I referred to Carey Blyton as having written the music for the Daleks this time. It easily slipped to make, as they've both got the word Carey in them, although slightly differently spelled. But Tristram, that music is probably the most powerful incidental music in the history of the program, against some quite tough competition. Because I think there are remarkable incidental skills in other episodes, in other stories. But the marriage between the look of the Daleks, the way that they're so much more sort of weirdly mobile, aren't they? The way they're agitatedly fidgeting their appendages around, and the voice. Peter Hawkins really nails the voice. The modulation's just right in the Daleks.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been topped, the modulation.
Well,
they come close with
Planet,
Nick,
I think.
I think I agree with you, and actually, I think Roy Skelton's pretty bloody good in Genesis of the Daleks. Have you seen Genesis of the Daleks? We should have a discussion about it sometime.
Yeah.
If you've got
We'll pencil it in, someone.
6 hours, yeah. Yeah, I think Roy Skelton's is great in Genesis of the Daleks. But yeah, I remember Nick Briggs saying when the Who's Doctor Who documentary was first shown. And of course, he's the all-time greatest Dalek fan. Don't know if we've noticed that. And he was so disappointed by the voice of the Daleks in the clip from Dalek Invasion of Earth.
Oh,
We are the masters. We are the bastards of Earth.
Yes. Yes. It's
or
just
the David Graham Dalek.
David Graham Dalek. he's very worried, isn't he? Yeah. I that's right, because as you know, probably I've bored people with this story since I was in hospital having a very uncomfortable operation when Who's Doctor Who was on, and my mum and dad had taped it on a cassette, and I listened to it, and I didn't realize when I first heard it. It took me a while to realize that was a Dalek, because I just heard it, and there's God, that's clearly William Hartnell talking, but who's he? It sounds like he's talking to an old man. We have already conquered. I was trying to imagine what that was, that he was trying to place which story it was, and then of course, by the end of the clip, we are the masters. Oh, blimey! That must be the Daleks. That must be from World's End. I thought to myself, which is what we all thought it was called at the time. They're great. They're on form again in Dalek's Master Plan. I can't recall the Chase, of course, is doing lots of comedy things with them, isn't it? And there's the one that goes.
I think they've got a bit of modulation back, haven't they? But yeah, you got the stutter one, haven't you?
I mean, it's extraordinary how adventurous the program was being at the time, wasn't it? Because you've got your all-out farcical comedy in the Romans, and then they have the balls to do a comedy Dalek story, where you've actually got comedy.
They can never get away with that now.
Comedy Dalek sitcom scenes, like that bit where the Dalek gives orders to another one, and he says, "Well, get on with it then," or something.
Yeah. Now see to it.
Is it? We'll see to it. Thank you.
I think it is.
Because I only listen to William Hartnell's lines. I've lost focus on what else is going on in the story. Somebody asked me, said, would I join in with a review of Keys of Maris? And they said, oh, it'll be a bit of a busman's holiday. I said, no, actually, it's about time I went back to the Hartnell stories and watched them more objectively for the whole thing, rather than
with that one. You've not got him in two of them, have you?
In Keys of Marinus, that's right. Yeah.
But that's on holiday for the middle too.
When he comes back full of energy, having had a lovely time, it looks like, and relatively fluff free. But anyway, don't mention the War Machines. I mentioned it once. I think I got away with it. But anyway, I'm not giving any spoilers away about the chase, am I? Because that's been around for a while, and I wasn't in it. So, any more than I've ever discussed Genesis of the Daleks with you two. So it's all virgin territory. So yes, let's get back to
some serious new ground here, boys.
What's that? What's that from?
That's from Time of the Doctor, just before his regeneration.
Oh, yes,
it's gonna be a whopper.
It's about the time I rewatched that bizarre piece. That was a weird one, wasn't it? That was a weird. What do you as a great Matt Smith fan? What's your opinion of his regeneration story?
I like it. I know it's got flaws. I know it's a series in an hour, but I'll take it.
I want there to be a planet called Christmas. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Is it a planet? It is the planet called Christmas, or just maybe just went very quiet?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is it the planet or the town?
Is it just a town? It's a town called Christmas.
Yeah, it's a planet. It's called Trenzalore, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Oh, it's a town called Christmas on Trenzalore.
Yeah.
Trenzalore.
Yeah.
Yes.
There was a fan the other night. It was a friend of mine who he was getting me to do the line no, not the mind probe, as all sorts of different characters from Doctor Who, and he was particularly fond of my version of it as Matt Smith. But I'm not going to do it now because I feel a bit shy. So particularly in the presence of a great Matt Smith fan.
Is it Jacob Dudman?
Oh, it's just Jacob Dudman coming to the room. No, Jacob, no, he's go and make a pizza or something. So you were about to give us your lecture on the discrepancies between Genesis of the Daleks and Daleks. Luke,
I think I already did, didn't I?
oh, did you? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You said it. I thought you were going to go into more detail about what the specifics were that didn't. So was it the depiction of the characters of the Daleks? Is that the?
Yeah, so I suppose that because they're ultimately not the Khalids or Dals, whichever, that have evolved into these creatures. It's instead just like cells from somewhere that have been genetically conditioned, and it's almost like they're a new separate species rather than the Khalids.
What's very interesting about one of the great differences, and it's always struck me as being odd at this time, that the Daleks is all about radiation, isn't it? They've mutated through radiation.
You've had one big atom bomb drop.
The Daleks are radiation junkies. They're addicted to radiation. They need radiation. Yeah, and the whole thing began with a neutron bomb explosion, and it's very conscious of the Cold War in that way. It's interesting that Genesis of the Daleks, which is conscious of the conspectus of 20th century history and warfare, the First World War, the Second World War, but there's hardly any mention of radiation in it at all, apart from this, he's wearing a radiation detector. One assumes that distronic explosives are some form of fission explosives, aren't they? That has sort of radiation connotations, but mainly they're talking about chemical weapons, aren't they? It's the chemical weapons in the.
I mean, it's also mentioned there. Yeah, used early in the war that led to the mutos.
Yeah. So it's interesting that at this time, when we were all, let's not forget, even at the age of 6 or 7, I was terrified of nuclear war, because we right in the middle of the Cold, right in the middle between 1962 is the Cuban Missile Crisis. The other time it nearly happened was 1983, when there was an accidental shooting down of an aircraft, where it all escalated and got to Code Orange or whatever it's called. I think I just made that up. Whatever it is, whatever the state before actually pressing the button was. But this was where we were aware of it all the time. And it's interesting that Genesis of the Daleks so keen to address the 20th century themes is very radiation nuclear war light, isn't it? It doesn't mention it a lot.
Yeah, there's not much mutually assured destruction there, is there, in this story?
No, Terence puts more of it into the novelization, which of course I reread. Another thing I want to not retract from last time, but to slightly amend was I was a bit in praising Ian Marter, and to an extent, because I do think the Malcolm Hulke novelizations were always so much. Was it the stylish one? I think it was saying, that very much admired the Malcolm Hulke novels, as I do. And when we talk about the story we may be talking about in a week's time, Malcolm Hulke's novelization of that is superb, and that wasn't a story he wrote. But
There you go.
Terence,
If you want to try and work out what we're talking about next week, you'd be given a hint
there
there.
you go. A Malcolm Hook novelization of a story he didn't originally write. There's only one, I think, and that's brilliant. And it's brilliant the way it draws on far more politics and makes reference to the general strike of 1920. What year is the Carnival Monster set? 26.
20.
Yeah, that's again, like I was saying last week, the way Robert Holmes does politics. He'll make a sly, subtle reference. He deliberately chose 1926 was the year of the general strike, and so you've got the sort of old colonial attitudes of the pampered rich in Major Daly and Clare and all the rest of it, while the year of the general strike's going on, which it took Barry Letts to point that out on one of the extras on the DVDs. I'm like, that's clever, isn't it? And the way it's paralleled in the interminers references to the working class, the functionaries. Little reference, remember that reference to give them a hygiene chamber and they'll put fossil fuel in it. Yeah. Which was what people used to say about working class people in council houses kept coal in the bath and all that. It's always between the lines with Robert Holmes. But lawnmower moment, what on earth were we talking about?
Oh, it's gone from me too.
I mean, we were talking about
target novels.
The sort of difference between the Daleks and Genesis's origin, and then
we went from there to the Target novelization.
That's right. Terence Dix, well done, both of you. Terence Dix's novelization of Genesis is superb, and he makes a lot more references to atomic warfare. In fact, he explains something very, very significant in relation to atomic warfare. And when we start, should we talk about Davros?
Yeah, the focal point.
Would you like? Yeah, I know you've prepared a couple of little excerpts, haven't you? Because you read a wonderful piece from the Ark in Space for us last time. Is this
on reading the novelization, I thought the way he novelizes the entrance of Davros in episode 2, the laboratory scene, the demonstration of the Dalek is just brilliant. It's that wonderful thing when you know a scene so well, and then a writer will put it in a novel, will change it slightly and flesh it out and give you lovely psychological moments of what the other characters were thinking, what the Doctor's thinking, what Harry's thinking.
Add an extra dimension to it.
Adding an extra dimension, and in the course of that,
the subtext,
and giving an explanation about something very significant. Shall I do it now?
Yeah, okay.
I think that's a good segue into Davros. Yeah, to the entrance.
Okay. Can anybody, just before I do this, can you? Am I clipping this microphone? I'm playing very fast and loose with this microphone. I'm just kind of not really paying attention to whether I'm knocking it.
I can hear it at the moment a little bit, but I've not picked it up while you've been speaking.
What I'll try and do is I need to turn a little light on if I'm going to do this. Hang on a minute. And find the chapter. This is going to be an excerpt from Doctor Who and the Genesis of the Daleks by Terence Dix, and this is the end of episode 3, chapter 3, The Secret Weapon. I just need to maneuver this thing around a bit.
Okay.
And give me a moment.
No.
Oh my God! I just picked up. I'm like Mr. Magoo. I just picked up Death to the Daleks.
Mr. Moncactus, aka Sam, has come back just in time to listen to this with some ice cream.
Oh well, I'll have some of that. What flavour is it, Sam?
Well, Sam has mentioned that. Did you know curry ice cream is a thing?
No, I didn't. I didn't know.
Is that what you've got there, Sam?
Sounds implausible. Yeah, so I won't read from episode 3 of Death to the Daleks I just picked up, which is Expedition from Earth. See how does the let's see how that chapter ends. What would we be saying there? So pretty much the same place. So here we are. Let's have a look. Sarah moved on across the rocky plateau. The sun was up by now, larger and closer than the sun of Earth. It blazed down at her from a coppery sky. You see, he's doing quite a lot here, isn't he? On Exelon. Perhaps the city would be a kind of Arabian Nights palace, she thought. There would be cool courtyards with gently splashing fountains and white-robed attendants with long, cool drinks in golden. That sounds like the original opening of Genesis of the Daleks, doesn't it?
Or it sounds like Florana, where she was hoping.
Florana.
That's right, yes, of course.
Effervescent.
Yeah.
And Sam's got cream flavour.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that sounds... What, cream-flavoured ice cream?
Like clotted cream?
Plotted cream. Okay, here we are. So let me just maneuver this. Okay, here it is. This is end of chapter 3. The secret weapon. Doctor Who and the Genesis of the Daleks.
Our new secret weapon.
Now, what's that from?
That's Victory of the Daleks.
That was Ian McNeice. I worked with Ian McNeice. He's a lovely bloke. Absolutely lovely bloke. I got some quite funny stories about him. In a film also had Gemma Redgrave in. I'm trying to think if any other Doctor Who personnel were in that. Ralph Brown was in it, who's the drug dealer in With Nail and I.
Oh,
You watch with
yeah.
The weird thing was I got in the car. Doing a film. The car came to pick me up early in the morning, and sometimes the driver would say, "Oh, we're going to pick up another actor from." So we were going to pick up another actor from Marylebone Station or something. I don't know where it was, and so because he lived in Brighton, this actor, and all I knew was he was. The name didn't mean anything to him. And he got in the car. I didn't recognize him, and we were talking. We were getting on fine, and he was telling a story about how sometimes people will recognize him from something, and they don't understand why he doesn't recognize them or something about the weird thing about being recognized as an actor. And he said one time somebody said whatever it was, and the thing he said, and so I said to them, I said, I don't know, I wasn't there. And I suddenly realized who he was because of the way it suddenly sounded like, is he called Danny, that character?
Yeah.
But he just suddenly accidentally happened to talk a bit like him because there must be some part of him that is Danny. He was an extraordinary person. He was in a Beach Boys tribute band and was more interested in talking about 60s music than about acting. Anyway, back to this. So let me just find the page. Okay, here we are. If you're ready, here it is.
Ready to go.
All set.
Our session will have to wait, Ronson said. Davros is coming. His voice was hushed with reverence. I gather Davros is your chief scientist. Our chief scientist and our supreme commander. He must have something of importance to tell us. I shall be interested to meet him, said the doctor politely. But even he was not prepared for the strange apparition that glided into the room. The doctor was seeing, at close range and in clear lighting, the strange being Sarah had only glimpsed during the secret test in the ruined building. Davros was no more than the shattered, ruined remnant of what had once been a man. He glided along in an advanced form of wheelchair that moved under its own power. The withered husk of a body was swathed in a high-collared green plastic overall and surrounded by a variety of life support systems. The doctor guessed that both heart and lungs were mechanically operated and maintained. Only the right hand was visible, a withered claw hovering constantly over the controls built into one arm of the chair. But the most horrifying thing about Davros was his face. Parchment-thin skin clung to the outlines of the shriveled skull. The eye sockets were blank and sunken. The mouth, a lipless slit. A helmet-like arrangement of wires and plastic tubes surmounted the head, supporting a single lens that rested in the center of the forehead. Speech, sight, and hearing must be mechanically aided too, thought the doctor. Harry Sullivan looked at Davros in horror. What happened to the poor devil? An atomic shell struck his laboratory during a Thal bombardment, whispered Ronson. His body was shattered, but he refused to die. He clung to life and himself designed the mobile life support system in which you see him now. There he goes. Sorry.
Wheeling along.
Harry said nothing. To himself, he thought that death would surely be preferable to the kind of existence Davros must be leading now. Davros, can you hear me? Everything's gone dead.
Yeah.
Right, sorry.
Yeah.
Suddenly all the ambience disappeared. I'll start that paragraph again. Davros had taken up his position in the center of the far wall, flanked by the black-clad figure of Security Commander Nida. Davros spoke.
If I may have your attention.
There was utter and complete silence. Helpless in his chair, Davros should have been pitiful. Instead, he was terrifying. The doctor could almost feel the burning intelligence, the powerful, inflexible will that radiated from the crippled form.
For some time,
Davros continued.
I have been busy on a top secret project. There is still much to be done. However, I am anxious that you should see the remarkable progress made so far. And to that end, I have arranged this demonstration.
Davros wheeled his chair to face the door by which he had entered. His withered hand dropped to touch a control, and seconds later, a metallic shape glided into the room. Like Sarah before him, the doctor had no difficulty in recognizing a Dalek. Armless, weaponless, but still, unmistakably, a Dalek. As the machine glided up to Davros, his metallic voice commanded.
Halt!
The Dalek stopped. He's perfected voice control, breathed Ronson. That's magnificent.
Move left. Halt. Move forward. Halt. Circle. Halt.
Obedient to Davros's commands, the Dalek moved jerkily about the room.
Nida.
The security commander stepped forward. He took a sucker arm and a gun and fitted them onto the Dalek.
As you see,
Grated Davros.
our machine is now fitted with a tactile organ and a means of self-defense. I shall turn the machine over to total self-control. It will then be independent of all outside influence, a living, thinking, self-supporting creature.
Davros touched a switch. For a moment, the Dalek did nothing. Then, slowly and uncertainly, it began to move around the room. Davros followed in his wheelchair. Somehow, the two were curiously alike. Suddenly, the Dalek seemed to see the Doctor. It moved slowly towards his corner, halting just in front of him. The Doctor stood quite still.
Alien!
Croaked the Dalek suddenly.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Exterminate!
Slowly, the gun stick raised until it was pointing straight at the Doctor. End of chapter 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant stuff.
But it's fascinating, isn't it? How it sort of subtly changes it, but you don't feel affronted by the changes. You know,
Yeah.
it's sort of like seeing it from a slightly different perspective. And I love the way it takes us into, you know, the Doctor's mind, to Harry's mind, and the explanation of Davros's appearance is actually an atomic explosion. Which I'd completely forgotten was there was an explanation in the novel as to why he looked like he did. I rather like that the story itself, the televised story, is ambiguous about it. It doesn't explain it at all.
I think for me, I don't know if it's the same for you, Ben, but because we grew up with a lot of, you know, encyclopedias about Doctor Who, different books that gave explanations for all this stuff, you almost don't notice when the TV stories leave it absent. You just sort of take it for granted because you already
take
know.
it for granted from other sources that have explained things that weren't explained on the telly. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Well, in the Dalek annual, one of the Dalek annuals, there was an explanation. It might have been the same one. I can't remember now. And because there was a diagram annotating all the different parts of Davros's equipment on his chair and everything. Might have been something about mutation. I can't remember now. I must have a relook at the Dalek annuals. That's something. We'll have to. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go because I need to go and reread the Dalek annuals. I can't possibly go any further because I suddenly feel woefully ignorant about this subject. But
it's okay. We can hide this one and start again.
yeah. Actually, send it down the memory hole. Call in Pamela Nash to wrap it up in tape and throw it on the confine. But you know, there at the centre, I recorded all the Davros scenes separately the other day, and he's in it. Is that where's the aeroplane? That's
me. That's me.
Yeah. You're in an aviary near an airport. Was it sort of an RAF base or something?
The messenger pigeons.
Oh, is that what they are? Yeah. He's in over 40 minutes of the story, as opposed to the Daleks who are barely in 15. So if you cut all the Davros scenes together, you get there's about, I think it's 43 minutes of Davros, and I'm wondering how that compares to other sorts of principal villains in other stories. How much of the runtime they're actually part of. But he sort of inhabits so memories of discovering Davros for the first time before, because it must be difficult for fans who came to it later to imagine a time before Davros.
Yeah,
there's a novel on my bookshelves here called A Time Before Genesis, which is actually by Les Dawson, if you know that is, but that's another issue. He was a comedian that John Culshaw does a one-man show about. Very famous in the 70s. Davros. It's you just assume Davros is. I think some people, when they first see the story, are surprised that the Doctor doesn't know who Davros is. I think I've seen younger fans going, "Oh, well, how could he not know who Davros was? Surely that was always
like the designs there."
Say again.
I think because the design's quite similar. I think that the assumption would have been there.
But what I mean, when he's first mentioned,
you think maybe
by
the
Geiger.
Doctor would have heard Davros's mention before, like in the Pertwee, Hartnell or Troughton years. But,
but
at the same,
he's not only invented in this story, but is invented as something that the Doctor doesn't know about. So the Doctor doesn't know anything about the history of the Daleks, as it were, or doesn't know anything about their origins when he's sent
which
back.
I suppose makes sense really in universe, because the Daleks wouldn't really want that information out or have any reason to share it at all.
I love the fact that about this. One of the things I like about the story is that the Doctor goes there as ignorant as the viewer is that he doesn't, it's nice when the Doctor isn't a bloody know-all about everything, that when he arrives somewhere and has to learn the history, the politics, the society, or whatever the place he's gone to. And even
you get that detective work early on, don't you? Like examining the body with the gas mask and the radiation detector.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the gun they pick up. Do you know where that's from? So they pick up two guns. The centuries between these two weapons. Do you know what the gun is? The Thals
is it a Dravin gun?
It is. It's a Dravin gun. Well done, Ben. You get the top quiz prize tonight before we begin the quiz. It's a bloody Dravin gun, yes. And
is it recolored at all, or is that just
difficult to tell when we're talking about black and white stories?
Yeah, let's compare it to the animation, shall we?
Ask Gary Russell about that. Yeah, I've no idea. No, I don't think so. I think that was probably what they were. It's why I quite like the idea of colorizing Hartnell episodes. When you look at color photos and you think, oh yeah, there's some really beautiful designs. So a lot of the colors. Remember, sometimes you'll see a color photo of. Which is the costume? Is it Zoe's costume in Crotons? And you go, that was red,
like black and red.
Yeah, you go, oh my god, that was vivid, bright crimson red. Wow, I remember mentioning that to Wendy Penn. She said, "Oh, I really loved that costume. I think it was made out of paper somehow. It was sort of lacquered paper or something." Yeah. So where were we? So I've just gone blank again. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry. Bye. No.
We were on Davros, weren't we?
Yeah, Davros.
Yeah. How?
Oh yes, and so discovering. That's right. And you were mentioning when I had a seizure at some point, where you were drawing attention to little moments you haven't noticed before. One of my many favorite moments of Tom Baker. You see, when people say, "Oh, this story's really relentlessly bleak," there's loads of humor in it, but it's not just because he's not, tripping over something that isn't there, or walking around on his knees, or blowing down the proboscis of a monster. That doesn't mean there isn't humor. There's loads of really sort of subtle moments.
I think having listened to Genesis of Terror as well, I've appreciated how much more humor there is in Genesis of the Daleks, because that is a
it's very wry, subtle humor, and Tom's doing loads of stuff that but much more subtly. That's what I would say about this era is there's all that energy that Tom Baker's got, but he's driving all that energy down the eye of a needle. It's all focused because he's got Hinchcliffe there going, "No, mate, don't do that," and because he respects Hinchcliffe and he respects Maloney and respects Rodney Bennett and Douglas Camfield and then gets told off by Paddy Russell or whatever. It's all contained, but but the humor's coming out all the time. So yeah,
I mean, little excerpt you read, there's a little bit of humor taken out of that from the original scene where
that was you mentioned that the other night when I'd gone into a trance. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Well, yeah, Tom's face is in the background for one thing, like the way he pulls a funny face at Ronson, but also when Ronson says, "You're mistaken, it's a Dalek." The Doctor's sort of like,
you're mistaken. It's a Mark III travel machine.
Sorry, you're mistaken.
Well, I know that's hilarious because he's corrected, and it's that face. Tom pulls that. You can't see the face I'm doing, and accepts this. And of course, as all Doctor Who fans know, that he's being told by somebody. He's fought them 9 times, but there's been 9 Dalek stories. He's prevented them from invading Earth at least twice, but somebody's just told him, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And just if you say so. It's a very funny line.
Yeah,
When you
it's
know
also
how there's
interesting.
no bigger expert on the Daleks than the Doctor, but he just takes that. All right, fair enough.
Yeah. It's also
Um,
interesting in the prose how the bit about very primitive but undeniably a Dalek is transferred into an inner monologue for the Doctor rather than
yes, that's
a
right. Yeah, because
dialogue as it is in the
you
show.
can't do inner monologues, or it's very difficult to do inner monologues on television, isn't it?
Yeah. I think they sort of tried to do it in Moonbase, didn't they?
That's good though. I love that.
Yeah,
That's really quite striking. Yeah. That's
Are there any other
probably
traveling stories that happen then?
one of them. Well, he does a lot of talking to himself in Power of the Daleks, doesn't he? Which is I love that, the sort of mysterious when he asks himself something, don't know. You remember that bit? Where
Yeah,
he asks himself
and he's
a
got
question.
Ben and Polly around anyway, but they're just
Yeah.
staring at him, wondering what he's going on.
What's interesting, that's
not-
Mind you, I
how-
think if I was with Ben and Polly, I'd talk to myself. But anyway, there we are. Sorry, Ben and Polly.
no.
Not Ben and Luke, of course. But,
No.
yeah, go on.
It's interesting how that scene sort of mirrors Power when the Dalek first sees Troughton.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right.
even before the Daleks know the Doctor,
Yeah.
he's still having
He's having
sort
an
of
effect
knee-jerk
on
reaction, yeah.
presence.
Yeah. They're never going to get on, are they? Somehow. Yeah.
It's
No.
like
It's
bloody Nazis, isn't it?
well, indeed. Yeah. Absolutely. Quintessentially. What else about that scene? It's extraordinary, that scene. Again, everything's working. That's right. So that's what I was talking about. So peering through the black and white image to try and work out what Davros was at the cliffhanger of episode 1 for the first time, recognizing the top of a Dalek base is clearly, and immediately thinking, oh my god, there's a weird looking creature he's half Dalek. What the hell's going on here? This is I remember these thought processes, trying to work out what Davros was and not being able to wait until the next week. And that's a memorably brilliant cliffhanger from my childhood, and watching it now, so many things are working together. Sladen, always a shout out for Sladen, the way she reacts when there's a reaction shot from Elizabeth Sladen. She's so good. She's seeing the thing that she's supposed to be seeing. If you know what I
how
mean.
transfixed she is.
Yeah. I was just when watching going to the other end of the spectrum, watching Death to the Daleks in preparation for a chat about that the other. That actress who plays the Space Corps woman, Jill Tarrant. When the Daleks come out,
She's sort of smiling, isn't she?
She's got this look on her. She's thinking to herself, "Oh God, I'm supposed to have some sort of expression of it, so I better put some sort of expression on my face." And it's completely and utterly ambiguous. You don't know whether she's happy or she's about to burst into tears. And that's the sort of the rubbish end of the spectrum. It's Sladen's absolute. What was Philip Hinchley said? She could play Perils of Pauline 500,000 different ways. There's nobody who's ever been able to play the frightened assistant role. So she never repeated herself, and that's because she's always in the bloody moment. She's not just doing generalized frightened by a monster. She's frightened by that thing. When she looks, you can see us look at Davros, and she's thinking, "What the fuck is that?" There's a split second when she first sees the Dalek, and immediately you can see she's calling on the memories of the Daleks from Death to the Daleks.
She recognizes it. She recoils.
It's a beautiful acting in her eyes of a moment of, I know that thing, and it's bloody bad news.
I think Elizabeth Sladen herself said of that moment that this was one of those times where she was completely sucked in and believed what she was saying.
That's right. She
Yeah.
did.
And I mean, Barry Letts said on casting her that he saw loads of actresses who did being scared well, and loads of actresses,
but they couldn't do both at the same time.
Well. Yeah, but Sladen was the only one who was able to do both well.
And there's loads of moments in this story where that's borne out beautifully. So there's that her reaction to it is an essential part of why that scene's so fantastic. The lighting, as David Maloney says, he says, when you can barely see anything, you've got the lighting right. And Tom Baker on the commentary very rarely makes anything but a flippant or withering remark about anything, or just said, off the peg, off the roll, off the peg, off the roll. I don't know. Off the wall. That's
like
so left field surreal. But he actually at times will say they're about to go into the ventilation tunnel, and he says that lighting's amazing. He said it's just the silhouettes of us, but we don't need to see it's us from our silhouettes. And it's Duncan Brown, who generally did light entertainment shows, got very well paid, I think. And David Maloney knew that he was particularly good, and so sort of fought to get him on board. And I think that makes a huge difference to a story at this time, that you've got a lighting director who's using the lighting that effectively. And I think there's times in the story, like the Daleks gliding through the corridors in episode 6, where they've never looked more sinister and threatening, which is also to do with what Dudley Simpson's doing.
I think as well the colour scheme of the Daleks helps it.
I love the colour scheme.
I don't think you'll get it with like the silver and blue.
No. It's just, I think the colour scheme of the Daleks is absolutely just right in this. And there's the gunmetal of them makes them look militaristic.
It's going back to like the mini tank.
They look like weapons, don't they? Yes, exactly.
It suits the World War One aesthetic.
Yes.
It suits the whole 31 years, the age of extremes, that the age of the secondly, not yeah. That was something else about when we were talking about Death to the Daleks the other night, and there's something about the shot of the burning Dalek which reminded me, and Charlie was talking about of footage that you used to see on the news of things burning in Beirut or burning in Vietnam or Northern Ireland or whatever. Something about that sort of that gritty realism that they caught even in Death to the Daleks, which is largely, fluff fantasy or whatever. But that the shot and the photograph of that burning Dalek looks like something from a 20th century war.
It's done on film, isn't it?
The gritty. It's the 60mm, because most newsreel footage of the 70s was on 60mm. There was often that feel, the realism feel that it feels like stuff we've seen in the real world because it's the same sort of film, the same sort of grain.
Almost wouldn't look out of place being watched by Sarah one story earlier when she's being re-educated in Invasion of the Dinosaurs.
Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Yeah. Well, that is actual from an actual pollution documentary, isn't it? So there's the lighting there. There's wonderful the way that Maloney uses the camera. So there's a when what's the line? Perfect. The weaponry is perfect. There's a slow zoom into Davros. Oh, it's a recurring motif that Maloney does, where the camera goes down to Davros flicking the switch, and then the camera will pan up to the Dalek coming in, whatever it is. So this point, there's a flicking of the switch, and then there's a whip pan over to the Dalek, and that's our first sight of it. And it's
You've almost
beautiful.
always got that same.
You've got a shadow, haven't you?
Say again.
Well, you go first, Ben.
I was going to say, like, you get the silhouette of the Dalek, don't you, in the doorway?
Yes, that's right. So that in the episode 2, the demonstration of the Dalek thing, it goes down to the hand, the flick of the switch, it pans up to the door, and then the door opens, and you can see the shadow as the door's opening, as you can later for the killing of Ronson.
I was also saying how you've got that same instrumental bit of music, don't you?
Well, he's brilliant, Dudley Simpson, on this. There are recurring motifs, aren't there?
Yeah.
And there's echoes of the way he uses the brass, like you were mentioning the other night, when I'd gone into a trance, about Nida's, when we first see Nida, and that music there, that march, which is very Germanic, military sounding. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, and it reminded me of the Colditz theme, which of course Colditz, because we were surrounded by World War II stuff at the time. They were repeating the second series of Colditz on Sunday nights when Robot and Ark in Space were going out. And being a Catholic, I had to go to Mass every Sunday, and we used to go to 6 o'clock Mass on Sunday evening, and I would be there bored out of my mind. But the only thing that got me through it was knowing that we'd get back just in time for Colditz at 7:30. And so I associate Colditz with season 12 because that was on the Sundays. I think it had finished by the time Genesis was on, but that was the memories of seeing Colditz. The documentary The World at War, which was made in 1973. Have you ever seen The World at War?
Yeah, they're still on yesterday pretty much every day, I think.
It's the definitive World War II
Yeah.
documentary because it was at the time it was made. So they started making it in 1969. I think it was the most expensive documentary made up to that point. It was Thames TV's big sort of attempt to challenge BBC as the sort of the cultural disseminator. But of course, you could never make a documentary as good or as comprehensive as that ever again, because so many people were still alive to be interviewed. So watching when I was rewatching it for the first time as an adult, understanding it all, you go, "Oh my God, that's Hitler's secretary. Oh my God, that's Albert Speer, Hitler's architect." They're interviewing. There's Anthony Eden, who was, prime minister in the 1950s. There's James Stewart. There's James Stewart, the American film actor, who was also a fighter pilot. They keep popping in, and you go, "This is surreal." Of course, they were still alive, and that was the last time when you could make something like that. So that was being repeated, and I was making links between the references to that, the world of 20th century warfare and the footage I'd seen of the actual Nazis and the actual horrors of war, and of course Genesis of the Daleks is made like there's Terry Nations brought up in the war. Tom Baker's has the same child as my dad of collecting shrapnel from the bomb sites. My dad they were bombed out twice. My dad's older brother was a prisoner of war of the Nazis who were marched around by the Germans trying to escape from the Soviets advancing across Eastern Europe.
Wow.
And so we were steeped in it because the previous generation had either fought in it or been kids in it. Barry Letts had fought in it, and a number of, you think about how, John Pertwee was born the same week as the Versailles Treaty that ended World War One. Roger Delgado was born the same month as the Spring Offensive in World War One. William Hartnell was born in 1908. He was 6 when World War One broke out. This is so that generation. The number, all that Patrick Troughton fought in the war, John Pertwee fought in the war, Barry Letts fought in the war, etc.
And with the way technology had progressed, like the First World War was the first time that could really be documented and shared back at home, wasn't it?
Well, of course, and the First War is the first war that could be filmed.
Yeah.
So the first war there is, and there may be some skirmishes. Maybe there's some footage from little scraps of footage from the Boer War, which was about 1901. I think there must be bits of that because there were cameras then.
It's the first time the horror of war could be shared with people who weren't there.
Yeah, and of course, the Second World War there's so much film footage of it, which makes documentaries. There is film footage from World War One. There isn't a lot of it, so it's harder to make a documentary about World War One than it is about World War Two, where there's so much footage. It's ridiculous. Just being aware of all the ways in which this was evoking and tasting of 20th century warfare in so many different ways. So there we are. So that firstly, so there's the whip pan, that brilliant whip pan of Davros flicking the switch and the whip pan over to the Dalek, and then there's that use of the camera there, the slow zoom into Davros's face. We getting off, starting to get to see a bit what he looks like in the darkness there, and he says, "Perfect. The weapon is perfect. Now we can begin." And then there's that crash zoom into the Dalek as the cliffhanger sting comes screaming in. And that was right. Talked about Philip Hinchley voice saying he wanted to get the volume up to 13 to make it as alarming as possible. Yeah. So that I used to get anxious. I used to get anxious knowing that we were probably getting towards the cliffhanger, and that I was going to be alarmed by the cliffhanger sting. But that's a great, and the Dalek's head moves the Dalek's head and eye move very slightly from side to side, so it looks like it's looking at us in that crash zoom. I thought it was it somehow manages to look like it's breaking the fourth wall, pre-echoing what it does at the end.
Yeah, very much.
That's breaking the fourth wall, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's no one else to talk to there, so it's just the audience.
Just while while that's cropped up, before I forget, the Dalek breaking the fourth wall, we are entombed, but we live on, being the last thing on the album, on the LP, and it cutting off the letter S. So it's in the universe is always irritated me on the album. And Hinchcliffe ended the Omnibus there. And the first time I remember seeing touching the time ring since the first time episode 6 was shown was the 82 version of it, kept it. And I remember reading in the Doctor Who Monthly, Jeremy Bentham saying, I do hope they keep that wonderful last scene that was edited out of the Omnibus in 1975, where Tom says, from there, evil must come something good. And I thought, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And then there was this kid next door called Kingsley James Taylor, who came around was slightly younger than me, and he wasn't proper Doctor Who fan, but he liked Tom Baker. And he'd sat there and we got through the whole of Genesis of the Daleks episode, or part 2, which was episodes 4, 5, and 6, all sort of edited together. And it got to that last bit, and Tom starts to do the speech. And then it cuts to Tom, Liz, and Ian writhing around on the floor with the CSO. And I didn't hear the speech because Kingsley was pissing himself laughing, practically rolling around on the floor going, look at that. I was going, shut up, I'm trying to listen to this. And so that I can never quite get that association out of my head that's one of those snake in Kinder, rat in it's sort of almost
it's the second clam of the story.
It's the second clam of the story, that they completely fudge the sort of the suspension of disbelief of that beautifully
Makes
delivered.
you clam up a bit.
I think you don't need it because he's already said it in the Have I the Right scene. But some things will be better with the Daleks. People will bound together. It's almost a little bit sentimental there. Although touching the time ring, what does he say? Hands on the time ring, touch the time ring.
Yeah, hands on the time ring.
Hands on the time ring. Right, that was a thing. Doctor Who was so popular at this time. All the kids knew that, and we used to do it in the playground. Kids would go hands on the time ring and would swing each other around.
Yeah.
We get hold hands, and you get several kids all holding each other and running, circling together until they got dizzy and fell over. That was a thing in 1975.
I had something similar with like the gymnastic climbing frame at school, pretending that was like the rocket and Sarah climbing up.
Wow. Was this the same day that you deliberately lost your shoes to mimic Harry in the Ark in Space?
Yeah, because you do have to lose your shoes, don't you, for gymnastics?
That's great. I love that. Who were you being? Severin or Sarah or the Thal soldier who gets shot?
I mean, I was teaching everyone about it, going, look, we're going to do this.
Oh wow! And were they interested? Were they buying?
Yeah,
this?
Because this is when Doctor Who was at its height. Really.
Okay. So it was cool at that time.
Yeah, it was cool to play Doctor Who.
This is fascinating, isn't it? Because it, I think we once it got so uncool that it was embarrassing to talk about it. And in the Wilderness years, I've got a particular story about a particular actor which I told Luke, which I'm not going to tell it tonight. Because it is a good one though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it involves anyway, it doesn't matter what it involves. But that was just typical of it was an embarrassment in the culture. People always sniggered when people mentioned Doctor Who. It was invariably in the press. It was wobbly sets. It was always crap, and things like Michael Grade putting it in Room 101 and all that sort of stuff. And they only ever showed things like another reason to dislike Warriors. They only ever showed that bloody scene of the Merker. That was always being shown. as an example of how crap Doctor Who was. You go, no, it wasn't always like that. But yes, and it's
wasn't
interesting.
Always calling a snap election that ruined everything.
Margaret Thatcher. It was just depressing. We thought we'd never get rid of her. That was it was just she just seemed. It was like, she's going to be there forever. That voice, hearing that voice. Anyway, we digress.
Now it's just a case of the Emperor's New Clothes. We get rid of one, but it's still the same bloody party. Anyway.
Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Yeah.
Pretty much,
I'm just trying to find... I've got it on here. So this is the omnibus ending. Oh, no, that isn't. Yeah.
We are encode, but we live on. This is only the beginning. We will prepare. We will grow stronger. When the time is right, we will emerge and take our rightful place as the supreme power of the universe.
And they've treated the sting there, haven't they? They've slightly distorted it, haven't they? They've put it through something.
Reverb.
Yeah. It's great. It's great because the scene goes completely black as well at the end. I remember it just being so effective, that omnibus. I also remember it was always a little rather like Mr. McCabe, after the Five Doctors walking over to the window and saying, "Top-notch Doctor Who on Friday, lads," or whatever. If somebody in another program referred respectfully to Doctor Who, so that omnibus repeat was on about, I don't know, it was on about 4:00 on one of the days between Christmas Day and New Year's Day, 1975, and it was preceded by Holiday Grandstand, and at the end of it, Frank Boff. Do you know who Frank Boff was? He presented Grandstand, and he was so famous, and he was disgraced. There was a little scandal, not a really awful scandal. I think he was discovered taking cocaine or something. It might involve some ladies of the night, but it wasn't one of the awful 70s ones. It was just a bit of a naughty boy one. But he was it was because he was very avuncular, Frank Boff, and he presented Grandstand, and he presented nationwide. There's a famous speech with famous interview with Tom Baker and Mary Tam around about the time of
and it's like,
where he says,
"So you're Frank."
That's right. Well, that's right. I don't have to be pretend to be Doctor Who any more than you have to pretend to be Frank Boff. That's right. That's right. And he says, kids hide behind the sofa window. He said, just like Grandstand. Which, of course, as somebody who hated sport, I thought that was the funniest thing anyone had ever said. But it was on, and we were you'd always have to watch the end of Grandstand, because it was usually on before Doctor Who and the last bit of news, or the Tom and Jerry cartoon during most of season 12. But at the end of that Grandstand, and it was just like the moments that warm the cockle of your heart. And he goes, "Well, that's all from Grandstand today. Enjoy Doctor Who. I'm sure it's going to be good." He saw something like that, I'm like, oh God, Frank Boff mentioned Doctor Who. That's the next program. There's something sort of wonderful about other people sort of acknowledging your thing,
in positive light.
In a positive light. But of course, no, it was spectacularly popular at that time. So there's the cliffhanger to episode 2 and to episode 1, and then we see him in that scene that we got in the novels, and he's that's all there is of him in episode 2, and then he's hardly in episode 3. And this is good because I missed episode 3 in 1975. I've got written down here Muriel's Wedding, which has nothing to do with an Australian film, but it was my Auntie Muriel's wedding the day that episode 3 of Genesis of the Daleks went out, and so I missed it. And I wasn't able to see it.
7 weeks.
I know, and she didn't, and it was a sort of surrounded her house, and she didn't have a television. And so there was no television. I remember walking up and down the street and seeing the sort of the glow of televisions in other people's houses, thinking, I bet some of those people must be watching Doctor Who now, because I knew I was missing it. It was 5:30. It got to 5:30, and that was it, and I'd missed it. And of the episodes to miss, it's probably the best one to miss, isn't it? Because it's the clam episode, isn't it? Episode 3, and Davros is hardly in it.
You also miss the resolution of Sarah falling. That's a cheat anyway. So
Well, I
It was
thought
the
she
first
died.
freeze frame cliffhanger, wasn't it?
It was the first freeze frame cliffhanger, and you get fans saying, "Oh God, that's so cheap and cheesy." That looked the coolest thing I'd ever seen at the time because we weren't that familiar with freeze frame technique at the time. So it was quite sort of, it looked amazingly innovative.
yeah,
And
I
let's
don't
what
get any hate for the freeze.
I've
frame.
heard loads
think
of
they're
I've heard loads
effective.
about. In fact, in Mr. Tardis's otherwise brilliant actually review of Genesis of the Daleks, he slags off the freeze frame, says it's cheap or something. So I don't know. No, I love Maloney's freeze frames because that's the first one. Then there's one in Planet of Evil, isn't there? You probably don't know, Luke, do you? Because you haven't seen it.
not for me,
Episode
no.
2, when Tom falls into the
in the pit.
Falls into the pit. There's the famous controversial Deadly Assassin one, of course, which apparently was something to do with End of Fantasy. That's Lenny Maines. Yes, that's Lenny Maines. I was thinking of the Maloney ones.
There's none in Talons, is there? No,
there aren't in Talons. I think because apparently the Deadly Assassin one came out of a mistake that they were looking at the end of that and thinking, oh, it's a bit the drowning of Tom's going on a bit too long, and Maloney said, "Don't worry, I'll sort it out," and froze framed it, which Hinchcliffe said that just made it worse because he was sort of stuck, frozen, drowned forever, But that was their attempt to, and so when it was repeated in the summer, because that was one of the summer repeats, the freeze frame wasn't in it. I think they tried to.
Yeah, it's just you're finished, Doctor. You're finished, and it ends with Goff shot.
Have you seen that then? That version of it?
It's on the behind the scenes.
Have you got a TARDIS, Luke?
That on the behind the scenes.
Do you occasionally go back to the 19?
story.
Oh, is it? Oh, I see. So it shows it, right? Okay. Yeah. Fine.
I occasionally go back and burn tapes of stories. Originally,
Do
there
you?
was a timeline where a lot.
Are you
more
Pamela Nash? Oh God.
I do a Pertween the Green Death. Put on a wig, cross dress, and
oh right, like a comedy char lady. Yeah. Do you ever do the postman? Not the postman, the milkman.
Milkman.
No, the
milk. Fine strapping lass she is.
Rosie up at the Red Dragon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. OR. OR. So that was Pig Bin Josh. I told you. That's the only time Pertwee ever gives a glimpse of his history of funny voices and comedy acting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that the only story we get?
He did voice the radio announcement in Inferno, but that got cut.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Does he do a voice?
Oh, roll up.
Carnival, yeah.
Roll up. Yeah. Pick him with a stick and make him jump. Yes, that's right. Yeah. These funny little creatures in the native habitat. Yeah. So we've digressed again. Where were we now? This is sorry, I'm leaving. I've had enough of this.
We were freeze framing. Freeze frame cliffhanger.
That's right. And while with it, while we're talking about that scene, I mean, I just think the that Ealing stuff is brilliant, and so because it's so effective and so gritty. It's that gritty sort of. The 16mm looks great because it's so well lit. Those guns look real. The falls, the deaths, and when the it's interesting that, isn't it, the ambiguity of this story, that car led the first person we see firing a machine gun in the trench, the young Carl, I think the actor's called Ricky Reeves, and so he's there early with Raven, isn't it? And then he's captured with Sarah in the cell, and the last thing he does is he's actually trying to help her up the scaffolding before he gets shot. So there's that blurring of who's goodies and baddies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, circumstance.
They're just all human beings in this ghastly situation. But
I think it's what a lot of soldiers have said, like about when they're in war, it's just about the person next to you in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
rather than
That's-
the
I think
grander
that's-
political.
Yeah,
game.
well, they're following orders most of the time, but then there's a
Mm.
lovely sort of like the last moment of his life was actually helping somebody. There's little sparks of humanity being shown in this brutalized world, and that his death's very good. And then is the look on his face, the sort of the open, dead-eyed, open-mouthed stare. It's only on for, but it's one of those sort of like
He
strange
falls
images
the whole
of
way
death.
as well, doesn't he? You see his like body land next to the
Yeah.
false soldiers who are shooting up.
Well, this is all the sort of stuff that White House was because it got this. This was the first one that got the flack, and of
Got
course,
her
it was just, which was just going. And Hinchcliffe just going, I don't give a shit. I'll do what I like.
Oh mate, I'll do even more horror. Thank you very much.
No, as I said last time, sometime or other, whether I was here or not, I can't remember. Maybe it was my doppelganger, my cactus doppelganger. The real me's in a chronic hysteresis somewhere, tripping over and waggling K9's tail. And I can't remember what I was going to say now. What were we talking about? Talking about the
Khalid soldier who just died.
That's right. The gritty realism of that.
How Mary Whitehouse didn't like it.
Oh, Mary White. That's right. About Philip Hinchcliffe not being irresponsible, and I don't think he was. I think.
You said he was right to cut the scene in Ark in space, didn't you? When we did.
Well, I haven't seen the footage. I don't know whether he was right to cut it. But I'm not saying he was right to. I'm saying that bespeaks as somebody who is going. I'm not just going to gratuitously put anything out. I'll look at it. I will, as he says in that Pebble Mill documentary. David Seymour is the name of the interview on Pebble Mill. I was trying to remember last time. Who says, where do you draw the line? He says, I draw the line where experience has taught me I need to draw it. And it's like he'll look at something and go, no, that's too much. That we've stepped over the mark there, and would know. There was another bit of Seeds of Doom he cut out as well. A similar scene, I think, with Keeler. Of the, I think it was,
begging to be killed.
Yes, yeah. It was the same sort of syndrome. Because then it's so interesting that is that the sort of horror that will frighten or disturb a child? Is that not more disturbing to an adult? Maybe a child isn't necessarily going to empathize with that sort of suffering.
Yeah, it's like you don't necessarily have a concept of life and death at that age.
No.
And you've got Saywood doing that in like Revelation, don't you?
With the Stengos head.
Yeah, Stengos.
Yeah. Yes. Natasha. Well, he got loads of flack as well, didn't he? That was one of the excuses that Michael Gray gave for cancelling the thing. That it would all become gratuitously violent, which I don't think it had at all. I think he was sort of Hinchcliffe Holmesian in his minds. But anyway, listen, we're not talking about season 22. I'll just get depressed because I always think that was getting better ratings than season 21, and such a shame. Anyway, back to days when such things weren't happening yet. Matthew Sweet in that interview with Hinchcliffe says, he says, Philip, but he said, I think you were like that early on, but I think you were being more permissive, or getting away with more later on. That you got more horrific as it went on. And Philip goes, do you? He goes, yeah, I think you were. And I don't know about that. I've never really sort of tried to analyze whether there was a sort of a gradient and a sort of a graph could be plotted of it getting more violent.
I suppose in that he then had full control, whereas with season 12 he was inheriting scripts.
He was inheriting it, but I think Genesis of the Daleks is pretty much made in his image, his and Robert Holmes's image by that point. And I think it doesn't get much more brutal than Genesis of the Daleks. It certainly doesn't get much more realistically brutal than Genesis of the Daleks, which is, I think, is all absolutely right. And kids should know what war's like. That's right. Like I was saying about Seeds of Doom, you should know that the people out there will beat the out of you, and you should know that the 20th century is about warfare, and it's bloody hell, and it looks like this, and that's what happens to people. Sugarcoating is, but that's as Hinchley said.
Sheltering them's not gonna do 'em
She
any good.
thought it was a program for little kiddies. She misunderstood what it was about. The perhaps defensible point she makes is, well, you think about what time you put it on. That clip I showed when I wasn't here that time played of her saying it should be on at 6:30, not at 5:30, which is of course what they did, and that is an argument that makes sense, But yeah, you were saying last time that's that the top of the rocket, the way the lighting is, the lights of the city is beautifully. The use of the lighting there. It's a bloke called Elmer Cossey he was a brilliant film cameraman at the time. That again, Maloney, because everybody liked Maloney, he'd get people, the best people, probably if they were available. Duncan Brown for the studio lighting, Elmer Cossey for this. And that's fascinating, isn't it? That's the Thal who sadistically threatens or suggests he's going to let Sarah drop.
Yeah,
do you know
her leg and lets her fall?
Do you know why it's interesting that he's playing a Thal soldier there, thinking about a previous story?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, the actor's name's Hilary Minster, and he's in a Pertwee story. Do you know which one?
No, I don't.
He's in Planet of the Daleks, and he's a Thal in that. Is he called Marat?
Oh yeah, he's the one who doesn't last that long.
And
the one with the map.
Does he get nabbed in the ice volcano, or does he get nabbed outside the
before the freezer room, isn't it?
Yes, he gets killed outside the. And it's fascinating, isn't it? The way you can compare and contrast the way this story is totally different to not only the Daleks, but Planet of the Daleks. Still in Planet of the Daleks, although the Thals have been militarized, they're quite idealized, aren't they? They're terribly noble, and they're still blonde-haired, and Bernard Horsfall's as about as decent a chap as you could ever encounter. It's only Prentice Hancock who's the nasty one, isn't it? Who's just got a scowl on his face, and is responsible for, when you were talking about, what's the name of that actress in Planet of the Spiders? You were coming up with candidates for most wooden performance in the history of Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, she had an award. Oh damn!
She had an award for best performance by an actor playing a small part. It was an award that people got at RADA in her name, the Jenny Laird Award. That's her name. Prentice Hancock's delivery of a lot of lines is like he's doing it for a bet. In when he says, "There's no such place as Earth. It doesn't really exist." That's a particularly good one. And his finest hour is Spearhead from Space as the reporter.
Yeah, he's a reporter.
He's brilliant as the reporter there with one line. Is that another reason why you don't go back to Planet of Evil? Because Prentice Hancock's playing the lead in it.
Yeah, he's like the captain.
Another
meaner character, isn't he, in that?
But the point I'm making here is you've got the noble Thals in Planet of the Daleks. They're like the Thals in the Daleks would be if they'd learnt to ditch their pacifism. There you've got the same actor, Hilary Minster, who played a noble Thal in Planet of the Daleks, and here he is sort of pointing up the difference in the way the Thals are depicted. Here they're just as bad as the Khaleds, as you said last week. Actually, are they possibly worse than the Khaleds? Because you get a sense of you've got people like Ronson, you've got people like Garman, and you've got Ivor Roberts as Mogren, who seems quite a decent sort of chap, doesn't he? And he's opposed Davros for years and tried to shut him down before. Say again?
Yeah, the only real bad Khaleds you have are Nyder and Davros in a way, really, and maybe Raven a bit.
Raven's
quite nice later on with the Doctor.
But later on, he seems a bit nicer, but then he can't help giving a last sort of Hitlerian rant, does he? About 30-foot concrete.
Yeah.
But you get the sense of that. That's another nice sort of unmentioned, on sort of explaining that they're like, because he's supposed to be a very young general, isn't he? The idea that they're like Hitler Youth. They've all been indoctrinated with the right wing philosophy, you know, and they've all been taught this rhetoric and this stuff. That
you get the idea that the war's been going on so long.
Tane isn't very nice.
Forgot the reason they even started fighting.
Yeah,
really.
they've been brutalized by it. Tane isn't very nice either. Remember Tane?
Is he the interrogator?
Tane, yes.
Yeah, Tane is the security commander Nida. Prisoner and escort.
Yeah. I always thought he always looks like he's going to be in it more, doesn't he? Because he just sort of looks like they've actually given him a name. But we never see Tane again.
Yeah, he's just got that one.
And that's
scene.
another brilliant. And this was something that I'd always noticed, and that I was delighted to see Rob Shearman mention a moment of the greatness of Tom at this time, where there's the joke about tea. You know, we've had a very trying day,
No tea, Harry.
Well, between the joke about tea and no tea, Harry, there's another reference to tea, and it's brilliant, and it's Tom doing something very, very subtle and powerful. When he's saying get into the security scan, and Tom puts his hand on Martha's stomach to stop him, and he delivers this sort of witty line, but as a threat. It's like a real sort of don't mess. He goes, "What? No tea?" And it's like, it's really kind of, you know, And it expresses in that sort of bizarre, sort of surreal reference to you know, English habits,
the mundane.
It's not calling them uncivilized.
It expresses his full disdain for their culture in that one line, you know. And then of course the last one is no tea, Harry, and he throws it away. Then
so you can launch missiles at each other, but if you don't serve tea to your guests, then
well, yes, it's and I think Tom Baker talks about you know how you can you know, using irony with the most unlikely lines. That was because he often talked about the problem with Doctor Who. What makes interesting the character? What's a challenge for the actor is that there's all sorts of ways in which the Doctor will always be the same. He can't, you know, be acquisitive. There can't be a you know, growth or a deterioration of the character in the way you. So it's how do you colour predictability? Was a phrase he used. How do you surprise the audience by doing something different with a predictable line? And he was brilliant at doing something completely unexpected with a line like that, making what no tea into a don't mess with me sort of line, you know. We could talk for we need to talk more comprehensively about Tom Baker's performance in this story, and of course about the scenes with Davros.
It's very much a match of wits, isn't it? There,
which are you know, fundamental to the story. Let me just try and find this clip.
I think there's always this wonderful point of view from Davros that he has intellectual respect for the Doctor, doesn't he? He sees him as like, if we were born if we led different lives, we could have been friends, really. And I think that's a point you often see people on.
Well, I love that, but this is what's
saying,
this is what's
we've just
brilliant.
got these political differences. Why can't we still be friends? And it's like, well, your political differences are sometimes rather serious ones that negate some people's very existence.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of it's a tricky political difference to get over. Is somebody who wants to exterminate everybody else in the universe? That's going to get in the way of the tea, isn't it?
Just a little bit. Yeah.
What's brilliant about this, the writing and Wish's performance, is that he's as far as Davros is concerned, and you see interviews or hear interviews with people on the right. They think, I'm going to say this before, that they think they're right. They think equality is immoral, and that when he says, when the Daleks have become that. There's a wonderful moment of historical arrogance. History will show, he says. There's that sort of that this is axiomatically true throughout all eternity. History will show races cannot cooperate with each other. One race has to predominate and ruthlessly suborn all the races, and then you will have peace. And he believes this. That is his. It's a sacred belief that's the meaning of peace. And it's a word he keeps saying, isn't it? So recurringly saying when he's giving the formula to the Thals, talking about peace. And obviously he's selling them a load of bullshit. But there's something in that scene. But when he speaks to the Doctor about his notion of how you find peace, the writing is brilliant. It's all fascist Nazi rhetoric, but it's also Michael Wish's playing of it with complete what did you say the origin of the name of Davros was? The musical maestro.
Yeah, musical maestro.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that and how there's of course, that's amusing in itself in the real world, but there's a musicality to Michael Wish's performance. There's so many, it's so subtle, and it goes, obviously there's the extraordinary rants, and there's listening to them,
electric quality, isn't it, that really cuts through the air.
But when he's talking to, when he's like he's purring a lot of the time. When he's all that the scene with Mogren, that's there's something so sort of eerily gentle about it, isn't there? That sort of and seductive.
Almost a suaveness, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
It feels like almost a hint of a wounded puppy when he's like, "It will be difficult, but it will be done."
There were two elderly relations of mine, my grandmother and my Auntie Noni, who were both. Auntie Noni was further right, about 1,000 parsecs further right than Margaret Thatcher. She was what my dad called a terrible old Tory, Auntie Noni. And she used to remind me of Davros. In that there's lines where he says, "What's the line with continue in it?" I've got it here somewhere. I can't reach the notes. I think it must be. Is it the Mogren scene? What episode is that in? Is that episode 3?
The Mogren
that is,
scene.
isn't it?
I think it's that's episode 3, isn't it? Because it's before they go to the Thal city themselves, isn't it? Because that obviously ends with the Doctor there getting electrocuted.
Yes. Yeah. Let me see.
I can't think of any line that's got continue in it. I'm sure there is one there. It's not coming to me.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is it episode? Oh, it is episode 3, isn't it? The Mogren scene.
Yeah, it's definitely episode 3, Mogren. Because they're still captured, the Doctor and Harry, at the end of episode 2, or they've just got out, haven't they? It's
the episode 6 scene is continue. It's when it's the Garman. It's the last scene with Garman.
When he's trying to convince everyone to come over to his side still.
Yeah. Which is extraordinary, isn't it? Because there he is. There's a bunch of men with guns. They've basically taken over, and yet he's still managing to manipulate them. The charisma of the character and the sort of rhetorical ability that using language and just sheer magnetic personality to get his own way.
He's
nice
never
parallel
worried.
to Tom's Doctor, isn't it? Because Tom's always using that sort of beguiling charm.
Say again.
It's a bit like Tom's Doctor, really, because
he's like the anti. He's like the
charm.
anti-Tom, isn't he? He's the evil. I can't find that scene. It just always reminded me of my Auntie Noni used to.
And in this, he's like, at least in Genesis, not so much Destiny. He's the villain that the Doctor couldn't defeat. Davros ultimately defeats himself in a way through his own creation of the Dalek. But in a way, he beats the Doctor
Oh yeah.
Or at least the Doctor never
Well,
actually gets to defeat him.
yeah, one of the great things about this story is the fact that the Doctor doesn't succeed, and I like that it's a challenge that's actually beyond him.
Yeah.
And then at one point it's a challenge that is actually beyond, or seems to be about to be beyond, his own ethical viewpoint, or he's not sure. Sometimes you'll see people talking about the "do I have the right" scene, as though he decides not to. He doesn't decide not to.
No, he doesn't.
He's saved from having to make a decision. First of all, by God, and then he does make a decision and goes back and does it, with a little help from a Dalek. But that's another extract in the book, but we'll get to that a bit later, I think.
Yeah, I know. Sam, Mr. Monk Hatcher said more story time with Stephen, please.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Bless him.
Yeah, there is.
Well, right. Well, I'll do. Yeah, I'm going to do the Have I the Right scene, which of course Terence does brilliantly. Deals with brilliantly. That mask. Let's talk about the Davros, the Friedlander mask. It's so good now. I think even now, it's and Maloney. There's times that the first time he goes really close. I think that it's when he says, "I can and will." That scene with Nida, and Maloney goes massively close, and you go, "Wow, that's bold with that mask," but it sustains.
Pays off,
yeah,
and
especially on the teeth as well.
You go so close, and it's good enough to sustain an extreme close-up. It's probably the most effective monster design, for my money, certainly in the classic series. I can't really speak for the uses of latex in the 21st century.
I think it's helped so much that Michael Wisher is very still in it as well.
That's another thing.
Never trying to overexpress. No. It all comes down to the voice and the little movements within it.
Every movement's planned, I think.
Yeah, and obviously
like
he through the rehearsals had the bag over his head, which had Tom Baker in stitches,
and Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes,
and wearing a kilt as well,
which was and a kilt. I mean, it must have been hilarious and very supportive of them all to piss themselves laughing at him. But anyway,
I mean, he was smoking underneath
and smoking under the bag,
smoke coming out of the bag. But the commitment there, the method acting of that to get used to how he would have to act.
And that's why it absolutely pays off, because as I said, not only David Warner was spectacularly impressed by that, but everybody I've ever shown that story to who wasn't particularly a Doctor Who fan, they're always blown away by the performance, what it looks like, the voice, the subtlety, all the ways in which he's all the light and shade in it. And the stillness. There's moments where you go, there's nothing like an actor doing nothing like when they're doing everything. The bit when he comes out after the meeting with the Thals, and he's so still in the chair when after Nida said to him, "Do you think they believe you?" And he says, "It's unimportant whether they believe me or not. They'll do it anyway because they're so craven for victory." And when they do, Nida, when they do, and then the Thals come out, and it's just so wonderful how still he is. But yet it's not, immobile.
He's got a brilliant poker face.
It's there's just so much power without doing anything at all. And let's just segue a moment and talk about how brilliant Peter Miles is.
First, I think there was something Ben wanted to say about the mask, or
Ben?
specifically the eye, wasn't there?
Obviously Russell took a lot of inspiration from Genesis with the Time War and all that sort of stuff, but it's interesting how Davros's sort of eye, the blue light, became an integral part to Russell's Dalek design, and I think that's
that's interesting.
Nice parallel.
I'd never thought of that.
Watching that.
I hadn't
thought of it either until Ben mentioned it earlier.
I'd never bloody thought of that. How fascinating! Yeah.
So maybe when classic fans were watching Dalek, they thought, "Oh, is this Davros?" But it kind of you get a bit.
Oh, when
It's
it's
too.
the light
It's not.
in the dark.
It's not that. Yeah. It's quite a while, isn't it? The light in the dark. Well, no. I think that we all knew that Dalek was going to be about a Dalek.
Yeah.
And
the one-word title.
We'd all seen the leaked photo of the the gold Dalek and all the bling jokes that were going around in the months before. You as kids wouldn't be aware of this, would you? So the way the media was. So the build up. So yeah, everybody knew that the Daleks were coming back because I think a photo of the Dalek in the sprinkler set, that whether all that wherever that is,
yeah,
you know what I mean, with the electric.
The hangar sort of area.
Yeah, there was a photo. That was a photo of the Dalek there. I remember my first thought was gold. No, I wanted them to. Obviously, I wanted them to look like the Genesis of the Daleks, but now of course they're great. The new series Daleks, where they were at that time. But I'd be interested at some point to hear your defense of the Paradigm Daleks, but that's not for tonight. But as we've established, no opinion is wrong or inadmissible. Unless somebody thinks it is, in which case they're right as well.
Paradox of opinions.
Paradox. Tolerance of intolerance. Intolerance of tolerance. Oh.
So it's like it's going back to Davros, isn't it? With how can you be intolerant of my point of view?
Exactly.
It's okay to be intolerant of other people.
But these are the creeds of cowards. The ones that will listen to 1,000 viewpoints and try to satisfy them all. Achievement comes from absolute power, and power through strength. They have lost. Sometimes, it's a terrible admission. Sometimes I'm watching Genesis Daleks, I think, God, he's great, isn't he, Davros? Wouldn't it be great? If you had that, so if you could actually, lay aside your, our sort of liberal, compassionate views, if you could actually sort of succumb to that sort of mentality, But that's the greatness of this story. He played because the writing's so good, and because Michael Wisher plays it from Davros's point of view, and as far as Davros is concerned, he's right. There are times when that makes this such a powerful episode, because you see in the seductive nature of somebody like Davros how appealing right-wing politics are when everything goes on. You see why Hitler came to power in Germany. Because when everything's gone horribly wrong, somebody really charismatic. I think there was another review on the internet where the fan was going, "Oh, why don't they realize that he's really evil?" And you go, but because in a desperate war-torn situation like that, people think there's this genius scientist who's got these answers, and when he explains his philosophy, he sounds so plausible. You go, oh yeah, actually, and that's. Yeah. One of the greatnesses of this story.
Got like a sympathetic story in a way, hasn't he? The Thals did this to him. They've destroyed his body, left him in a wheelchair, yet he's still fighting on.
Yeah, well, I suppose there's an element where I was watching it the other night and I thought, oh, this is interesting. Can you imagine any of the earlier Doctors or many of the later Doctors being quite as brutal as when Tom grabbed his arm and he's got his gritted teeth? And he's basically having an arm wrestle with a poor old cripple,
It's like you think he could just snap the arm clean.
I feel like Series 8 Capaldi could with like the half face man.
Well, I think and that look that Capaldi gives to the camera is in no uncertain terms, as far as I'm concerned, is that I pushed the bastard off. I don't think there's any ambiguity there. I think that's a don't mess look. But I think there's Capaldi.
It's a no tea Harry look.
It's a no tea. And I think Capaldi rightly, as every right-thinking fan does, but it's fine to not like Tom Baker. Venerates the Hinchcliffe Tom, and there's a lot of that in the Capaldi performance. I think that's that sort of capacity for ruthlessness when it's necessary.
There's that wonderful, almost playful line of "I mean it, Davros." The next time that button gets pressed, it stays.
Yeah. I mean, there's moments. There's that thing of Tom Baker being able to turn on a sixpence or a dime, depending on where you're from or how old you are, from from light-hearted, charming to absolutely deadly was that which is a moment that I'd sort of forgotten about. And he does this. There's a recurring thing in this story where he comes around a corner. His head comes around the corner with this sort of expectant. And in later stories, of course, he'd be coming round the corner. You know, he might as well be coming around the corner with a in a clown's car or whatever. He'd be doing everything on the planet to sort of to make the scene as funny as possible. But it's all contained here, and he comes on, and there's this sort of quizzical, funny look on his face as his head comes around the corner, expectant, with a little smile playing on his lips. Anyway, he comes around the corner after that, the Davros giving away the formula scene, and it's that James Bond line, isn't it? Can you help me? I'm a spy. And then he brutally bangs their heads together with this, and he grits his teeth, you know. And there's that sort of, again, this Doctor is not a pacifist.
Yeah.
You know,
you almost wonder how he got that close.
Desires peace, yes, wants peace, but you can't always. And that's another fascinating thing about this, isn't it? That Garman discovers that you can't have a bloodless revolution. You know, we wanted.
It's going right back to the Daleks, isn't it?
Again,
how,
yeah.
How pacifism only works when everyone feels the same way.
And that's another fascinating thing about this story that I think it was discussing with you at some point, Luke. The parallel between the Dalek scene with persuading the Thals not to be pacifists because they have to fight the Daleks, and how that sort of compares to this. Because this story, the Thals don't need to be persuaded away from pacifism. The Thals are as militaristic. That isn't part of this story, but there is another way in which it's very interesting. That in the Daleks, when they're trying to persuade the Thals to fight the Daleks, to abandon pacifism, and it's interesting, isn't it, in itself, that a program that's very associated with an attitude of non-violence, its defining first story becomes political as making the case for war, that there's times when war is absolutely essential. So we think of when people say lazily mindedly, although it's all right to have a lazy-minded opinion, honest. No, but it's when they say, "Oh, it's Doctor Who's about pacifism." Well, no, the first story is about pacifism. When you're faced with the Daleks, who are the Nazis, because they're Terry Nation and everybody who grew up in the war and fought in the war, the lesson that had to be learned was don't do the Neville Chamberlain Munich thing. The appeasement. When there's a Hitler on the scene, you've got to fight the bastards. So pacifism, and so the whole point of the Daleks, what is the Daleks about? It's about saying to pacifists, fine, let's all just slit our wrists actually, because they're going to come out and kill you anyway. It doesn't work, and so that story is about making the case for, which is echoed down the years. It's echoed in Patrick Troughton's most famous speech, "There are some corners of the universe which have bred the most terrible things that act against everything we believe. They must be fought."
Indeed.
Which is, there's no pacifist statement there.
Yeah, and I think people mistake the Doctor's aversion to guns, which is more of a new series thing, really. He's not always going around with guns in the classic series, but it's never really outright stated that he's.
Well, one of my objections to the bloody Williams era is, what is K9 but a bloody little gun on wheels? Doesn't carry guns. He's not carrying it. He's there on wheels beside him. This little irritating torpedo.
And the Doctor's often coming up with inventive ways to essentially kill his enemies, like in Seeds of Death, the sunbeam gun thing, solar whatever it is, dishes that he's got. It's just a more efficient gun.
It's interesting on the Who's Doctor Who documentary that Melvin Bragg in parentheses, and he said the Doctor is a moral character, but he's never shown any inclination towards pacifism. Is a statement. And yes, and then they cut to the clip of Hartnell in Dark Invasion of Earth saying, "No, Tyler, I never take life unless my own is immediately threatened." That was brilliant, wasn't it? I should play William Hartnell. I just sounded exactly like him, didn't I? And don't mention the war machine. it's interesting. It's that. Yeah, no, we had to kill those people because they were going to kill us. But no, don't gratuitously just shoot that bloke who's down there now. You know,
Poor Ogron.
Enough already. Well, but that's fine. The Ogron's terrifying, and they were attacking the house. I've got no problem with the shooting of that Ogron, and Pertwee looks great with the ray gun. But anyway, he poisons Solon with the cyanide gas, flinging Greel into the distillation chamber.
Then shot
there's quite a bit of force behind that fling as well.
It's real. There's moments with a real, that phrase I like, demonic ferocity in Tom, and Terrence Dick saying he wanted Tom to face Barusa because he's the only doctor he believed could actually go to the bad, and that makes him fascinating because you can see he knows his power, but he's chosen to be a force for good. But within him is the potential not to be, and I like the whole stuff, all the stuff that Barry Letts introduced of the Doctor being greedy. He's as his quest for scientific knowledge is in danger of threatening his morality. And leads to, well, is the Pertwee Doctor responsible for all the whole thing in Planet of Spiders?
I think that's his character arc, isn't it? That he's longing to be out there in the stars, his quest for knowledge. Ultimately, that undoes him in the end, doesn't it? Really?
Yeah, I suppose it's sort of like if he hadn't gone there in the Green Death, then the Great One would have got that.
Would have had it anyway,
herself, and then would have ended up destroying herself without the Doctor's intervention. Yeah,
right. So, is the spider that becomes friends with Lupton? Is she doing it on behalf of the Great One, or is she acting on her own?
I think she had her own agenda, didn't she?
The Queen Spider at first, wasn't it? Because that council has their own plans. Right. They sort of worship the Great One, but don't seem to really
all praise to the Great One.
Yeah, the Great One's more just sees them as a means to an end, really.
That was another line we used to, because this is all the kids. I've told you that everyone used to chant on what we thought was on Manny Paddy Hum in the playground, but there were loads of and everywhere, because the stories that were repeated became better known because that was repeated the following Christmas. But there were lines that loads of kids knew, like "This man is stupid." That was kids used to go around saying that,
I think is it Kismet Delgado who plays that spider?
Well, she does the Queen. She plays the Queen. I think which is the weakest voice. I think she doesn't sound. She never. I remember being disappointed to not finding her voice scary. Isan Churchman does the one with Lupton. I think that's very effective. Who's also Alpha Centauri. And the Great One which is I think is one of the scariest voices in the whole of history of Doctor Who is a Scottish actress called Maureen Morris, who'd been in loads of films and stuff before that. That's just very powerful. That standoff with Pertwee. This is the Planet of the Spiders stream, isn't it?
Yeah.
It all flows into it in the end.
It's all the same thing, really, isn't it? It's all. How long have we done tonight?
2 hours. 40
oh well, that's right. We've got ages to go. That's right. So I hadn't finished what I was saying. I hadn't finished what I was saying. So I was talking about the Daleks being, the as much as anything else, the Daleks is Terry Nation saying no appeasement, no Munich agreement, fight Hitler, fight the Nazis. It's the same. Fight the Daleks is the same thing, and it's very interesting that the voice thrusting that argument in the Daleks is in the book. It's all Ian in the Whittaker's book, and book is great, but I think it's not as interesting as in the televised episode. In the televised episode, Chesterton is he's half-heartedly first trying to persuade the Thals, sort of meet him, and he comes back. He said, "I'm not just getting through to them. I don't think it's right to try and challenge their belief system, whatever." And it's Barbara who I think in that first series, Barbara Wright, is the central relationship between Doctor and companion in the early stories of Doctor Who. Is Chesterton does all the action stuff, but intellectually, he's not very active at all. It's between the Doctor and Barbara. It's in The Edge of Destruction. The TARDIS makes Ian and Susan, renders them effectively useless. They become sort of, psychopathic zombies.
Yeah.
But the Doctor and Barbara are left by the TARDIS to sort it out. Why the TARDIS doesn't just put a readout on the scanner saying the fluid link, that's not the fluid link, it's the fast return switch is jammed.
Yeah.
Rather than giving them melting the clocks and showing them pictures. But it's Barbara who comes up with the answer, and it's Barbara in the Aztecs, of course, who is she's the protagonist of the Aztecs, and it's a debate between the Doctor and Barbara in that story. She's the only character in the French Revolution story, which I used to think was called Land of Fear, because that was the first title. It's called the Reign. She's the only one, because and what's disappointing about the French Revolution story is that it doesn't address in any way that the year of the Reign of Terror, there was the Reign of Terror, but they also emancipated the Jews they were the first government in Europe to emancipate the Jews. They abolished slavery. None of that. It's ignored. It's just like the evil French people. They never played, with a square wicket, those Frenchies, and it's only Barbara who there's one scene where she says, Ian, these people have values. Has it not occurred to you that in their minds they're right? And that's the only sensible bloody speech in the whole story. It's just a shoddy remake of the Scarlet Pimpernel. It's one of the few Hartnell stories that I find hard to watch, because I think it's a really missed opportunity, and particularly when they say the French Revolution is the first Doctor's favourite period. It's just it's a shame that it wasn't more intelligently dealt with. But anyway, the point being, it's Barbara. There's a dialectic. There's a discussion between the Hartnell Doctor and the Barbara Doctor, and it's she that sort of shows him the more humanistic way, and it's the recurrent debates. She's the most interesting character. Ian Chesterton's fine, he's great, he gets to do the fighty stuff, and there's some nice sort of bits of humor and being called every name but his own name. But again, in the Daleks, he hasn't got through to them, and he thinks, and she's Barbara. She's the central. The improvement mentality she's about here. She wants to reduce the barbarism of the Aztecs. She tells them. She says, we've got to tell them they have to fight. And it's her line. She says that they're going to come out. They're going to come out and get them and get us. We have to persuade them. And it's very interesting that she's given that much agency. How when people how progressive the series was, or in terms of. But it's very interesting that the Doctor and Barbara become intellectual equals, allies, saying if you don't nip the problem in the bud, it'll come back and bite you later. And it's Barbara vociferously saying we've got to convince them, and it's that then impels or gives Ian the idea to go and play the trick with Dione, but the thrust of it's coming from Barbara. And it's interesting that in Genesis of the Daleks, the point I'm making here is that the role of the freedom fighter is the only woman on Skaro, it seems. So Mr. TARDIS, in his view, said she must be popular. The only woman in the whole story, Harriet. Where's Harriet Philpin? Tom keeps on the commentary. Another not very nicely written and played character, but she's the fighter, and she leads the resistance movement. So again, the idea of the stories of pacifist statements, it's an anti-war story, but also you see the Doctor says you've got to start a resistance. You haven't got to start a pacifist movement. You've got to fight them. So wars destroy the society, yes, but and Garman learns, you can't have a bloodless revolution. You have to fight violent and equipped. Powerful combatants have to be fought with power, strength, and equipment. It's unavoidable.
That both Thals and Khalid's are as bad as each other in this story at first. The way that they are both seen as xenophobic. They're both fighting this war for the wrong.
I mean, it's interesting because we learn nothing about the Thal's politics, do we? All we know is that they're militaristic and they use slave labor, and they're prepared to expose their slaves to something that's dystronic toxemia. That's a really good sort of bit of psychobabble, isn't it? It sounds really nasty, doesn't it? Dystronic toxemia. But we don't. We learn nothing about their culture at all, do we? You know,
that's true.
You know, if they had another 4 episodes, as Terry Nation said, it would be nice. They could have depicted the Thals. They got a Stalin who was a bastard as well. You know, so you could have how the left wing goes wrong, was, you know, a sort of parallel with the evils, the worst excesses of the Soviet Union. But that'd be too complicated too much. It's a story about the right wing, about Nazism. So we've got a world that has just degenerated into, we assume, an equally nasty right wing culture. They're just not lucky enough to have a Davros.
Well, they thought they were at one point when he came over to
at one point.
Briefly.
Yes, that's right. But it's interesting that they cast, you know, the actor who plays the Thal. He's not given a name, is he? Thal Leader. Is he just called Thal Leader?
I think, is he called like the governor or something like that?
The governor.
It's quite a cherry fab.
But he's sort of has a sort of he's also in the War Games, that actor.
He's just credited as Thal politician.
Thal politician, yeah. But they've cast an actor who seems quite. He's again rather decent chap, isn't he? You know. And so, but we don't get any sense of what the specifics of the
Michael Lynch.
It was Michael Lynch, yeah. But it's interesting that Terry Nations made the only people who win in this story really are or come out okay are Betan and Severin, aren't they?
They get a happy handshake goodbye at the end.
And Betan is probably the most sort of positive depiction of a person on that planet, isn't she? Because we get nice people like Ronson and Garman, but they meet a sticky end. And I think I always think, oh God, you're so wet, Garman. You know, how could you possibly? But then when we talk about Peter Miles, about being taken in by Peter Miles.
But I mean,
how can you be naive in that society, in that war-torn world, to believe you could have a bloodless revolution? Sort of, I know Nation's trying to make a point about the desirability of peace, but it does make Garman look like a bit of a twit.
I suppose maybe he's been sheltered for too long in the bunker.
Well, I suppose he's a bit of an echo chamber. He's a scientist, not a he's a bit naive, isn't he?
But it's interesting with Betan how she still becomes an antagonistic force in a way, because she's there almost locking the Doctor in the bunker.
Well, I know, and that she's but there's also nice piece again, sort of an interesting piece of writing there that you know, the real she's probably a really good resistance leader, because she knows that you have to be ruthless to fight bastards like that. You again that sense of having to be to be the antagonist to evil. You have to sort of you can't be
a Garman.
You can't be too gentle with it, you know. So no, I know, you know, that it means blowing them up as well, but the greater good is sealing the Daleks in the bunker for a length of at least 1,000 yards. The Dalek says they must be Dalek yards. Or it should say Earth yards, because they sometimes say that when they say Earth miles in Dalek Invasion of Earth, don't they? They say Earth miles.
They sort
just
yeah.
just so we
They're
know
not
what
very
they're
good
talking about.
colonizers, are they? They adopt the local.
They do. That's well.
terminology
It was.
They've got
rather than
rels.
choosing their
It was
own.
Rels, wasn't it? That's right.
Yeah.
It was Rels. So they have Rels in the revived series.
Yeah.
They do. They do have Rels. Yeah, that's right. Of course they do. Yeah.
In fact, I think it's probably more popular in the revived series, isn't it? 'Cause I
It
feel like
is.
it
Yeah.
gets
that's
Well,
right.
I don't know. The
after.
Rels was in the Terry Nation's 60s Dalek books, but it wasn't actually in the. I don't think it was ever in the classic series Rels.
Wasn't it in the Daleks,
was-
the original one,
Is it?
when the countdown, or is?
Oh God, I'm going to look like a right fraud if I don't know
thought it
whether the
was,
Rels.
maybe
Maybe
not.
there are Rels in the Daleks. Oh God. Ask the chat.
like they are.
Chat, does anybody know if Rels were
Yeah, anybody can
referenced in? How is the chat going? But we haven't finished. Just let me say, what's most also was interesting. I think I told you this week about the Genesis of the Daleks finished on April or whatever it was, a Saturday,
The 12th, wasn't it?
and then so the following Wednesday, what starts at 9:00 in the evening? What new series starts and who was it written by?
Or was it Survivors?
Survivors, right?
Yeah. That's it.
And it's the very first episode of Survivors, and the principal character, played by Carolyn Seaman. Have you listened to any Big Finish Survivors, or have you ever seen Survivors?
No.
Survivors is brilliant. I think I think it must have been Easter holidays or something. Yeah, it could have been, couldn't it? April, because I was allowed to stay up and watch it. I was going, oh please, let me stay up this thing, but it's new science fiction series written by Terry Nation who invented the Daleks. And they let me stay up to 9:00. God knows how, because when I was barely 7. It must have been the Easter holidays.
Yeah,
And seeing the first episode and just, have you ever seen it?
No, I've not.
I've
No.
seen like, clips of it, but never watched an episode.
It's got one of the great title sequences.
Yeah.
Have you seen the title sequence?
Yeah, I have.
With the, with the stamps on it. But so you have seen the title sequence.
Yeah.
And so Survivor starts, and the principal character, the Karen Seymour character, she's very beautiful, Karen Seymour, but she's got very sort of long, middle class woman in the 70s hair. And in order to become the leader of Survivor, she cuts all her hair at the end, symbolically at the end of the episode. And I remember thinking, the first thing I thought, then I said, oh, she looks like that woman in Genesis of the Daleks, and she does look remarkably like the Harriet Philpin with the short hair. So there's some nice link there between Terry Nation, accidentally the look of the actress or the haircut, but a sort of link between Terry Nation's writing empowered female characters. That the main character in Survivors is a woman, and when she left after the first series, and it instantly became deeply uninteresting because she was the most interesting character in it.
How many series did it go for in? Was it 3?
3, I think. I think the first, for me, and people who love series 2 and 3 of Survivors, you're right as well. But for me,
no, where this is going.
But for me, series 1 is the best. It's brilliant. I think it's brilliant, and there's some really, really.
Did Terry Nation write it throughout as well? Or was it
tell you what else is in
where
it?
he did
Telfrin Thomas is in it, and there's an episode where Telfrin Thomas, you know who I'm talking about, don't you? Telfrin Thomas, come on, Telfrin Thomas.
No.
I've got. You never listen to a word I say. I've forgotten who Telfrin Thomas is. No, he's Mullins.
You never listen to a word you say.
I don't listen. I wasn't here. I've never been here.
Are you here now?
There's something very funny. There's something very funny going on up here. You buy stories, and it says, "Stop winding, man." He's the miner. He's got to stop.
And he's Evans in.
Is he Evans? Who's the one who? Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Evans.
Ooh, going for a walk, are we?
A Welshman called Evans. That's unusual, isn't it? Yeah, and Mr. Cheeseman. Don't you remember? We've had this discussion about him in bloody Dad's Army.
Oh, yeah.
Driver, I am C.
That's right. Yeah. Why the hell am I? Oh, yeah. He's one of the main characters in the Survivors. He's this. But there's an episode where there's a character who's sort of, as they would have said in the old days, simple, intellectually challenged or whatever, and he's sort of very naive. And they managed to they've
like Tommy in
he's like Tommy.
Planet of the Spiders.
That's right, exactly.
Because that's Doctor Who. I always need a Doctor Who comparison with these things.
Pretty, yeah, exactly. Tommy like you, Sarah Jane Smith. That's I think I would have turned into Tommy if I'd met Elizabeth Sladen in the 70s. I think I just would have melted. What's the bloody point of this? Oh yeah, so there's this episode where they think they deserve a bit of a party, the survivors, and because they by this point they've sort of taken over this sort of large, what was a mansion house, and they decide to, for the first time, they've brought in a harvest or whatever, and they've got booze, and there's a young, very attractive young character, and during the course of the party, at some point, she's raped and murdered, and we know that it's Telfrin Thomas who's done it. He's got drunk and couldn't, but the blame falls on the simple character. It's like I don't think Telfrin Thomas is framed, but he doesn't let him be unframed, as it were. It just looked like it was him, but it wasn't. And so they decide what they're going to do with this young bloke, and they decide they're going to invoke. This is talking about the necessity of ruthlessness or politics going further. They invoke the death penalty. They think, well, we and they kill him. And at the end, they discover that it wasn't him; it was the Telfrin Thomas character. And it's such a spectacularly powerful and grueling piece of drama. And when the pandemic happened, I was showing my son Sam the Survivors, and he was loving it, absolutely loving it. And then we got to this episode, we got to the end of this, and he turned to me at the age of 10 or 8. You told me this was appropriate for children. In that way that children can be quite puritanical.
Yeah.
You think they're sort of slightly...
They can almost tell you off.
Slightly offended that they've used, but also dead pleased that they've actually been shown something that they probably shouldn't have seen. And also, of course, let's not forget when we're talking about women in these dramas, it's Sarah who's putting the sort of "you can't be a bloody pacifist" point to the Doctor, isn't it? In the Have I the Right scene?
Yeah, she is.
And poor old Harry there, who's just left like a spare lemon waiting to be squeezed, doesn't have any input in that scene at all. And in the book, Terence removes Harry altogether from the scene, so it starts to become more like season 13. But it's her saying, "Pardon."
What's he
I can't
doing?
remember. I can't remember now. But just a minute. Let me have a look. Where's Harry? Yeah, Tom's very funny on the commentary, because Sarah says to him, "Think of all the suffering there'll be if you don't do it," and Tom says, "Ian's suffering so much he can't speak." Harry helped me out, Sarah. She dashed in. Harry grabbed the other, and they heaved him free of the pool. Let's go. Through all seems to Harry slammed the door behind them. No, he is there. He's just he doesn't give him any. It's as though he's not there. He's not mentioned. Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to read it?
Now's as good a time as any.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because we've been talking about the morals of it all, haven't we? So...
Well, before I do that, I want to remind you of the origins of this morality.
Yeah.
Right. Which seemed sort of. I remember when it was repeated, thinking, "Oh, that's an amazing sort of philosophical idea, isn't it?" The idea of and it is beautifully played by Tom Baker and beautifully written, and it asks the question of us, doesn't it? That's why it's powerful. It's have either right, but
It's another fourth wall break.
It's almost, isn't it? He doesn't obviously break the fourth, but it's so close, that close up, and he's so he sort of burns through the screen with it. But Terry Nation got it from Dostoevsky in The Brothers Karamazov. There's a short story within the novel called The Grand Inquisitor. And the Grand Inquisitor's sort of quasi-satanic, and then he talks to Christ, and who's like the Tom figure, as it were, if we're making the analogy between this story and that one, and the Grand Inquisitor is like all sorts of powerful leaders, or Caesar or Davros, if you like. But there's two parallels in this story. So this is from The Brothers Karamazov. Imagine that it is you yourself who are erecting the edifice of human destiny with the aim of making men happy and giving them peace and contentment at last. But that to do that, it is absolutely necessary to torture to death only one tiny creature. Would you consent to the architect to be the architect on those conditions? So that's where Nation's inspiration was, from that scene, the Brothers Karamazov, which is a similar sort of philosophical conundrum, isn't it? And then there's another sort of one that sounds familiar, which is the Grand Inquisitor, who's the evil character, who says a world state and universal peace. This is when he's assumed the mantle of the dictator. A world state and universal peace will have been founded when I have taken on the mantle of the dictator. A world state and universal peace will have been founded. Then men will no longer rise in rebellion nor exterminate one another, but we will all be at peace. So that's the Davros point of view, and they're both in that section of Brothers Karamazov. And there's another Dostoevsky reference I noticed the other day in Dalek's Master Plan. And I can't remember what it is now, but that's interesting. So he's drawing on this these ideas from this great. Have you ever read any Dostoevsky? Have you encountered it? It's a bloody amazing stuff.
No.
I've heard of it, but yeah, never looked into.
But
it.
let's go. So let's have this then. So. Okay.
Get ready for more story time, Mr. Bonk.
No, it's story time with the cactus version of me, because the real me is in that chronic hysteresis. What can you think of any Meglos lines?
Nope.
What does he say at the? You haven't watched it that often, have you?
No, I've not seen it. I don't think Ben has either.
Okay.
Oh, we mustn't keep the whatever it is waiting. What is that race?
Oh, the Zolfathion. No, the Tygellans.
Yeah, that's it. We mustn't keep the Tygellans waiting.
Does Tom say that?
Yeah, but it's Meglos Tom. But it's when he's
right.
Tom, not Cactus Tom.
There's a famous line that an old actor has in that, but he delivers it like he can barely remember it and he can't be bothered to say it. It's the one about he holds the threads of the universe together and mends them when they break. Are you familiar with that quotation?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Is he the one who's like friends with the Doctor?
Yeah, Diedrich.
Yeah.
Is he called Diedrich, or is Diedrich the younger character?
I think Diedrich might be the younger character.
Yeah. He's got Diedrich one of the with this sort of ridiculous wig on. There's there's a young male character, young female character. Anyway, never mind.
Yeah, so like both the males and the females with that same wig, don't they?
No, he's not. He's Zaster. He's called Zaster. He's the one that isn't Barbara Wright. Jacqueline Hill.
He's the more moderate one, isn't he?
He's the because she's like a religious fanatic, isn't she? And he's the sort of the wise old scientist.
Praise be to Ty.
Isn't it? Thanks be to Ty. Was it praise be? Hang on a minute. What is it?
I think it's praise be. But I think there is a thanks.
Isn't it thanks be? Thanks be to Ty. Should we do 6 hours on Meglos one time?
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yeah. Once you're out of your chronic history.
Actually, I need to use the lavatory. I'm afraid. So I'm not going to pretend I'm going to do something else. I'll be. Can you talk amongst yourselves, you two?
Yeah.
I think
Lose the power of
we
it.
usually
Actually,
manage it.
I might just go. Actually, I've had enough. Right, bye. Sorry, I'm going to have to go now. I'd never do that ever.
No.
Right. Bye.
Let us know in the chat if you're enjoying this. We're now 3 hours in.
Yeah, 3 hours into Genesis, and yeah, I think we're doing splendidly.
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying myself.
Yeah, it's just nice just to enjoy talking about this and trying to find something new about Genesis, because I think that's the key. Has
Yeah, I
everything
think-
been said about Genesis? And
Yeah.
I think tonight we found out that there is more to say than it is a monolith of a story, and it is one of the key cornerstones in the show's history. And you know, like Stephen
much
says,
so.
it transcends Doctor Who.
Yeah, it's sort of a monolith of
Yes, it
way,
is.
isn't it? And yeah, I mean, Stephen said himself before this that he very much wants to prove people wrong who say that, you know, there's nothing more to say about Genesis, that everything has been said. So that's what we're going however many hours we end up going for in order to prove that wrong, to find something new to say about Genesis,
And
rather than just hand waving it away as, well, it's Genesis, it's great, isn't it? Onto
yeah, which you can
Revenge
easily
of the
do.
Cybermen. Yeah.
You
And
know,
it's great that after that first stream on season 12, we now get to go into even more depth with this, really.
and I don't think however long we go on for will do it justice.
No.
We'll always just scratch the surface of it, really.
Yeah, second time around, like total of about 5.5 hours, maybe.
Yeah.
And we're still finding new and exciting things to discuss in terms of Genesis, and there's still so much to say tonight.
Yeah. And I don't think we're over
Hello.
this yet.
Hello,
Hello.
my dude
Hello.
bros.
Hello.
I'm going to treat this as the
Broskies.
interval section now. And
You know what?
I'm
You
going
your ice
to
cream.
pop off to the Lord.
Well, you go and this is the go and have a pee while I read this. No, I'll wait until you come back.
Yeah, you and Ben can talk amongst yourselves now,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then me and you, Stephen, will talk about.
Yeah.
I'll go and get my little ice cream.
Yeah, because I think you may need to avail yourself at some point, Ben, unless you've got a
I
catheter.
hope you enjoyed your clotted cream ice cream, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
absolutely. Sam Cactus.
Sam Meglos.
You see, I think. Well, I love. Do you? What are your feelings about season 18? While we're talking about Megalos, have you got a favourite story? Legopolis, possibly? Did you say that?
Well, I think State of Decay, because I think it's a perfect blend of Hinchcliffe and the New Vision. I feel.
Right. I mean,
think
I don't dislike any story in that season, I have to say. I even really enjoy Megalos, partly because I think Tom Baker, it's great getting him to giving him the opportunity to play a villain, because he's brilliant. There's one particularly moment, whatever that means. There's one particular moment where he's just absolutely terrifying.
I think the effect
When he says I am Meglos suddenly, and it's brilliant. And there's an instrument called a vibroslap that they use, which is that noise, the Meglos noise.
that sort of sting.
Yeah, it's called a vibroslap. It's actually, they used to use an old the jawbone of some
Yeah, was it like a jaw harp type thing?
I think so. That's, but there's the modern sort of non-organic, non-skeletal equivalents that they use now. No, I don't think so. That's okay. What is odd about the incidental music of apart from its musical elements? What is unusual?
Is it the end credits having like? Is it in a minor key?
Oh, there's something else going on. What it is that, and I always forget which one it is. I think it was the first episode is Paddy Kingsland, and the rest of it's Peter Howell, because one of them got ill, and the other one took over from the other one. So you notice that one of them's it's very Paddy Kingston, the first episode, and the rest of it's very Peter Howell. What did you were you aware when you were first seeing these stories that there's a sudden, very quite notable change of musical style in season 18? That
I was
after Dudley, it was bizarre at the time. It was quite exciting season 18 at the time, because it was like the new title sequence. The music sounded so different that I almost couldn't quite hear the tune in it. It was like, what is that? Oh yeah, it's in there somewhere, isn't it? It just seemed wildly different. Of course, we're all used to many different versions of it, but there'd only been Delia from 63 to 80. So it was as though it was unchangeable. It was mind-blowing that they could do it. It's like changing. It's like a new arrangement of Coronation Street. It ain't going to happen. It's always going to be like that. That's the theme. That's the arrangement. You can't change it. And so it was like, is this all right? And then sort of like after a couple of weeks going, actually, it is all right, actually, isn't it? Because it sort of felt very exciting.
See, I always had a fascination, and still do, I guess, when there's a new Doctor, just discovering what their theme's going to be.
What the title? Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think the Eccleston Tennant one was the strongest title sequence of the revised series, and particularly by the time you get to about Waters of Mars, and he's really giving it. There's much more sort of cellos in it, and it's more guitars. It's just harder, isn't it? And more sort of ballsy.
I think that's why Russell wanted the music so loud, so people knew it was Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, and it worked. It went. It was exciting. I could tell that was. I remember the first time I heard. It was before the episode when Mark Elstob had somehow got hold of he said, "This is the music. This is." I thought, oh, that's brilliant, because there's enough of Delia in it.
The original one was more Delia. So there's an unused one. What was used for the trailers.
Yes. Well, I remember approving, thinking, oh, it's brilliant that they've used Delia, but it's up the tempo of it, and you couldn't. I don't think you could get. Mind you, the Jodie Whittaker one's pretty slow, isn't it? Actually, but I just think it needs to be very exciting these days.
I think that the visuals matched it with Russell, because you've got the TARDIS hurtling through the vortex.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of speeding through that 3D vortex. No, that was great. It took me a while to get used to the extra elements in the Matt Smith one.
Oh, like the lightning and.
When I first saw it, it reminded me of Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The TARDIS sort of bouncing around in that sort of that spooky inverted commas tunnel. But I sort of got used to it.
It's like the danger around every corner, really. But even the time vortex is an enemy in itself.
It was a bit cartoonish, I felt that one. And then there was the second Matt Smith one, wasn't there?
Yeah, it had so many elements in it.
Yeah, and that's when the first time the face. You bring the face into the title sequence.
Yeah, and then eyebrows after that.
Because that's a funny thing, because it was just always going to have a face in it. It was always the Doctor, and we didn't know. We didn't know, because when I first saw Unearthly Child in the Five Faces and the Croissants, I was expecting the cliffhanger sting to be in it. We didn't know what the title sequence was like until the Five Faces, and when they showed Carnival of Monsters. Because I hadn't seen that Pertwee title sequence since 1974 or whatever. Yeah. It was like, oh, that's what it was like. It was just bizarre, because there was no way of seeing it. There weren't even photographs of the title sequence, apart from the photos in the Radio Times special of the last Pertwee title sequence, series 11.
Yeah.
So that they were the only sort of evidence of what the earlier anything earlier than Tom because we
See, I
couldn't.
find that quite fascinating because like that image now sort of becomes so ingrained in Doctor Who now, that sort of the red diamond vortex, as it were.
Now, yeah, absolutely. Well, because we can access everything, then everything becomes. But the red diamond. Well, it's your logo, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it become a lost thing that we didn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember that was what the Pertwee title sequence was like until Carnival of Monsters. I was like, oh god, there it is. We're just talking about revived series title sequences. Somebody said to me, "How can you go on for 6 hours?" I said, "But we're Doctor Who fans. We can talk about, we'll just go off at tangents."
I mean, there's almost 60 years worth of stuff to talk about.
You're going down a river, you meander,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've bought myself
Anything...
a rum and coke. I've been a little cheeky.
Oh, it's a Sunday night with Luke.
Yeah.
Sunday night with Luke. Is that your tipple then? Is it, Luke? Rum?
Yeah, like Sam.
Have you got your ice cream as well?
Have you got?
Well, it's got
cactus flavored ice cream
to it. So,
well, I'm gonna roll a cigarette. So that's as exciting as I get. I think that's last time.
How are you treating yourself tonight, Ben? Or is our company enough of a treat?
It's always
it's intoxicating. Intoxicating.
I'm intoxicated off Doctor Who.
I can't find the tobacco. Anybody else say anything in the chat? Or have they all gone to bed? They're waiting with bated breath for the next reading.
It's gone a little bit quiet down there.
Yeah, got the old lurkers, which is nice.
Yeah, we have still got people watching. So thank you for sticking with us this late in the day. Well, late here. If you're watching abroad, it may not.
Or watching on replay,
maybe even later.
It'll be any time.
Yeah, well, exactly. It doesn't really matter. But I don't care whether anybody's there or not now.
It's Genesis of the Daleks.
Exactly.
Hope you're enjoying this little intermission period.
Yeah. Just a minute. Hold on. Just talk again amongst yourselves. I'm just going to find something.
Right, Luke. Title sequence. Do you have a favourite?
Oh, do I have a favourite? I'm not sure actually. What one did you go for? Was it the Pertwee titles or?
I think it's got to be Russell, the first 2005, because it's the one what sort of captures you. You hurt. It's the one. Like, are you ready for an adventure? It sort of psychs you up and pumps you ready for it.
It's what draws you in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry, are you talking about the title sequence? Yeah,
we're going for our.
That's right. The gateway drug, as I call it.
Yes.
And it was always
what's your favourite title sequence then?
I suppose maybe it'd have to be the Troughton one. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. Really.
Well, is he your favourite Doctor?
Yeah, he is. So I think it might have that association with it, really.
You see, you're so, as I've said to you before, you're so lucky to have been able to see the Tomb of the Cybermen as a child, and to have been, because when it came out on VHS, I may have said this before, the hype had been so enormous, and Jeremy Bentham and people like that who wrote Doctor Who magazine and wrote loads of articles were always going on about, as though it was. I don't particularly like Citizen Kane either, but you know what I mean. This thing that was
the one
that was the television
Genesis,
the television equivalent of the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. That it was it was just beyond. It was beyond any sublime work of art that had ever been made. And then so it could never. It's a bit like putting a sticker saying the best Doctor Who story ever, and then and you watch something and go, well, okay, what's the fuss about? So it doesn't. I don't think it ever does anything. Never does anything any favors to say this is the greatest thing ever, because it can never live up to the greatest thing ever, can it? The stories that were sort of so sublime, it was worth committing suicide over was with the Tomb of the Cybermen, Evil of the Daleks, and.
Which I wonder if contributes to my disappointment with that.
With your disappointment with it, because of its reputation. Web of Fear was always highly, but that was you see, I think I got used to the fact that
it wasn't going to live up to it.
Nothing was ever going to be
back.
so amazing. So Web of Fear was very impressive because it was better than I think
Just
it
episode 4
was
alone.
better than I expected it. Well, episode 4 is a masterpiece, you know, and that's why I'd love to see the Daleks master plan, because Captain Douglas Camp. Nobody could direct a Doctor Who like Douglas Camfield.
Not even David Maloney.
Well, David Maloney's it comes in. Yeah, no, David Maloney's pretty bloody good actually. But there's sort of something about what Camfield. That's particularly that scene in Web of Fear episode 4, which is sort of the archetypal example of Douglas Camfield doing something extraordinary. That when there's did we talk about this last time? I'm repeating myself. Where there's Troughton in the middle, and Captain what's his name on one side.
Yeah, Knights. Yeah.
And it's when he does this the exposition speech. That's what when you've got Douglas Camfield and one of the great doctors, and there's an exhibition scene, an exposition scene, then it's magical. Camfield
belongs in an exhibition.
Camfield does it with Tom in The Seeds of Doom, when there's a couple of scenes when Tom's saying he's already halfway to becoming a crinoid, and when he's got his
it's that slow walk towards the camera, isn't it?
And when he's got his hand over his head on the bunk bed when she says, "What is a crinoid?" and it's that thing of going in for a really close, an extreme close-up. But you see the power of the black and white with the Troughton one when he's doing the what does he actually says? Oh no,
a cloud of mist. Only
yes,
mind and will.
I wish I could give you a precise answer. Perhaps the best way to describe it is sort of a formless, shapeless thing, floating about in space like a cloud of mist, only with a mind and will. That's it, isn't it? And it's beautifully, the angle is perfect on his face. So it's a combination of a director who really knows what to do with the camera and an actor, as
who can play up to that,
spectacularly good as Troughton his best was. And so it becomes cinematic, and because the black and white, it really does feel, it's like a film there.
Yeah. And I suppose as well, it helps that story came back at a time where restoration had really gone leaps and bounds. And so there wasn't a period where you had a VHS quality version, except for part 1. There wasn't the early DVD quality of it.
No, we were, and we hadn't got complacent about it because we'd never seen it before. So it was, and we sort of got used to the fact that however good it was never going to be as good as Jeremy Bentham claimed it was in the 80s. He was constantly using phrases, televisual masterpiece. It was so extravagant with
televisual feast.
Yeah. Should we have what Terence does with it? Have I the rights?
An audio book feast of sorts.
Here we are.
A feast for the ears.
Let's see what Terence does with this. Hold on. Can we get the lighting right here? Oh God! Look, the book's bloody full. The book was in perfect condition the other day, and now it's fallen to bits.
Been reading it too much.
It's page 38 to come out. Thankfully, we don't need page 38.
Are we all sitting comfortably?
If you are, then I shall begin when I've put page 38 back in. Okay. So this is the chapter is called Chapter 10. Decision for the Doctor.
Not the Planet of Decision.
What's that? The
one? Chase. Is it the final one? Yeah, it's the final one, isn't it? Because the penultimate's the death of Doctor Who.
The death of Doctor Who. Yeah. Perish the thought. Hang on a minute. Just having some water. I'm not having any alcohol.
No.
Not like you.
Not like you, Luke.
You're being sensible at this late hour.
Well, you know, I'll keep what few marbles I've got together just for the moment. Okay.
Maybe I'll be more entertaining drunk.
You're perfectly entertaining, Luke. Don't worry about that. I don't.
Yeah,
Don't get too entertaining. That's the worry, isn't it? You know. Okay. The doctor held onto the wire, which was now running under the door. For want of a knife, he bit through the wire with his teeth and began peeling back the protective plastic coating, revealing the gleaming metal underneath. Then he peeled off another length of wire, bared both ends, and looked round for a power source. A wall light glowed dimly nearby. In a moment, the doctor had dismantled it and fixed one end of his wire to its inner workings, sucking his fingers as blue sparks shot out. Holding the wire from the light in one hand, the wire from under the door in the other, the doctor said, "All I have to do is touch this wire to this one, and the explosives will go off." Sarah spoke impatiently. "Then what are you waiting for?" "Do I have the right?" said the doctor simply. Sarah was astonished. "To destroy the Daleks? How can you possibly doubt it? You know what they'll become." In an agonized voice, the doctor tried to explain. "It isn't so simple, Sarah. The evil of the Daleks produced counter-reactions of good. Many future worlds will stop warring among themselves, join an alliance to fight the Daleks." Sarah looked at him, unable to believe that the doctor was held up by ethical scruples at a time like this. But the doctor was perfectly serious. To him, the moral issue was real and vital. "Listen, if someone who knew the future pointed out a child to you and told you that that child would grow up totally evil, to be a ruthless dictator who would destroy millions of lives, could you then kill that child?" Sarah made a last attempt to talk sense into him. "We're not talking about some imaginary child, Doctor. We're talking about the Daleks, the most evil beings ever created. Complete your mission and destroy them. You must." The doctor stared at the gleaming wires, as though mesmerized. "I simply have to touch this to this, and generations of people might live without fear, never even hearing the word Dalek." "Then do it," urged Sarah. "Suppose it was a question of wiping out the bacteria that caused some terrible disease. You wouldn't hesitate then, would you?" The doctor looked at her solemnly. "But if I wipe out a whole intelligent life form, I'll be no better than the Daleks myself." In an agony of indecision, the doctor repeated his question. "I could destroy the Daleks here and now. But do I have the right?" There you go.
Bravo.
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how Harry's completely disappeared.
Yeah,
he's not even in the shot anymore.
It does work for it to be Sarah who's talking.
Well, of course it does, and of course it sort of fascinatingly sort of points the way for season 13, isn't it? That Harry, sort of wonderful though he occasionally is so frequently left with very little to do. you know, and it's lovely the moments when the character works, but you just know his days are numbered because, you know, 3's a crowd, generally speaking, you know.
And you can't just leave him in the TARDIS, unlike K9.
No. Whereas 4 is great in the pit of Davis years. Although they somehow made it work. They somehow made it work at times, didn't they? But you know, God, that must have been a nightmare for the writers. Going, oh, what am I going to do with 4 of the buggers? You can't split them all up, you know. But,
I mean,
yeah.
there's hardly ever much time with them as a trio, is there? And when there is, it's often
with
magical,
these three,
yeah,
all together.
No.
No.
I mean, even here in this, probably the most iconic scene with all 3 of them in, it's
Is
not
it
really
clams?
got all 3 of them in. Harry's just...
Harry there. I thought you were talking about the clams for a minute.
No.
The second clam scene.
Yeah. I mean, there is that great moment with the trio before they get to the ventilator shaft, though, when they're reunited after the missile strike.
Oh yes.
Where he's Tom's attacked by Mutos, and then the reconciliation scene.
Where he thinks they've died in the explosion.
I thought you were in the dome when it was hit. Yes. That's on the commentary. So I can look. You can see my braces when he's crouching on the floor, and you can't never noticed that before. It's funny how watching, you know, these things, you notice things you know and notice, but even if it's just a little facial expression or whatever it is, you know, there's always something new to discover.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, when I was watching I was rewatching The Brain of Morris recently, and I never noticed that in the scene when the Doctor and Sarah first arrive at Solon's castle, and they're sitting down, and Philip Maddox serving them seaweed or whatever it is. Liz Sladen's drying the torch with a handkerchief. I'd never noticed. I was just noticing she's drying the torch. It's just it's a lovely, nice bit of business. She's got so attractive. The longer her hair got, as I remember thinking as a kid, she just got prettier and prettier, and she's just spectacularly pretty by the end of season 30, and then it gets even longer by the time of the Hound of Fear. I think she left at the right time, because I think I might have had a heart attack. She got so pretty by that point.
It'd be like Tom's scarf if you stayed until the end of 18.
Well, absolutely, yes. But his season 16 scarf is the longest, I think.
18, I think was pretty close, actually.
Is it? But I think of the original scarf.
Oh yeah.
Season 16.
Yeah, because that's like the stunt scarf and all that combined, isn't it?
That was another thing. I told you my ex Leslie, who hated Doctor Who, but she was impressed with the design of the Dalek, and I just got a 50-inch television, and I was watching Pyramids of Mars, and I'd freeze framed. I paused the picture on Tom. It was either in the TARDIS at the beginning of Pyramids of Mars, you know, roundabout Walk in Eternity, or they'd just come out. Maybe they'd just come out into the mummy, the Egyptian room in the old priory, and it was Tom there with Liz standing behind, and Leslie came into the room, and she was talking to him. She looked up at the screen, and then she did a double take, and she went, "Fucking hell, he looks amazing in that costume, doesn't he?" Yes, it does.
I mean, that is his best costume, I think.
Well, she was just going, no. She did have to hand it to. She could understand why Tom Baker
was an icon.
He's the icon. He is the iconic Doctor, isn't he? He's the one that everyone recognises the costume of. You know, people still talk about Doctor Who's scarf, don't they?
Yeah, it's the look that's parodied.
Assume that he. I suppose it's easy to sort of to parody or whatever.
Yeah, it's a shorthand for the Doctor, really, isn't it?
Yeah, as I say, the only icons. You know, this overused word "iconic," but the only icons that you Doctor Who: the TARDIS, the police box, the Dalek, and the silhouette of Tom Baker with the hat and the scarf. That's instantly recognisable to most people as, you know, as Doctor Who.
Well,
Partly
I
because
think
he
it'd be
stuck around so
impossible
bloody
really
long.
for any subsequent Doctor to wear a scarf because there's instantly that
Well,
comparison.
but McCoy wore a scarf, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a very different kind of scarf, isn't it?
Little scarf.
It's
little
like much
scarf.
more. It's tucked under the lapels a lot of the time, isn't it? So
I think it
yeah.
was a woman sort of headscarf. I think.
Was
And
it?
and they sort of tweaked it.
It didn't have. It amazingly didn't have any question marks on it.
I think that was a way of it keeping the
there's
Scottish.
too many on the
wasn't it?
jumper. Really, there's nowhere else.
Oh dear. Yeah. Well, let's not talk about question marks.
Well,
So, have we got anything more to say about "Do I Have the Right"?
I mean, it's just a wonderful scene, isn't it? Everything just comes together so well there. But there is often that misconception with it of the Doctor siding against it. Yeah, when really he doesn't end up making a decision in that moment.
No, it's Doctor Who's to be or not to be. That's what it is. It's all about indecision.
Yeah.
It's all about ambiguity. It's all about it's all about not making a decision. It's there's this, but there's also that, and
there's like that weight of selling your soul almost for this decision, isn't it? It's like, is it right to do something wrong and be damned for your actions if those actions help the greater good?
But then the Sylvester McCoy Doctor decides, well, that's a load of bollocks.
I I used to say, have I the right? And I got sick of all that shit. And I decided to go and get the hand of Omega and commit genocide on the bastards.
I mean, even like the new series under Russell would often very much play into that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, with Eccleston in Parting of the Ways.
Yeah. But like, not just that, but the Doctor's reaction to seeing the Daleks, particularly the 10th Doctor, how he's like, they survive, they always survive, and I lose everything.
But it wasn't like that with Doomsday. Doomsday. He's kind of quite belittles them really in that. But
it's the Eccleston Doctor that's having a nervous breakdown about them, isn't it? Basically, or is turned into a sort of a undoctorish about it.
But then you've got
Ray. It's wrath, isn't it? It's that sort of intense, which he's very and obviously played to Eccleston's strengths as an actor. He's very good at that sort of apoplectic indignation.
You have that with Smith in Victory when he's just
he does it as well, doesn't he? Yeah. But he doesn't. I mean, I loved Matt Smith, but I don't think that's Matt Smith's. That's his best mode.
He does silent rage so much better, doesn't he?
Yes,
similar to McCoy.
Yeah, well, yes, he can do. He can. Yes, well, he's at his best when there's that sort of power in repose. Like there's one thing you don't put in a trap, and that's me. And there's that the way that's sort of almost underplayed and gives it more power. That it's sort of that quiet sort of intensity.
I mean, one of the few moments of the Williams era that features that would be in Nightmare of Eden, where the Doctor's simply saying "go away" to.
Well, he goes cold there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
To Louis Fiander, whatever that, like Trist, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Trist, isn't it? Just the.
Yeah.
And again, similar to Davros, he's another scientific character who's sort of like, you understand, Doctor, you're a doctor. You're a scientist.
It's a shame that Michael Wisher didn't play it with a funny European accent.
Yeah,
and a pair of comedy glasses.
An Austrian accent, perhaps.
Well, something Germanic. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Louis Fiander's accent is there actually. But it always amuses me. Actually, that's one of the Williams era performances that that's kind of daft, but I quite enjoy it. But have we talked about Peter Miles?
No, we haven't yet. I think he came up about 2 hours ago, and then we went on a tangent about something completely different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. I told you about when I met Peter Miles, and this is lovely. And it was Teddington Studios. It was This Is Your Life. This must have been 87 or 88. And there's a relation of mine, I won't bother going into details, who they were doing, it was their This Is Your Life, right? And so I was there as their nephew. My mum and dad were there, sitting on the front row and everything. And we were sitting there in the studio and rehearsing it. Are you too young to remember This Is Your Life? Was it still a thing when you were younger? You know,
I've seen clips of it when they bring out like people from
you've seen Tom Baker's.
He's a big.
You've seen Tom Baker's This Is Your Life, presumably.
Yeah, and I think the John Pertwee one's missing, isn't it?
Yes, it is missing because they what they do is they'd surprise them when they were doing a publicity thing. So it was Colony in Space with John Pertwee, and it was some sort of book signing with Tom Baker, was it? I think. And Tom Baker's is great. Anything with Tom Baker's is great. So I could listen to Tom Baker snoring and it'd be great. So he was sitting in the studio, and Michael Aspel was the name of the presenter. Are you familiar with Michael Aspel? Isn't he in a Doctor Who somewhere as a news reader? He used to be a newsreader and he became a television presenter, and he did a children's series called Ask Aspel, where people write in and he'd show clips of films and things. In fact, he interviewed Lalla Ward on one. That's on an extra somewhere of Lalla Ward's appearance on Ask Aspel, and then he became the presenter of a series called Aspel, which was like Parkinson but on ITV. And then he
Doctor would he have been the news reporter with? Like which era?
It might not be Doctor. It might be something else like Quatermass, or it's. I can picture him in the 60s in black and white, but not being a real, playing himself like Kenneth Kendall does in whichever one that is.
Matt Baker in Aliens in London.
There you go.
Yeah. Is it War Machines? Because that's got a little newsreader.
I think that's Kenneth Kendall, who's also in 2001. He's the sort of the newsreader in that far-flung future world that's 2001. It's funny having been young enough or old enough or whatever it is to have been around before all those. So coming to when the 1st of January 1984 dawned, that was really exciting, because throughout my childhood we knew about the book 1984. I'd seen I'd been allowed to stay up and watch a bit of the Peter Cushing 1984, the Rudolph Cartier one. You know what I'm talking about? Adapted by Nigel Neal, and they repeated it in 1977
with Andre Morell in as well.
Andre Morelli's O'Brien, absolutely, yeah. So I knew it. So when 1984 came, it was so impossibly exciting that we got to 1984, and then of course we got 1990 went to space 1999. Then we got to 2001, and we've had 2020 for God's sake, isn't that Power of the Daleks?
I don't know if there's never a date mentioned in the story, is there?
But it's known to be 2020, isn't it?
It's either 2020 or the year 2000. I think
it's 2020. 2020.
I think it goes between both. I swear one of the trailers.
Well, I just can't understand why we haven't got a colony on Vulcan yet.
I mean, 10th Planet. That's is that 84?
80.
No,
it's
Any of the world's 2018, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I remember that the bit I did watch because I keep trying to watch The Enemy of the World. I keep not getting. I'm never getting through it. But I remember there's a sticker on the helicopter window, which is 2018, isn't it? It's like it's like a license sticker. And it was
one of the more reasonable takes on the future as well for the time.
I suppose it is, actually. Yeah, it is. It's not preposterously futuristic, is it?
No. But yeah, I mean, fun facts: the moon base set in 2070, we are now closer to when that supposedly takes place than when it was broadcast in 1967, which is always something that blows my mind.
We're close. We're 20. It's 50 years away.
Yeah, we're close.
Oh yeah,
about 47 now, isn't it? 47 years until the moon base.
It is 47.
The story itself is
yeah.
What about? 54 years old.
You'll be in your 70s. I'll be dead. But Tom Baker will still be here. Doing whatever commentaries on whatever the latest format is.
Yeah.
Implant or
You'll
something.
finally get round to a commentary on the Doctor.
When maybe they'll eventually bring out 2000, when they realize he's not going to die, they'll eventually bring out season 13 on Blu-ray.
Well, I mean, yeah, they can have a special feature about that on Brain of Morbius, can't they? The Elixir.
There you go. That's I think maybe he had some of that, didn't he, in 1976. So Peter Miles. So sitting on the set in rehearsing and the stand-in, I think it was called Roy Bottomley, was the bloke who stood in for Michael Aspel, and he'd sort of and so you'd rehearse it, and then there was this voice from behind the set, and it was unmistakable, and this voice went, "The actors are here." And it was, oh my god, that's Peter Miles. And Peter Miles, and it was very surreal because Peter Miles and several other actors who I knew, but the two Doctor Who actors they'd been in a theatre company with this relation of mine in the 1960s. And the other one was actually called Nicholas McArdle, who is in the Stones of Blood, the Satanist character. What's he called? Davros?
Yeah.
So there was Peter Miles, and so there's Nida and Davros sort of chatting, coming around the set. Yes, exactly. And I went, oh my god, Peter Miles, without his toupee, completely sort of chrome domed, and I go, oh my god, and I, because I was in my late teens, so it was 87 or so I was 18 on it or something. And of course, bear in mind, by that point we'd had Genesis of the Daleks, we'd had seen the Omnibus, we'd had the LP for years, knew all his bloody lines from that, and everybody used to do that particular line, and there'd been the 82 repeat, but it hadn't come on video yet. And so the recording was done. I was up in the hospitality room there, and everyone was getting drunk and chatting away. And I was looking over, drinking cheap Thames TV wine, I think. And there was Peter Miles was standing by himself at a particular point in time. I kept looking over and going, I've got to talk to Peter Miles. I can't let this opportunity go by. And he was standing by himself with next to this plate of sandwiches or bites or whatever, and was just he would look so sort of un-Nida-like. Standing there with a glass of wine with some vol au vents, with a plate of vol au vents. And I kept looking over, and he was looking at it, and he realised that I was clocking him, and he kept sort of looking over, and then he sort of smiled. And I thought, okay, this is my cue because he's by himself. So I started to walk towards him. And as I walked towards him, he went, I know exactly what you're going to say. And I said, oh, really? What's that then? He said, well, I'd lay money on it, actually. You're going to say Genesis of the Daleks, aren't you? I said, yes, how did you know? He said, oh, come on, you're exactly the right age and the right type. I said, oh, thank you. I said, I'm pulling your leg. I'm teasing you. And then he just started, we had this lovely conversation where he just talked about how it was one of the most enjoyable jobs he'd ever had with that. And he'd had a few drinks in it, but it was totally, you knew that he meant it, talked about how great the script was. Talked about he'd done loads of stuff with David Maloney, and he was sort of mad about. I was mad about David Maloney as a director. It was wonderful, but just was so. And he'd loved all his Doctors. He'd loved working with Pertwee. I loved Pertwee, but Tom was something else. And of course, he got Tom when Tom was probably, most fun to be with.
Yeah, more accommodating.
I think it's pre-difficult Tom. There's no sort of funny outtakes of Tom misbehaving from the Hinchcliffe years, are there? You know, there's just sort of stories about him getting a bit trickier towards the end of season 14, or having difficulties with Louise or whatever it is. No, it was wonderful, and I got it. I said, "Will you say that?" And he knew. He said, "No, I know the line you're talking about." Of course I do, because he'd done loads of it, and that's right. He kept saying, "He said, I wish they'd bring," because they'd started bringing the VHSs. So it must be 87. So there's a few VHSs out, and he said, "I can't wait till they bring it out on video." You know. They must do, because it's one of the best, isn't it? Well, you're a Doctor Who fan. I said, no, it is. I think it's the best ever. He said, well, there you are. And it wasn't. It was at 91, I think it came out eventually. Anyway, I said to him, I said, because I was at university at the time, and I said, well, I want to be an actor. He said, oh, do you? Oh, right. Okay. Well, listen. He said, it'd be lovely if you come on, we'll go out. I'll take you out for a pizza. I said, fantastic. And so I took his number down on a bus ticket or a train. But I think it was the train ticket I got down for where I was at university. And to my eternal regret, that shirt, I put it in, and I put the shirt in the wash, and the ticket that his number on was disintegrated. And I rang.
Oh no!
And I rang Thames TV, and I said, "Listen," I said, "I had the phone number of the actor Peter Miles. I was at This Is Your Life. Could you possibly get his phone?" They said, "No, we can't do that. We can't give phone numbers out to." And it was like, "Oh no, that was I could have got out for a pizza with Peter Miles." And of course, he's dead now. So there you go. But no, it's I suppose moments like that. That's great. You've got that memory. And lovely to meet an actor who'd been in Doctor Who, because generally speaking, that was what you meet an actor who'd been in it, and that they'd never become very famous, but they're delighted to be recognised for something that they liked being in and had fun doing, and that that they get in some recognition and kudos for something that actually they thought was good. Philip Maddock again, that was another, but that's the story for another day.
Story for when we eventually do Brain and Morbius.
That's right. If you've got any viewers left, if they all go, I saw this is either the bloke doesn't turn up, or he suddenly decides he's leaving, or they go on forever and bore us all to death. Which is
what's the point in watching this if it's going to disappear tomorrow?
Which is which is the least well thing. Yes, that's right. That might have been not that I know what you're talking about, because we didn't.
No,
it never happened.
Didn't exist
in the water.
No, I think it's
just purely hypothetical.
Pamela Nash has got it. But Ian Levine's paid £5,000 for it.
Philip Morris says he's got it, but whether he actually has is a question.
Yes, indeed. But no, let's talk about Peter Miles, the performance. How's that rum going down now, Luke? Are you enjoying it?
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you. That is what I needed to know.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
It's a brilliant performance, and it's great that it's in that story with what I think is the best villain performance, that he's got a sidekick who's worth his weight. That
the perfect foil to that.
Peter Miles is as good at playing Nyder as Michael Wisher is good at playing that. You completely utterly believable. Just a minute, I've got to reach down to get my notes.
Probably the most Nazi character of the lot, really.
There's a wonderful slimy grimace as soon as he arrives when he's talking about the mutos and stuff. Which is
the way he just tilts his head slightly, isn't he?
And he's just sort of assessing the Doctor and Harry, isn't he? Like he's sort of
just going to move
them up.
What's this? What do you say?
When Nyder's first introduced, they're sort of assessing the Doctor and Harry, really, how he's sort of eyeing them up, really.
The way he just tilts his head slightly when he says about They are the discarded relics of ourselves.
Well, of course, let's talk about the very first time we see Nida, it's all those beautifully lit corridors, and as you say, that sort of wonderful Germanic march piece of music.
Yeah. And
That's
a wonderful
accompanying
shot
with
because it's like you see his legs first marching along.
Yeah, and the way that Maloney has the 3 shot of Harry, the Doctor, and Raven as a 3 shot, and it keeps cutting to a really alarming close up of Peter Miles' face. And it cuts back to him, and that the intensity of his face with those wonderful everything about that, the costume, the horribly slicked down hair, and those glasses are really brilliant as well, aren't they? It's just a perfect costume.
He's instantly set up as a very clever villain as well, isn't he? He's not the henchman who's easily fooled. He very quickly susses out.
Well, I love. Well,
He's not the muscle, though, is he?
Yeah, it's much better than the.
Well, he's got to.
Thal.
It's the writing is so economical as well. I love. Don't let us detain you. You won't.
Yeah.
It's so sinister, isn't it? It's gorgeous, and that beautiful shot when he turns around, down Raven, and when he's flanked by the 2 Gestapo boys with the machine guns. That's such a great shot there. And I remember when it was repeated in '82, going, "Oh, it's great to have real machine guns, not to have ray guns." That was one of the things that was appealing about Caves of Androzani was the machine guns. That you feel that you're in a real, a believable world. You can sort of, ray guns. No, they're fine. Okay, don't mind lasers.
There's a separation, isn't there?
But there's something about that making the grit. You've got weapons that exist in this world, and you know what they can do, and they're hideous, and they're terrifying, and they're really noisy on the soundtrack, and they cause what Michael Bryant's always going. It's causing microphony, which is that Venetian blind effect on the screen with video cameras when they find machine guns. You notice that when it goes into like Venetian lines. So because they interfered with the video cameras.
Yeah, we're still doing it in the 80s, wasn't it?
It does. It's in Androzani. It's doing it at that cliffhanger, is it?
And I think even up to like Remembrance of the Daleks, probably Battlefield as well.
Yeah, I think it was just that was what it did with video cameras. There was nothing to do about it. And as you mentioned, when I was in a trance or wasn't there, or I was in that chronic. No, I am the chronic history. What's the difference between a chronic hysteresis and a recursive occlusion? Not a lot.
But is one manufactured and the other natural?
I think they're both manufactured, aren't they? Isn't the recursive occlusion manufactured by the master?
Oh yeah, I suppose so.
Everett, because he created Castrovalva, didn't he?
Yeah, I suppose it's more space time, whereas
bit of help from the boy in the pajamas.
Time. Or maybe one's space and the other's time.
Well, yeah, chronic hysteresis is time because that's what chronic means, doesn't it? And the other one's makes everything like an Escher painting, as if it wasn't in the first place. I'm delighted they've written a musical about Christopher Bidmead, haven't they?
Oh, have they?
It's called Hamilton. What have we got here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do the autopsy line.
All right. We'll find out what's different about them by autopsy.
By autopsy. Yeah. No, it's good. No, it's a very, very witty line, and it was
so coldly played.
Yeah, it was. I was delighted because it's not in the omnibus version. I don't think it's certainly not on the LP, and it wasn't. I don't think it was in Hawaiian Shirts edit of it in '82 either. So it was a delight when it came out on the VHS. In fact, when the VHS did come out, I mean, that was wonderful because we hadn't seen Sontaran Experiment since the July repeat of '76. So because it all came out, about the VHS, it had Sontaran Experiment and Genesis of the Daleks as double, and so it had on the first tape. So things that were just vividly imprinted in your memory as another sort of version of how you think about those stories. So watching episodes 1 and 2 Sunshine Experiment, and then watching episodes 1 and 2 of Genesis of the Daleks on one tape, and then changing the tape for which began with episode 3 of Genesis of the Daleks. That was how I watched it for years, you know. But wonderful that all those scenes that weren't on the LP and hadn't been on the omnibuses, but there it was, to get it complete again was fantastic. And going, oh, that autopsy line, you know, just delicious. Oh yeah, while I'm looking at this, interesting. There's another World War I reference, which is cut. It's in the camera script of Genesis of the Daleks, and Terence keeps it in the book, but it was cut in the episode when they're re-caught after escaping via platform lift 7. And
Yeah,
it's like, I wouldn't say that, Harry, that bit. And the guards
Yeah,
and
just
I'd always thought as Tom looks round, it looks like he's about to say something. I've always thought that. It looks like that Tom Baker was about to say something. Now, was that Tom Baker, or was there a missing line there? And there is. And it's in the camera script, and it's in the where the hell's the novelization? And I'll just read you that bit in the book. Yeah, here we are. Dizzily they stumbled to their feet, shaking their heads to clear the ringing in their ears. The doctor rubbed the mud from his eyes and glanced around. They were completely surrounded by the Khaled patrol, covered by a ring of rifles. The doctor looked around at the circle of hostile faces. Slowly he raised his hands. Now, what was it they said on Earth back in the Kaiser's day? The doctor smiled round at the soldiers. Camarada, he said hopefully. No one smiled back. The soldiers began to close it. Kamerad is obviously the German for comrade, but it's in the camera script that he turns around and he says camarada. So it's an interesting. There's another World War I reference that Maloney presumably decided to cut or whatever, or it was lost by the time.
Being too on the nose,
or nobody would know what it meant.
At least it didn't say Handy Hawk.
And that's Jonesy.
Yeah,
I love the fact that you're in your 20s, but you know Dad's Army references as well as Doctor Who ones. That's fantastic. Handy Hawk. Why is there should be a Jonesy character in Genesis of the Daleks somewhere? But we used to have
enthusiastic.
This was another joke that's going to be. This is going to be a joke that's going to be completely lost on people nowadays. Are you familiar with Frank Spencer, the character called Frank Spencer? Some others do have him.
Yeah,
that's right. We used to joke that they should have cast Michael Crawford as Severin, because his wife in what's the series called I'm talking about? Some others do have him. His wife was called Bethan. Sorry, his wife was called Betty. And me and Stick used to do sort of sketches as though Michael Crawford was playing Severin. He's going, "Oh, Bethan, I've been harassed by the Daleks." Oh, Severin, I'm going to have to, because actually that was how it happened. Harriet Philpin's voice sounds a bit like Michelle Detrice, who played Betty. Well, if they don't come down the corridor soon, I'm just going to have to explode these explosives. There's a bit the tone of her voice which sounds very much like the character. So there's a pointless joke for youngsters. Let's have a look at the scene, the Tom Baker scene with Nida.
I was currently imagining Nida going, "What is your name? Don't tell him, Harry."
That's Philip Maddock, of course, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't tell him, Pike.
What is your name?
Yeah, brilliant. One of the great moments. Don't tell him, Pike. Have you ever seen Dad's Army, Ben?
I have, yeah. Is it still on BBC Two on like Saturday?
Is it? Oh,
yeah, they still play them a lot, don't they?
Okay, right. So this is one of my favourite scenes of all time. This is the first the Nida and the Doctor and Harry scene in Over the Map. And they come in and now this is great because This is the Hinchcliffe era, which is known for all its gothic horror references. And the first shot of Peter Miles in the scene is the camera through his face through the magnifying glass with his eye massively magnified through the magnet as he's looking at the etheric beam locator. That's a direct quote from The Curse of Frankenstein, which is Peter Cushing.
Oh,
which is
and
the first,
his eyes actually like that, isn't it?
The first. No, that's a comment. That's in some spoof. That's actually in that's in the Mel Brooks film. What's it called? Young Frankenstein. It's in Young Frankenstein. This is
That's the reason they were able to recreate his face digitally in Rogue One, because that cast still existed. So they used that to get a digital scan of his face.
Who?
And then used that for the Star Wars film.
Oh, right. So they got a cast of what? Of Peter Cushing's
heads through that, because they used one to make that larger eye look alike. And then they digitally scanned it later for a Star Wars film.
Well, hang on. And the shot I'm talking about is just a shot of Peter Cushing's eye through a magnifying glass, like it is with Peter Miles.
Yeah, but then in that spoof version,
in the spoof version,
Peter Cushing's eye already enlarged.
Oh, is it Peter Cushing in that actually Peter Cushing?
I'm not. I think it must if it's actually his heads that they've got the cast from. So
we'll have to. This is all. We're getting.
Yeah, we're going way off track now.
But of course, it's inevitable, isn't it? But I love that. And that's the first Hammer horror film, 1958, which caused a huge sort of stir because it was so sort of gory and outrageous for the time. Sort of causing the same sort of stir that White House was causing about Doctor Who at this time. On the subject of the Iron Cross he's wearing, which has gone by episode 3.
I think it was only used for like one studio recording, I think.
Yeah. It's in I think it's gone. I've written down where it's gone here. Yeah. Is there a scene with Peter Miles near the beginning of episode 3?
Probably. So episode 3 starts off with the ascension up the.
Here we are. Yeah, no Iron Cross now. Episode 3. Yes. So it's in the first 2 episodes and it's not in the second episode. That would make sense if it's one studio, isn't it? One studio is two episodes, is it?
Yeah, that's what Barry Letts switched up to, isn't it? Rather than
that's it.
All being done in 1 week.
And there's a lovely bit, these sort of Tom Baker humor that I love, which is so subtle and it's almost like blink and you miss it. So he's there looking at the thing, and Miles goes, "This is yours," and yes, and what is its function? And Charles, well, it's an etheric beam locator. It's also useful for detecting ion-charged emissions, and I love that. I love the way people are, oh, really? I just I don't know why. And if you've got to listen, and Tom goes, and it just always makes me laugh. Oh, really? And it is not of Thal manufactured. Well, naturally not. My friend and I are not from your planet. And
aliens?
Says,
that's not
aliens? Humans? Well, I am anyway. I've heard Davros say there is no intelligent life on other planets. So either he is wrong or you are lying. We are not lying, and Davros is never wrong about anything. And this is the first time Tom used to do this a lot. Used to drive my mum mad of eliding sentences. In classical theatre, it's called enjambment. So if you've got 2 sentences where there's a full stop in the middle of it, you'd naturally stop at the full stop. And Tom would do this thing of running one sentence into another, and he got more and more extravagant with it as it went on. There's in the Williams era, it's all over the place that he's doing this enjambment. So he's still doing it in the Nathan Turner stuff. But I think this is the first time he does it, and it's quite a subtle one. But it's when he runs this together, when he says, then he must be exceptional. Even I am occasionally wrong about some things. Who is this Davros? Is that the way he runs that idea into the next one? You know, so like he interrupts himself with the thought. And there's some beautiful ones in season 13. But we'll save that.
It's like very much there to not let someone get a word in edgeways,
but it's also it bespeaks somebody whose mind works incredibly quickly as well. That it's almost he's too impatient for his own thoughts. You know,
like, no time to laugh at my joke. Answer my question.
Yeah. But he's thinking 1,000 miles an hour. And then there's something that Tom does. It's a bit of Tom's sort of comic business, you know. When Nigel's walking behind him, and Tom looks behind him on the wrong side, and then realizes on the other side. You ever noticed that? When Nigel's walking behind him and starts talking, Tom looks round to his right, and Nigel's gone.
Yeah.
And it's comedy business, but it's not silly. It adds to the alienation or the confusion somehow. That it adds to the strangeness of the scene. Later on, in later stories, which it's also fantastic if people love them, but something like that would only have been a gag. Do you know what I mean? That it would just be a sort of silly bit of business. But it seems to be part of the disorientation here because it's so slight or subtle. He doesn't overplay it, you know.
It's also sort of like natural that sort of thing can happen in real life anyway.
Yeah.
Is that not an exaggerated?
No. He's not signaling at this time when something like that happens. It's like it looks like it's something that he does it. He also does it in Brain and Morbius too. Solomon, when he comes down from the bust when they're sitting down, he looks around the wrong side of the chair.
Yeah.
But
he sort of takes it to the extreme in City of Death, doesn't he? With the woman at the
art gallery.
Yeah, the art gallery, with Mona Lisa. That's sort of like that taken to the extreme, really.
Well, is that bit when after he's recovered from when he says I've just banged my head on your gun, and then he exits the scene. He almost looks like he's going to sort of like headbutt the camera, or he's actually going to put his head through the lens. He comes so far forward. It's quite extraordinary what he's getting away with that. But that's the best story ever. No,
not according to the sticker on the front of Genesis.
No, I know. I think City of Death's good. You know. Oh yeah, and that's right. And my apologies. You were right, Luke, about what Stephen Moffat said. That he didn't say. It's the only fine moment in the Williams era. He said it was the only fine moment in the period when Douglas Adams was script editing. So you win that one.
One run round to me.
Oh yeah, I've got a quiz for you later if we're still here.
Yeah, do that.
Just a minute.
People in the chat are welcome to join in with that.
Is anybody there?
If there's anybody out there. We've got people watching.
Yeah,
but not so many people commenting. But yeah, if you are here and you want to share a comment, feel free to. If you're just sitting back and enjoying, don't let us detain you.
Sitting there bored out of your mind. Yeah, it's fine. Really, I'm trying to find this.
Everyone has different viewing habits.
I can't imagine having Douglas Adams as your script editor, and I don't think bluntly that the run of stories that he script edited were that brilliant. I don't think it was a majestic era of Doctor Who at all. I think the majestic era of Douglas Adams' Doctor Who was 4 episodes long. It was called City of Death.
There you go.
So yeah, you was right.
That's funny if that's not when he was script editing as well. Anyway, because he was writing it.
A complete pacifist.
This is great. This is Moffat on particularly the Pertwee Doctor. This is brilliant. This is from that.
So the Doctor is simultaneously a complete pacifist, absolutely against war, and works for a military organisation. The Doctor is a habitual revolutionary who's very clear that he's in charge. He can style himself a man of the people all he wants in his sort of hippie John Pertwee way, but he is really expecting someone to get him tea. He's always starting a fight. He's a peace-loving man who wanders the universe looking for trouble. And I think that gives the character a broad appeal.
There you go, brilliant. But that's what it's all about. That is why the character in the program has survived so long, because it's all about ambiguity. He's this, but he's also that. You know, he's not just one thing. He's not a two-dimensional character. No. You know, he would prefer to have peace, but he can commit genocide if he gets a bit pissed off sometimes. Actually,
enough commit genocide after he's had a few too many.
You after a rum, Luke?
Down at the club.
Oh dear. You after the rums?
Tubby Rowlands.
Tubby after a few with Tubby Rowlands. Yeah. Okay, where are we now? Let's have a look at.
Is there any more we wanted to say about Peter Miles and that amazing performance?
Probably.
We'll be here all night if we.
Well, I'm looking through to see any more Peter Miles. I love the choice that he made not to scream when he died.
Yeah,
I love when Garman's exterminated. There's a fantastic crash zoom on him smiling. And on the commentary, Liz Sladen says in the tricking of Garman scene, she said, "Look at you smiling, Peter. You look even more frightening when you're smiling than when you're not smiling." I think
how loyal Nyder is as a character as well to Davros, but he's not loyal to a fault. He's not stupidly loyal.
No, it's brilliant.
But he knows Davros is the one to.
If you've never seen Genesis of the Daleks before, I think you'd be wondering whether in fact he is becoming one of the rebels, because I think he plays that scene with Garman brilliantly. He's becoming a megalomaniac. I love the way he spits out every syllable of that word. I think this
Garman's brought in.
He doesn't. I was saying Garman in some ways is a bit of a twit. I think he's only a bit of a twit, not because he's taken in by Nyder, but he believes in a bloodless revolution. There's no such thing. I think that's Nyder's very plausible there. And also there's that lovely moment where that seed of doubt in his loyalty to Nyder is planted in the earlier scene when Davros reveals to him the genocide. And he says, "What the whole Khalid people? Did you ever doubt it?
That far?
You would go that far? Did you ever doubt it?" And the way he goes, "No." That's great, because it's so ambiguous, that no. And then Davros goes out, and there's a shot of Nyder looking after him, and you wonder, is that the shot where he's going, "Oh shit, the bloke's completely lost it now," and you know, is that him changing his mind? You know, and so because thank you, that's what I wanted to know. Wouldn't work as well. We wouldn't be so fond of it if we hadn't originally believed,
if it wasn't a shocking twist,
if it wasn't, because I think it's very well played. We know all this stuff so well, you see. It's difficult, isn't it, to remanufacture the mindset of somebody who's never seen it before. You know, the final moment of the Daleks turning on Davros is such a brilliant twist and brilliantly written, and of course it's the perfect way to end it, but we know it so well that we sort of take it for granted now. You forget how clever it all is, I think.
You know it back to front, and so you don't take into account these things when watching it that people wouldn't.
It's so difficult to try and see it with fresh eyes. But one of the things I will say, I never get tired of it. There's never been any point of oh God, I've got it like this last week, and I've got to watch that again and try and find something interesting to say about it. or even I'll find something boring to say about it. Fine. But no, it's never one that I have to drag myself to. In fact, there's their own. What are the ones in? I'm trying to think. What are the ones I have to drag myself? I'm never particularly keen to rewatch Robot, I have to say. I think, Ben, you feel the same way about that, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's probably the low point of the season.
Yeah.
I think we've got to be in the right mood for it. And because it's such a unique story in a way, you've got to be in a very specific mood for that one.
I don't think I'm ever really in the mood for it, because I sort of think, it's not the right. He hasn't found the performance yet, or it's
You
not.
fancy it, but it never quite lives up to what you have in your head for it.
No. Watch it in black and white. It's so much better in black and white.
Does the tank work in black and white?
No, the
I
tank
think we
doesn't work.
discussed.
We're not going to we're back on the tank. I think we talked about the tank about 5 times that first time.
Good thing they didn't think to. Good thing Terry Nation didn't write any tanks into the script.
Well, yeah, are the tanks missing? Oh, they'd be very difficult to realise in Studio 3, wouldn't they? Or the Daleks.
Well, they could get him on location with a toy.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank God. That was what when I'd come to a story that I hadn't seen since the 70s, and I'd be praying that, please God, there aren't any really shit CSO scenes in this. So when I saw the Sea Delves for the first time, I thought there was bound to be a bit where they didn't manage to get it out on location, and there'll be a shitty CSO bit with Pertwee in a dinghy, with a great big blue line around him at some point. But there aren't. It's all after, the bitter pill of some of those later scenes in The Green Death.
Yeah.
With Bessie, or where the Brigadier's looking at binoculars, and you're just looking at it again. Whoever thought that looked anything but? Nick Briggs said. I said, what are the effective CSO scenes in Doctor? He said, there's never been an effective CSO scene in Doctor. There isn't one.
I will say there is one, actually.
I think there are several.
Carnival of Monsters, when Vorg's doing his work on the circuitry, and the Doctor and Joe have to step out of the way of that. The arm, the needle thing.
Yeah, whatever that is.
The way that goes down.
The metal instrument. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. I think there's lots I like. I like hang on a minute. I've forgotten now.
Lawnmower moment.
No, it's not a lawnmower, because lawnmowers absolutely no idea what you're talking about. No, this is just having forgotten which particular.
It's a Strimmer moment.
CSO. It's more a sort of a pair of secateurs, I think, possibly. I'll leave that one with me. A decent CSO. It's generally woeful. I suppose I quite like
that much, does it? Only really for the screens. For the screens, and the dome shot when it's
outside. I remember that's right. I remember when I first resaw Seed of Doom, and there's suddenly a CSO shot of the Crinoid walking in the distance in Antarctic.
Is there?
Yeah, a really crap. I know you're going. What? Why did you do that, Dougie? Oh. It's sort of struggling along in the distance, and it's rubbish, and it's like, well, you didn't need that shot. Why did you just? It's the contractual obligation to have a crap bits, isn't it? Because it wouldn't be Doctor Who without the crap bits. And we got to do a bit that they can use in clips in about 20 years' time to prove that Doctor Who was always rubbish. Okay, we'll do that shot now, shall we? It's 10:30. We better do it before the plugs are pulled. So I can't think of any decent. There are some decent CSO shots, but I can't think what they are now. I quite like the CSO in Terror of the Autons because it's all part of the plasticiness of the story.
Yeah,
the kitchen.
The kitchen that's the size of an aircraft hangar.
Yeah.
Oh, so I tell you, my son loves Terror of the Autons. Right, it's one of his favorite stories, and he got a very great sense of humor. Somebody bought him a Jodie Whittaker doll for Christmas, right, when it was like a few years ago, and we were going outside and getting in the car, and we got to the window, and he got this done. He went, "I don't want the thing," and he threw it. It's just a Terror of the Autons reference. Oh, dear. I don't want the thing.
I insist.
Oh, but I insist. Better be careful not to turn down the
Leave
air
it next to the
conditioning.
radiator.
No, I know. I'll get you. So, I'm just thinking, there's anything more about? No, we've done that. Yeah. And he is very persuasive. I love because we knew this bloody thing so well for the LP. There were just lines that those of us who knew it would do to each other. And that, obviously, I don't know. Another one is it's put away in a safe in Davros's office. It's the way he says office is really. That was another favourite line.
Yeah, that's a wonderful little bit of detective working away from Tom, isn't it? About the safe. So obviously, it wasn't Davros's office to begin with. He inherited it from someone else.
I know. I used to think that was brilliant. Now I think it's preposterous. Why would Davros have a safe that he's obviously completely incapable of opening? What about, when it's Nida's afternoon off?
Oh, shit. It's Nida's afternoon off, and I wanted to get something out of the safe.
Yeah. It's preposterous, but no, I thought that was brilliant when I was a kid. It was a real great bit of Sherlock Holmes.
Does he have a button on his control desk to buzz
like
for
it's an
Nida?
automated door?
He's got a switch for everything else.
Yeah.
That's another
He's got
one.
a button to press if he wants to kill himself.
That's another one.
What do you want done with this?
That's another favourite line of mine.
Yeah. The way
Shall I kill him?
the dehumanization of the Doctor in that moment as well. But the way it's
Yeah.
what should I do with
This.
this? What should I do with
This. Yes, like it's
Yeah.
it, isn't it? It's a thing. Yeah.
Do you want done with this?
No, we love Peter Miles as Nida, and I can't bear the fact that these people are dead. And that some meeting, having that meeting. I think, well, one day hopefully I'll work with him again, or you'll meet him. Some other. I'll meet them again. Having lost that phone number. Oh well, then become an actor. I'll bump into him again at some point.
I wonder if maybe part of the reason that later Davros stories never quite reached this height as well is because Davros never has a foil as good as Nida.
Well, there's all sorts of things.
Double
It never, it's just never written like this as well. I think that's the main thing, and actually, he should have been a one-off villain from one perspective. He fits perfectly in this story. He makes perfect sense in this story. You have to go out
ending in this story.
You have to go out of your way to fit him in again, because the Daleks didn't want him in the first place.
Yeah, they very much grown beyond him.
I think they made it quite clear at the end of this story.
But it's interesting that the way
they were disowning their father.
Yeah. But the way Terry Nation invented Davros was because he wanted to have a mouthpiece for the Daleks, who we thought were becoming rather monotone.
But that's great. But and it works very well in this story. And as a mouthpiece of the Daleks, and as a mouthpiece for actually fascist propaganda, fascist rhetoric, it's superb. Works superbly in this story. It never really works again. Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. That I think there's some very interesting writing in The Witch is Familiar, but it's still there's always this sense of he's sort of been having to be shoehorned somehow. It's always a bit, they've
in the basement
they've managed
lurking.
It's like really, and
it often sort of takes away from the Daleks in those stories as well. It's like none of them come off necessarily better.
He always upstages the Daleks. That's the problem with Davros is he's just quintessentially more interesting than the Daleks. So you kind of want to don't let him get in the way of the Daleks. Right. If you're trying to do the Daleks justice.
I mean,
it's a bit more interesting person turning up at a party, isn't it?
He's the cooler older brother.
Well, it's just having a sort of a humanoid character. It's very difficult to make the Daleks work, but you need to give them room to breathe.
Yeah, you need to have.
But Davros
faith
comes
that
in
they'll
and
work.
and Davros comes in and just dominates everything, or and it automatically becomes, if Davros is in, it automatically becomes a Davros story. It can't help but become a Davros story.
Yeah. And the only time it isn't is Remembrance of the Daleks, where he's hardly in anyway. So
hiding in an MFI kitchen, bedroom unit of some sort, for some reason that neither of you explained to me.
It was me all along. Ha ha! You never guessed it was me in there, did you?
We thought, but why did I've never understood that. They all think he's the Emperor.
I think maybe because they're the Daleks he designed, wasn't it, the Imperial faction, and they're
specifically designed to they're like conditioned to not betray him, but probably will end up doing so anyway.
I sort of think he's most interesting in when he's a funeral, when he's an undertaker.
Yeah,
when he runs.
But he's very much against the Daleks there, isn't he?
When he's running a funeral home. And he's sort of he's worked out how to be a capitalist.
I think there could have been something interesting in Resurrection with him being a prisoner of the humans, of the good guys. You could have gone down the route of Operation Paperclip, where a lot of Nazis there were brought into different US projects and stuff,
right?
And how that.
Are you rewriting? You rewriting Resurrection of the Daleks now?
Yeah, that'd be a completely different story from Resurrection of the Daleks, but with the same starting point, you think you could have an interesting further discussion about.
Have you ever tried to write a Doctor Who story? Either of you tried to write a Doctor Who story?
I've done a couple.
I
did one for university, and I've entered the Paul Spragg Memorial Competition.
Oh yeah,
we did it at primary school. After Silence of the Library out, we could either write the next episode or our own episode.
Right. I wrote a story which is about as generic a Daleks when it was 1978. So I was 77. So I was.
Oh, I've actually got a published. Technically, Doctor Who story, funnily enough. Not officially licensed at all, but there was this competition thing we did in primary school where we got to write 100-word story of any kind that we liked, and it would get published in like this collection book thing. And I wrote one about Mickey while he was on a parallel worlds and got away.
Wow.
Just because
was that Mickey or Ricky?
Mickey Smith after
Mickey. Yeah, right. Yeah.
This is like around must have been series 2 or series 3.
Oh.
And so sort of got away with it through that. I mean, it's not on TARDIS Wiki, so it's not quite that.
Yeah.
But in my mind, it was a Doctor Who story at the time, though no Doctor there.
By the end of this, you'll have your own TARDIS Wiki page.
Dr. Light story.
Yeah, it's a story that happens to feature someone called Mickey, and in my mind, it's.
In your mind, it was Mickey Smith.
Yeah. Because I think they were a bit strict on, you can't use other people's characters for obvious reasons. But the Doctor or Rose, Martha, Donna, they're too big to get away with. But Mickey, I can slip him under the radar.
Yeah, bloody hell.
But yeah, sorry, what were you going to say, Stephen?
I can't remember now. What was I going to say?
About the Dalek story you wrote?
Oh yeah, I mean that's when I was a kid. And it's rubbish. It was complete rubbish. But I've realised that Russell T Davies in Aliens of London ripped me off because it had a Dalek saucer crashing into Big Ben. I've just made the link now between that shot. It was a Dalek invasion story, a Dalek invasion of Earth story, and it was completely generic. It was just after whenever Dalek Invasion of Earth the book came out, I wrote my sort of in inverted commas sequel to it was another Dalek Invasion of Earth attempt, but set in 1977 in that year, in the year we were in, but they got, because I loved the Ogrons, and so it was, they were invading Earth with the Ogrons, but it started with the spaceship demolishing Big Ben.
Yeah. Was it
And
called
I've
Daleks
only-
in London by any chance?
I don't know if it actually did. It have a title? I don't know if I ever even gave it a title.
Was it prose then?
Oh yeah,
Right. Yeah.
it wasn't in blank verse.
No.
Oh, I see
Oh,
what
no, I
you mean. It
wasn't
wasn't
sure
a
if it was
script.
a script,
No. It was like what we called essays in those, like writing a story. And
What about your Silence in the Library one, Ben? Was that a script or prose?
Prose. Oh, it might have been a mixture of both when you're learning to write a script.
Yeah.
And what
Can't quite
was this?
remember.
What was the relationship to Silence in the Library?
I think it was just, it's a good bit of storytelling. Let's get the kids' imagination with English.
Right.
I think it's trying to engage that.
Yeah.
I think.
Did you get to watch it in class for those who hadn't?
Yeah, and then we watched Stolen Earth and Journey's
wow.
End because we were away that weekend on a camping trip. So it was my job to record it, and then we'd watch it all together.
He's the resident
go
Doctor Who
back.
fan. Get him to do it.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, we had like
Were all the other kids interested in it?
Yeah, on a Monday we'd have like my little mini review of the episode and talk about it before assembly.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
What, every Monday?
Every sort of when Doctor Who was on, and then you'd have a little Doctor Who section, then you'd have a little bit on Top Gear. It was sort of that.
Wow! At your school?
Yeah.
Oh, that
The most
sounds
you ever
great.
got was good bit of Doctor Who on Friday.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, and Mrs. Donnelly, the biology teacher, there was some particular microbe or whatever it was, and she said, and there was a diagram, and she said, oh, there were some creatures in Doctor Who who structurally look very similar to this, and it was the mechanoids that she was talking about.
Ah.
And I remember
She wasn't going on about the nucleus of the swarm then.
No, she was.
Okay.
Well,
She wasn't. It was Michael Sheard in disguise. Yeah. Who's this now? Oh, somebody said your food's in the microwave. Fantastic. That'll be waiting a while. Sorry, what were you saying? What? Hello?
It was you then, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Because we had like class rules saying like I think rule number 5 was watch Doctor Who, and I think when you had like a biology lesson, you'd hear like axon, you'd be like, you'd get really excited by that sort of stuff.
Yeah. No, I know. No, it's funny when there would be something which sounded a bit like a Doctor Who, a word from Doctor Who. There was
not practical.
that's why there was my dad had a as an opera called Ariadne auf Naxos. and that would always sort of you just liked anything that sounded a bit like a Doctor Who sort of month, didn't you?
I mean, it sounds like the program they were watching in the Armageddon Factor in a way.
Is that what that sort of romantic?
Yeah, it's sort of that title just sort of gives me that sort of vibe to it.
Yeah. Well, there's a terrible double entendre in there, isn't there?
I think so.
We've got life in the chat again. Timescales. Greetings from San Francisco. Hello. I mean, that was about 12 minutes ago, actually. But
wow. Hello.
Time is relative.
What time is it in San Francisco? Ask Timescales.
Yeah. What time is it at the moment? Timescales.
In San Francisco, when I was in Los Angeles. I nearly went to San Francisco, and then decided to stay in the hotel and carry on drinking with Rob Ritchie or whoever it was. So actually, I'd rather stay in the bar and talk to him. He sent me a rude. That's right. There was a line that always used to amuse us. It just sounded. It was such a great line, and it is a great line. You know, that pity is not registered in my vocabulary bank. and he sent me a rude version of Roy Skelton saying something rude that isn't read, but I can't repeat it on a family program. Whatever this is.
we walk the line a bit.
One or two rude things. I don't think I've said anything out of order tonight.
I mean,
but if I have, it's too late, as I said last time.
Back to that line, it's wonderful. The emphasis on the put there, isn't it? It's almost spat out by the Dalek. Like, pity.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yeah, there's contemporary, but it's a lovely idea. It's a lovely idea that it doesn't even understand the word. It has no notion of what it means. That's a wonderful thing, isn't it? That's a chilling idea in itself. I have no understanding of the words. Not even that I disapprove of it. I don't know what you mean.
And it very much comes down to Davros being hoisted by his own petard, doesn't it? Because he's the one who programmed that in there. Oh, Sammy Satine says, greetings from Perth, Western Australia. It's nearly 7:50 a.m. here.
He's
I'm
just got up.
heading into work.
Yay!
Oh,
hey,
thanks
keep it
for choosing
company.
To listen to us ramble about Genesis of the Daleks for nearly 5 hours.
And amongst other things, yeah. God, isn't it an extraordinary world we live in that you know, you sitting in your lounge and there's somebody in Perth who's just got up. You're sitting in your lounge at 10 to 1 in the morning, and there's somebody on their way to work down under. Wonderful, wonderful. As Peter Miles would say, wonderful.
Yeah, it's 10 to 5 in San Francisco.
By the way.
Which
in the afternoon? Yes, it will be.
Yeah.
That's right. What's the weather like out there? Must be lovely.
I guess another dust cloud again.
No, we haven't. We of course we need to talk more about Davros because there's loads. I've got loads of stuff here because now I'm not determined to try and do it all chronologically. It's fine.
Actually, cool right there. It's strong winds and sunny, 20 degrees.
Oh right, okay.
Gone and looked it up on the BBC.
Good for them.
If you're enjoying that weather timescales. But yeah, I won't look up Perth. We'll talk about Davros instead.
Yeah, you were going to look at Perth. Yeah, let me.
I won't look up Perth because
don't.
We'll be here all night if I'm looking up weather everywhere.
Well, don't be too ambitious about how many more people you're going to get talking to you in the chat.
It's like a roll call, isn't it? Where are you?
I suppose of all the English ones gone to bed, probably.
Or we put them to sleep.
Put them to sleep.
Cold, winter, you know, says Sammy.
Oh yes, interestingly, on the commentary for the first Davros scene, Tom says he was in a play with Michael Wisher in York, a Joe Orton play. Do you know who Joe Orton was? Joe, I used to be quite obsessed with Joe. Joe Orton was a 60s playwright who was brutally beaten to death by his boyfriend. He smashed his head in with a hammer, and he wrote quite extraordinary, outrageous comedies. There were several entertaining Mr. Sloane. I played Mr. Sloane. Mr. Sloane is a weird comedy. There's a film of Mr. Sloane with Beryl Reid in it, and there's a play called Ruffian on the Stair. And when Tom said he was in, I thought, oh God, I know exactly what Michael Wisher would play. There'd always be the sort of ambiguous or sort of weird psychopathic character who may or may not have been murderous. You know, they usually are sort of dangerous characters, and the character that Michael Wisher would have played, he would have been, and he said, oh, he was very sinister and strange, and oh God, yeah, I'd love to have seen Michael Wisher on the stage doing something like that, because it's such an astonishingly good performance. There's no sense of how great he is in any of the other parts he plays in Doctor Who, is that? I mean, he's fine.
He's often more of the bit parts, isn't he? Like in Ambassadors of Death,
Yes,
where
of
he's
course.
Well, I like
Yeah.
John Wakefield. That character's called, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he does that very well. That's very authentic to that sort of TV presenter of the late 60s, early 70s. That sort of science documentary presenter.
It's like doing the best that it can be from the script. It's just that's not the most interesting of characters in the end, I suppose, because it's a functional role in the story, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah,
But
and I like him as Rex Farrell. But Rex Farrell's, such a sort of such a little man, isn't he? He's a sort of a how would you describe Rex Farrell as a human being? I mean, he's not much of a challenge for the master to hypnotize, is he?
I mean, you got that wonderful line in the
He's lived it.
Monster.
Go on.
Where the master's saying about how it's been a long while since I've had a subject as willing as you or something, isn't it? As easy to control, and you think
is this about Ingrid Pitt?
Remembering fondly Rex Farrell in that moment.
Right, yeah.
As his last easy to control subject.
Maybe he's fondly remembering Katie Manning. There was a line that was cut from Terror of the Autons, because it was thought too dodgy, where he says, I think it's still in the camera script, where he says about when he sees Joe, is there some sort of surveillance camera at the circus where he can see what's going on?
Oh, yeah, from his TARDIS, isn't it?
And it's in the camera script. And he says, oh, that's the Doctor's little friend. I think that line is in. And he says, what a pity, I could have kept her.
Oh.
And it's just like, all about. And that's like probably that Barry or Terence said, no, Bob, you can't have that in Doctor Who. Yeah.
I suppose he maybe ended up squeezing some things like that into the Talon's Wing Triang in the end. Like without Magnus.
Well, you get sort of. Well, he's the only writer who ever wrote a sex pest villain in Sharaz Jack, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Lee Sen Chang's a bit like that, isn't he? I suppose actually, yeah. There's a bit of that budding Lotus of the Dawn. Celestial Chang has other ideas.
I suppose he's trying it on, isn't he? But he's like, no, this isn't going to work. Let's hypnotize her and get her back.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's up to.
He just likes being suave, really, does.
But no, that was a surprise in Chaos on Design. I go, oh right, we've got a sort of a sexually salacious villain. That's wow. That's a new one.
I suppose he'd done everything else by that point.
That was another great. Did I tell you about my friend Diane, who was in a play with John Normington? Did I tell you that story?
I don't think so.
No, don't think so.
Well, we'll save that for when we do Chaos on Rosani at some point.
Be here all night.
I was in a pub with him, getting him to do Morgus lines into a camcorder, and somewhere there's that tape of getting him writing them down, and directing him to do it like he did it. And he's sitting there, having had several scotches, and he's going, "What is it?" And he was going, "I was going, no, you didn't say it like that."
I suppose back to Michael Wisher, one of his other performances in Carnival of Monsters.
Oh yeah,
I think that's
Calic. Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
I think that's certainly not quite same level as Davros, but you could see the seeds there of him.
You can,
playing
well,
how
there's
well he
always
does
there's
it.
always lines, whatever he's playing, where he sounds a bit like Davros, because that's that you know
Yeah.
because it's he's not massively just changing his own voice.
Mm.
Bravo! There's that bravo is one, isn't it? When the scope hasn't been destroyed by the eradicator.
Yeah, so one has twinges.
One has twinges. That's right. Yeah. He's got a great line in Terror of the Autons, hasn't he? Hasn't he? The one where he says, Sylvia, would you
Check the
Mr.
record of entitlement, isn't it?
Entitlement on termination of employment, please? Yes, that's a lovely sort of macabre Robert Holmes line.
Yeah, he loves his dark humour.
That's why, Joe Orton was all about sort of humor about death, and that was the line I was trying to think of. Oh, there's a line he had in Doctor Who, which sounds like a Joe Orton line. That's the one about the entitlement on termination of employment. I love that. That's another thing that the Michael Wisher, the tapping of the middle finger on the control panel, which he first does when he's suspecting Ronson, when the prisoners have escaped their cells, and that's when he first does the finger tap. And then later on, there's that one of my favorite scenes is when the camera pans all the way across the main lab to Davros by himself, tapping his middle finger before Nida comes in. And it's just a lovely pan shot there across to him, just by him alone tapping his finger. This is the thing about
gunfire in the background as well.
Yes, yeah, and the sound.
Revolution.
That's another thing about the sound mixing. You really do. You're really transported away from TC3 or 6, aren't you? You don't like some stories. You almost expect the boom. There's no boom shadow. You get, some stories. You're in the bloody studio all the time, don't you? You half expect, if the camera moved an inch to the right, you'd see the wooden back of a flat or something.
It's like the illusion's not quite complete, is it?
The illusion, and you can see the set. You can see the fakery of the set. There's a suspension of disbelief in this story, which is quite a high level of it. And even though it's all on the studio floor, it doesn't look like a studio floor all the time. You're deluded into thinking this is a real place with levels and it's a massive complex.
Yeah, definitely. It's a real labyrinth. The Khalid bunker, isn't it? The way that's set up. I think I mentioned before how little location work there is in this. Like, it's only really in part 1 and perhaps part 2 as well. I'm not sure, but like that quarry.
Well, no, I don't think it is in. I don't think it is in part 2. I think there's just the Ealing rocket stuff in part 2.
Yeah, it's like just the arrival
is
and
the
then
film.
the escape sequence, I suppose. Yeah, but the fact that it is surprising to realize that, isn't it?
Yes, it is. In fact, when you said it the other day, I don't think it ever occurred to me to consider how much studio there was in the later episodes. You're absolutely right. It goes from being a story where there were the stories, there were the studio-bound stories, and there were the location stories, weren't there? And usually the location stuff is sprinkled through the episodes, like in Pyramids of Mars or whatever. That there's a bit of location in every story. Seeds of Doom or whatever. Whereas this is, you're right, it's all the location stuff's in episode 1.
And I think
you don't miss it after that, do you? It works beautifully in the first episode, and then you're totally sold all the sets in the rest of the thing.
Yeah. It's set up really well so that it builds that world for you. So you have a picture
and
of
what Maloney's brilliant at is making the most out of nothing. For instance, where are we at the end of Yeah. No set for the incubation room. There's no set.
Oh,
it's,
yeah, there is
it's
no set.
just it's just jars with bits of plastic in them, bubbling water and dry ice, and Tom with his wire, with his wire cutters. And that's extraordinary they get away with that. Because as a kid, or as in fact, only just looking at it this week, did I actually think, no, God, yeah, no set. But you totally buy it, and it's to do with that, and that's one of the great sound effects.
The sound, the bubbling and the creatures.
That was my favorite track on the Doctor Who sound effects record that I bought from the Doctor Who exhibition in 1978 or whatever, which is one of the famous albums. This was how started Doctor Who. You would listen to a whole album of merely sound effects. But that was my favorite track, closely followed by the fission gun from Ark in Space. The Dalek gun. It would say Dalek gun time. I think 3 blasts or something, you know. And you get ambient ones, like there was the ambience of the Sisterhood of Khan, or Metabolus 3, or I'm trying to think what thing. I have to dig it out. I can't remember now. But yeah, it's a brilliant sound effect. And then on the commentary, Liz says, "Oh, she says that sounds like Alien. You know, Tom, Alien, Ridley Scott." And he said, "Well, Ridley Scott spent his whole career ripping off David Maloney." And he said, "My wife and I went to see Gladiator," and she said, "This is good." And I said, "Second-rate David Maloney." And which Liz thinks is hilarious. And then Peter Miles is there going, "Love it, love it." Yeah, the commentary, always worth it for the Tom commentaries. Are your favourites the Peter Davison commentaries?
Yeah, especially when he's paired with Janet as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, they usually get the whole gang there for that one, or at least Peter, Janet, and Sarah.
Yeah,
they're always wonderful together, especially when they don't have the director with them. When it's just those 3 or 4. And
they can misbehave then, can't they? Yeah. It's not. It's always a bit of a downer, isn't it, or a dampener when the director's there, because they can't piss about or take the piss out of it too much. They have to be more respectful, or pretend to be taken seriously.
Michael E. Bryant and Katie Manning.
Is that on Sea Devils?
I think it must be, but I'm more thinking, what's Behind the Sofa?
Oh, right.
For season 9.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've seen all this Behind the Sofa on season 9. But Genesis of the Daleks is the only one where they're taking it seriously all the way through, and they actually go quiet on Do I Have the Right, which is, must be unique.
Yeah. I think they sort of very quickly realised that the niche of Behind the Sofa is that it's almost a comedy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like, we're not watching it to see them love Doctor Who. We're watching it to see them.
No, and we know most of them don't really. It was just a bloody job they did ages ago.
Yeah,
but they're quite glad of the extra work. Thank you very much. Let me see.
I mean, back to that set in quotation marks from Genesis.
Yeah,
it's great to set up before that as.
Here is the door. Sorry, I found it. Listen, here we are.
That's like the noise from Alien, isn't it? Ridley Scott, Alien, when you first see the creature.
That is Arthur. Ridley Scott has spent his entire career copying David Maloney. Love it. I mean, when I saw Gladiator,
what did you think?
My wife said, "Isn't that fantastic? Isn't it just fantastic?" I said, "Just second-rate David Maloney."
God's not expecting trouble from a group of
That's
exorcists.
it.
Oh, wonderful.
Love it.
Yeah. Love
Love
it.
it.
Love it.
Love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Here we
out
are.
on the watch.
You all worked with him, you know.
Really?
Yeah, he was very fine on an autumn play called The Ruffian on the Stairs. Very sinister and strange. Very good
Controlled.
carpenter as well.
Very good carpenter.
Oh, yes, he was.
Yes.
Turn left.
She doesn't. She never knows when he's joking. That's hilarious, isn't it? He was a carpenter. He put up shelves in David Maloney's bedroom, but she's going. No, he's just made that up now. It's must be one of Tom being ironic.
Tomism.
You know the one where Louise Jameson says she didn't understand the K9 pun.
Oh,
was that Underworld?
oh, and he's pulling her leg with it.
Yeah.
Saying,
Yeah.
What's this K9 pun?
What's the joke about K9? Oh dear. Right. Let's get back to the job in hand.
Back to Genesis of the Daleks.
How long have we been at this now?
Nearly 5 hours.
It's almost like we should start doing this for charity. It's not like you give us money for doing this.
It's like a marathon, isn't it?
Marathon. I love it though. It's great.
Ooh, Doctor Who Home has joined us. You can't fault Genesis now, that's for sure.
No.
You
Well,
can't.
we haven't. I haven't faulted it.
I mean, I suppose I could bring up the fault I mentioned before of the illusion of the Thal city isn't quite as effective as the bunker. But it feels like maybe the budget ran out by the time they got round.
What do you mean the illusion? You mean the sets?
Yeah.
No, the sets. No, the sets of the Thal city aren't as good as the nowhere near, and it's a shame.
Beige walls and
No,
the Roman columns.
the beige was the Romanesque columns. It's not. That's it is disappointing after the. There's one great. It's the second extermination scene. It's when the Daleks are being recalled, and it says Davros has ordered all Daleks to disengage, and there's just one bloke gets exterminated,
Yeah,
and the lighting's right, and the actor or the extra, or whatever it is, sort of appears to be experiencing agony in every part of his body. He sort of touches his eyes, and and you get the same sense, like with Ronson, that it's the most agonizing death imaginable.
Yeah, I think the music aids with that as well. Like dun 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 at the time. It's something along those lines.
I'll find it. It's in my recording of all the Davros scenes.
Oh no, I mean the Thal death rather than the Ronson one. I think the Ronson one's silent, isn't it? Well, not silent, but no music.
Oh yeah, after they come in. Bing, 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 ding, ding. They file in, and then sorry. That you mean that's the single Thal death?
Yeah, the one you mentioned.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
You've got that.
It comes after a Davros scene.
And
I kept it in because it's one of my favourite bits. Hang on a minute.
But yeah, I think so. So many of the exterminations in this one are so brilliant, though.
Even the door sound effects are great. That's it.
There we go.
All Dalek units. All Dalek units.
Yes, that's great.
Davros has commanded all Dalek units to disengage and return to the bunker immediately. I obey.
Yeah, the lighting's very good on those. So that's making a lot again, like no set. Some jars with plastic in them, bubbly water, and some dries. You got one extra being exterminated, but it's well lit and everything, and that's worth, getting 20 extras who die like all the rubbish exterminations in this story's sequel.
I think
I always feel sorry. Poor old Ken Grieve was doing his best. There's a lot of quite sort of adventurously low angle shots going on in Destiny of the Daleks, but he's fighting one of the most mediocre scripts ever written, and
unenthusiastic extras.
And unenthusiastic star probably, or someone star who can't be bothered to take it seriously. There's a great line in that. There's one of my favourite lines, which is where Tom says, "Who was it who said the living are just the dead on holiday?" It's just a throwaway line. I always thought, that's an interesting notion. The living are just the dead on holiday, suggestive of how short a time we're here. I think it was actually a philosopher called Maeterlinck who said that, because I looked it up at some point. That's the only line I really like in Destiny of the Daleks. Oh no, Spack Off. I like Spack Off. No, I do. I love Spack Off. Yeah, of course I do.
But yeah, I suppose partially it might come down to as well the more time-consuming nature of the effects of having to draw it around the exact person, isn't it?
Well, don't do it then.
Yeah, very true.
because the positive negative thing works beautifully. I mean, I think there's never been a more effective extermination than Ronson's.
No, and it's great that gets to be the first as well.
Yeah.
And the fact
but again, it's everything working. Everything's working there. The lighting's absolutely right in the studio. Again, there's that recurring motif of the flicking of the switch and cutting of the door opening, the shadows of the Daleks, the lighting of the shadows on the walls, and the Daleks filing in. Dudley, at his most powerful, and Wisher just absolutely nailing it. I mean, I think every time I watch that, I can't quite believe how believable. I can't quite believe how believable Michael Wisher is in that, and how frightening he is, and that just that's so sort of, it's perfect.
I love how the extras as well, the scientists, they're covering their eyes from it.
That's brilliant.
And you get it's not just that they're horrified and they don't want to watch, because they're looking in that direction but covering. It's that the intensity and the power of the energy that's being fired at Robinson is blinding.
It
just helps sell it even more.
Yeah, and that Dalek's that Dalek ray sound, just it sounds so sort of cruel and painful, doesn't it? That it's just what do they use for Dalek sound effects in the revised series? It's just more. It always sounds to me more generically just a bolt.
Yeah, it's more like a ray.
Yeah,
like a laser, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, and often it is just a single little beam, isn't it, rather than one long extended blast.
Well, did the bullet if the bullet effect comes with remembrance, doesn't it? Rather than a complete beam.
Yeah. But then that's sort of like got more of a thickness to it, doesn't it?
What, the remembrance bullets?
Yeah.
Right.
It's almost like a mini comet or something.
Yeah, they're like little.
Yeah. Whereas in the new series, it is like a beam, but it breaks off, doesn't it? Bit like sort of like the blaster effects in Star Wars, I suppose, but a bit longer.
Which Star Wars? In the original Star Wars? No.
Yeah.
You're a Star Wars person, aren't you? A Star Wars person.
Yeah.
Is that because you call Luke?
I got that.
Have you got an anti-M?
No, I don't.
No, she's not called Auntie M. Is it? That's the Wizard of Oz. She's called Auntie. What's she called?
Peru, isn't
Aunt
it?
Peru.
Per,
Or
per,
Burrow.
Peru.
Peru.
Yeah.
Aunt Peru. That's right. Of course, yes. I can hear him saying it now. Sorry. Auntie M is Dorothy's aunt. I'm sorry. I just got Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz mixed up with Luke Skywalker. Easily done.
Well, I suppose they're both sort of like that.
They're both pretty
Hero
wet.
being taken out of their
Yeah, but he
own
doesn't
world
have a
into
dog or a
another in way.
song.
No. Well, Chewbacca could kind of be his dog.
Chewbacca.
Who knows? That's offended a bunch of Star Wars fans. Chewbacca is not even his, it's Han's, if any.
What would Star Wars fans be doing listening to a Doctor Who show? I know there's a lot of crossover, isn't there? Well, I saw Star Wars when it come out, didn't I? You know. In fact, I got a poster of C-3PO and R2-D2 on my wall before I'd seen the bloody thing. That was the first merchandise, pre-merchandise was invented on that. And I'd read a book called Splinter in the Mind's Eye.
That was originally the second film.
Yeah, but it was just a book.
Yeah. Until it did really well, and they thought, we can actually make a proper film here, and we can get Harrison Ford back again. We can afford him.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was interesting. That coming out. You must have seen it getting on for spring in '78. So and getting a light. We had toy lightsabers. You can get really, really good toy lightsabers these days, can't you? Or they're quite, So they actually work.
Ones.
Can you get ones that actually sort of come out?
I think they've just designed that now.
I think you got like LED ones.
The ones in '78 it was just a long tube of plastic with a torch at the front. But and there's this other kid called Johnny Shepherd, and he had one, and we just used to sort of bash the shit out of each other's lightsabers. But that was great. That was all you needed back in them days, when you weren't playing with the hoop and stick, of course, and the marbles and the conkers, and the black and white television occasionally, of course.
Did you have two very thin sticks hold them out in front of you and be like, "Do I have the right?"
No, that was never a scene I tried to recreate. You know what? Because I was sort of small and had dark hair, the Doctor I used to pretend to be was Patrick Troughton, even though I'd never seen any of his. I'd only seen photographs of him and maybe the odd tiny little clip.
No.
There was
what about Three Doctors?
Well, I told you, my memory of the Three Doctors is the gel coming out of Dr. Tyler's machine and going and scaring me about sinks. I don't remember Patrick Troughton. After the sort of the memories of the Sea Devils, the vivid memories start with Carnival of Monsters, and they sort of miss out the Three Doctors. Strange, apart from the gel in the sink. And then from Three Doctors onwards, it's vivid. Every single story is vivid from through Frontier in Space, down to the Daleks, etc. Green Death, of course.
And then you get Sarah along next.
Who?
Oh, who knows?
Sorry, what? Sarah?
Sarah someone.
Who's getting Sarah? What? Some on the thing, chat.
No, I mean Sarah Jane Smith.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
In the Time
sorry.
Warrior.
Yes, that's true.
And you've got very vivid memories of her.
I have indeed. Yes.
I think we haven't talked about Harry yet, though, have we? We talked about Sarah.
Oh yeah, God, I knew. That's right. We must talk about
the indomitable Ian Marter.
Putting his foot in it.
I mean, I suppose we've talked about his absence in a way. When we talked about the "Do I Have the Right" scene, we spoke about how Harry's hard.
That's right.
He does have a presence in the story in other scenes. He's paired up with Tom for a lot.
It's funny. I always thought it was funny on the LP when Tom says, "What about Sarah and Harry?" and then they turn up, and he goes, there you are, Sarah," and he doesn't say hello. And it reminds me of that bit in the Revenge of the Cybermen when when he's got his arm stuck in the door, and then he comes out and he thanks Sarah, and then he just gives Harry a glowering look, and he's
It's like, what did I do now?
What did I do now? It's almost like a prefiguring of the Eccleston Doctor's relationship with Nikki Smith, isn't it? In many ways, but without the sexual element. Yes, maybe that was something that a reading that Russell T Davies had, because this is his favorite story is The Ark in Space, I think, as is Stephen Moffat's, and his favorite bit is, as I said, the conduit scene from Ark in Space. So yeah, where are we with Harry? So Harry, Harry says playing rock music. And Terence makes a real meal of that in the book. Hang on, where are we?
Oh, does he?
Yeah. It got about 3 pages on it. Hang on. Oh dear.
That's just like a funny little joke that he sort of dismissed, really.
It's not a bad joke, actually.
No,
is it?
I wouldn't have thought it was as much you could get out of it.
Well, wait.
Let's see what Terence has made of it.
Sarah examined the uniform more closely. That combat jacket's some synthetic fibre, and the rest of the uniform seems to be made of animal skins. The Doctor nodded. Oh, the Doctor nodded, and the Doctor says, "Does he?" Is that his line in the? It's like finding the remains of a Stone Age man with a transistor radio.
Yeah, that is the Doctor's line.
It is, yeah.
Well,
Harry chuckled. Playing rock music, eh? Even in the most macabre circumstances, Harry could not resist a joke. He looked at the others, hurt at their lack of reaction. Rock music? Caveman? Get it? Sarah threw an impatient look and said, "What does it all mean, Doctor?" Then, of course, because in the episode, when she says and mispronounces Good King Wenceslas, she says Good King Wenceslas, which is what loads of kids used to call him Good King. We used to say Good King Wenceslas, which was funny. Maybe it's a Merseyside thing. And then Harry returns her not being, because he sort of raises his eyes to her joke, doesn't he, when she says Good King Wenceslas? Good King Wenceslas. Apologetically, the Doctor said, "I'm afraid we seem to be in the middle of a minefield. Keep close behind and follow in my footsteps. You sound just like Good King Wenceslas." The nightmare journey continued. Have they got the minefield scene in here? The mine scene? Yes, they have.
Surely they must do.
Yeah, they have. Of course they have.
It's one of the iconic ones, isn't it? That's like a strong show from Harry as well there.
Yeah. No, we did discuss that at some point, but I can't think when we could have discussed it. No idea.
Lost in a chronic hysteresis.
Oh, no idea. It was.
Seemed to have been a long trip somehow. Daddy? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sammy says, "Poor Harry. I love how the 12th Doctor in the Zygon 2-parter continued the 4th Doctor's jibe."
Who says this? Who says this?
Sammy Satine. Yeah, I love how.
Is that Mr. Bunk Cactus?
No, this is a new Sammy.
Okay, right.
I think we.
So was it?
Yeah, we're on so late now that we're getting people who used to be up at the time.
either insomniacs. Either insomniacs or people from far-flung nations. Yeah. What was it he said, Sammy?
Said, I love how the 12th Doctor in Zygon 2-parter continued the 4th Doctor's jibe at Harry, calling him an imbecile. You know, when he refers to the Zygon gas. Yeah, because he says the
Sullivan's gas. Yeah. That's right. The imbecile gas. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
well. The imbecile, that's the first one of the first scenes I ever saw in colour at home, of course, because that's episode 4 of Revenge of the Cybermen. And that line was just hilarious. And it is hilarious. It's brilliant. when Harry's nearly caused the explosion with the clips on the bombs. But that's just a wonderful moment of Tom Baker manicery, isn't it? That extraordinary, extravagant laughter.
Yeah. And the way he just collapses down
Yeah,
after.
no, it's great.
Yeah, I don't think there's no moment like that in Genesis, though, is there? Because it doesn't call for it as a story at all.
No, there's no moment of egregious sort of silliness.
No.
And
even
that's
in the
right.
plan scene, which you detest, there is still, I think Tom and Ian are both taking it seriously still.
Yeah, they are. In fact, it was. But this is interesting about the sort of the tone that was being adopted by this era. When Tom empties his pockets, Maloney said, "I don't want anything silly coming out of his pockets." So he said, "I don't want to see the jelly babies in this scene."
Not the apple core.
Yeah, or a rattle, or it's a football. Isn't there a football rattle?
Yeah.
Isn't it like the what's it, Key to the City of
Skaro?
Venturi or something? Yeah,
no, he's got freedom. He should have got that. I've got the freedom of the city of Skaro here.
He's got Trisilica from Paladin in it.
Has he?
What's the Alpha Venturi thing?
No, he says something about difficult opponent, 6 arms and 6 bats. Is it that? Something about
it must be a cricket.
Table tennis.
Is it table tennis?
It's table tennis. Hang on a minute. Is
it like
he'd won a table? No, I don't know. There's just a minute. There's another book here that I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. This is in the. This is bizarre. This is in the inventory. Of the props inventory from season 12, right? Oh yeah, when I joined the Doctor Appreciation Society in 1977, there was a quiz, and one of the questions was, in which story does the Doctor contradict himself about what one keeps in what to keep in one's pockets? Or what? No, in which story does the Doctor contradict himself about what one should keep in one's pockets?
What was that?
That's the question. What's the answer? No idea.
Sontaran experiment.
Oh, right. Well done. Did I ask you that last time?
I don't believe so.
I just remember occasionally. Another one was in which.
Yeah, sorry.
In which story did someone dream about Mr. All Sorts?
That's one I'm not sure about. Ben?
It's a Tom story. It's a Hinchcliffe story, and the person who dreamed about Mr. All Sorts is Sarah Jane Smith.
Oh. Not Planet of Evil, is it?
No, it's the brain of Morbius. When she falls down the stairs and he comes in, she's been unconscious, and she's I had a terrible dream, and there was this man who got butcher's leftovers, and then she refers to him as Mr. All Sorts. Anyway,
I was just thinking of Happiness Patrol.
Doctor Who personal props used by Tom Baker, complete to the end of current schedule. So this was from Robot onwards. Personal props for Tom Baker: 1, a Gladstone bag; 2, a sonic screwdriver; 3, TARDIS key on chain. There are 2 other TARDIS keys being duplicates from Viz Effects. 5, an eyeglass. 6, 1 pack of playing cards. 7, 1 pack of trick playing cards. 8, magnifying glass. 9, toy gun, Colorado, silver metal, Crescent toy, Corgi, Britain. 10, toy car, Batmobile, Corgi toys. 11, prop mouse. 12, blue yo-yo. 30, it's a yellow one in this story, isn't it?
Yeah.
The blue one is in Ark in Space. What colour's the one in Brain of Morbius?
Is it green?
How geekish is this game? No, it's never. I'm just. I think it's either yellow, but I can't remember. Blue yo-yo. 13, 6 transparent dice. 14, 1 cuckoo call. 15, 1 goose call. 60. What are these? The things that make that noise? Must be.
Must
I think
be.
it's sort of like hunting, isn't it?
1 curlew call. 17, 1 telescope, adjustable type. 18, pair of yellow plastic goggles. 19, galactic passport. 20, freedom of the city of Skaro, scroll on cloth. 21, leather purse. 22, magnet. 23, old leather notebook and ballpoint pen. 24, battered selenium locking mechanism. Ex-lifesaver of the Doctor. What's that? Is that a reference to a story?
What was that on again?
Battered selenium locking mechanism.
Oh, that's what he throws out of his pocket before saying it's a mistake to clutter one's pockets. That's
Oh,
what
is
saves
it?
him from Gaya's attack.
Well done.
Yeah.
Right,
I think
right.
is it Sinestrik they call it in the story.
Synestic.
'Cause he gets it-
No, that's synestic lock is what's keeping the shuttle in the arc in space.
Yeah. But I think that's where he got it from. Isn't that's what he says in?
Does he?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
what-
remember. It says many of these props would appear in later stories. The Batmobile toy, for instance. Which story does the Batmobile toy appear in?
Well, it's in Genesis, isn't it? It's on the desk.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's not Inferno.
I've never noticed it. No, it's in Thal under Wang Chiang. When he's emptying his pockets in whatever. What's that episode? Is that the last episode of?
Yeah,
Thal?
it must right at the start of episode 6, isn't it?
Never trust a man with dirty fingernails. Yeah. Well, let's see. What else have we got to talk about? What else have we missed?
We spoke
You've
about
had
the
the
Daleks
readings.
much, yeah.
The Daleks,
The
I think, have never looked better than in this story. I think they've never looked more threatening, even though as much to Nick Briggs's disgust and chagrin, they're only in it for 15 minutes.
Yeah, but they're
Compared
well
to
used.
Davros's 43 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, the story David Maloney directed before this was Planet of the Daleks. So he'd obviously got some experience with them there, and I think learned not to take them on location again.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's almost difficult to believe it's the same director, isn't it? Although I love Planet of the Daleks, but it's got nowhere near the sort of. It's like a really workman-like, story in terms of its direction, isn't it? Planet of the Daleks. It's all quite efficient, but there's no panache. There's no sort of extra verve or zhuzh or anything, or a sense of real aesthetic flair about it. It feels quite generically straightforward, doesn't it? The way it's lit and the way it's shot.
Yeah. It's like not bad. It doesn't offend, but it doesn't.
No, it's
stand
fine.
out.
It's serviceable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
You
the only
wouldn't-
one he directed for John.
Pertwee. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because he goes from the remarkable feat of directing the War Games. God knows what that must have been like trying to get that bloody thing on.
I suppose that's why he needed to take 3 years off.
Yeah, that would have exhausted anybody.
And not like, I mean, he'd done the Crotons and
I think you see that
as well. So he's been
there's much more. I mean, I know the Crotons are the greatest story in the world, but I think a lot of it, it's he's doing his best with the material. Some of that stuff, there's some stuff shot on film with the Doctor and Zoe in the diner trope, where there's a curious lens used. Do you know what I mean? When they're being
when it's like shot from above.
yes,
being
and
drained.
there's a strange kind of prismatic effect or concave or convex effect on his face or her face or whatever it is. It's quite surreal.
Yeah.
He was very good at surrealism, wasn't he, David Maloney? You know, Mind Robber, Deadly Assassin,
Yeah.
that bits of the Crotons. But no, the way Genesis is directed is not self-consciously directed, but it's got a great deal of aesthetic value, hasn't it? It's doesn't draw attention to itself in any way. The direction, it's not tricksy.
It's not trying to show off.
It's not trying to show. It's just very, very effectively and stylishly doing about as much as you could expect of a story that complicated with those resources.
Definitely.
In it.
I think you got wonderful transitions early on, like after the fight right at the start, little shootout of sorts, the up and over the trench sequence. You've then got the Doctor appearing through the fog there, and how
that's right.
that's done.
What was the one of my regrets there is that the dubbing that the oh it's really cold lip trilling on Tom, that you know that when he's that's so clearly dubbed on.
No, that's never stood out to me.
It wasn't it? Dan? It's always irritated me.
No, not at all.
What is it? Maybe I've gone mad. It's one of the few things I don't like about it.
I suppose it's one of those things that once you notice, it's impossible.
Next time you'll find it intolerable, Luke. You'll never be able to watch the story again.
Be unseen.
Won't get past the first minute of it.
No, you won't get past the first minute. You know, you won't get to John Franklin Robbins. Yeah, the Daleks. It's the color scheme is fantastic in that lighting. They move beautifully. Apart from that one bit, it's always they're not so great in the Thal city. He's pulled Betan into the alcove, and the three Daleks come around, and the last one sort of seems to tip up slightly.
Oh, it's all like adjusting itself.
Yeah,
like the mid.
It's almost like he stood up. It's like he stood up inside and it's lifted. And Tom on the commentary said, Tom on the commentary says, I think that was Cy. Because of course there were three of them, weren't there? There was John Scott Martin, Keith Ashley at this point, and Cy Town.
There's that awkward moment in the bunker scene before most of the scientists are exterminated, where you can see they've run out of the actual Daleks and they've moved on to the prop ones, like where the doors
the dummy Daleks. Yeah. There's two with drooping appendages, isn't there?
And
they're just
like
sort of
the other doors open, they come in dramatically, and then there's a third one, and they're just sort of sat there in the corner. Like it's much more distant and a darker corner, but nevertheless it stands out.
It does stand out. It's pretty obvious. Yeah. It's a shame that, isn't it, in that last sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the dummy Daleks are generally not as. There's one in Planet of the Daleks, isn't there? Which is just sort of looks like an exhibit just stuck on the other side of the. I think is it in their headquarters?
Center, isn't it?
Doesn't Joe do an elaborate escape with it looking straight at her for about 5 minutes?
Yeah, she sort of tiptoes around it and then in front of it into that leaf basket, doesn't she?
It's the leaf basket. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But yeah, so in Genesis, that's
and they've got a kitchen. They've got a kitchen clock on the wall, haven't they? Like the Daleks and Planet of the Daleks.
Oh, show them when the ice volcano is about.
Yeah.
But the voices are great. Maybe
they should have just used the Terror of the Autons kitchen for the Dalek operations.
Mrs. Farrell's kitchen. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the dummy Dalek in Death to the Daleks, because the other three are sort of like moving about, right? They've sort of like they've got ants in their casings, aren't they? And the other one's just there, not moving at all. If the others weren't moving quite so much, it wouldn't be quite so obvious. That when they're having the conference about what they're going to do about allying with the humans or not.
Oh yeah, they're all sort of moving about side to side. All three.
And then there's the hilarious footage on. Have you seen the hilarious footage on where they experimented with having the Daleks whispering?
No, I haven't.
No,
is that for Death?
That's from Death. It's on that studio footage from Death to the Daleks. I think towards the end, because the logistics in the studio. Well, they're only about 3 feet away from them, so their conspiracy needs to be hushed. But Daleks whispering And Michael wished he could pretty much do anything with Dalek voices, but that's beyond the Daleks to be whispering, isn't it? It's preposterous.
That's the jumping the shark moment.
Have you not watched that studio footage? It's very interesting because that's the Death to the Daleks is the first story that was shot out of sequence, out of chronological sequence. It was rehearse and record, and it was interesting because you know it must have been difficult for Pertwee, who was used to filming it in in the order of the scenes, and you can see that the sort of confusion when he's it's really difficult, and when you know why. When you know it's a different way of shooting things that time, it makes sense they would have difficulty with it. People often say he looks like he's not interested in the story. I don't think that's good. If there's any moment when he doesn't seem to be quite as on top of it as he usually was, I think it's because of they're using a sort of a method of shooting that he's not used to.
I mean, it's Michael E. Bryan as well, isn't it?
It is Michael,
a young director, sort of trying out something new.
He was always up to something slightly innovative, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, did they stick with that from there on, or?
I don't know how that fits in with the later practices, and whether that was something that was an anomaly and then not continued. I'm not sure, actually.
I mean, it certainly would have been done for Sontaran Experiment, but that's a bit different because it's all on location.
Yeah.
Even though it's
I don't know what
OB
became...
rather than
I said broadcast cameras. Yeah. No, and let's talk about and Dudley's music. In this, that's all the Dalek music supports the visual effect of the Dalek so brilliantly. Particularly in episode 6. No, all the appearances of the Daleks, but this is a great bit. Hang on, I've got it here somewhere.
Yeah. Music's easier to play and then cite rather than talk.
In the meantime,
Ben?
Oh, that's me. I thought that was me trying to do that. I was trying to find somebody.
Wrong Ben.
Wrong me. Wrong. I'm not here anyway, as you know.
Timescale says it's pretty warm here in California.
I bet it is.
Head out and go bowling. Enjoy.
Fun.
Nice. This is This is David Maloney, followed by Tom Baker, a comment on the commentary of episode 1 of Genesis Daleks.
It's quite scary, really, isn't it? Just all those little children eating their fish fingers.
Timescale says, does anyone know if this is live? It's
live
very
right
interesting
now.
Listening to Stephen Noonan. I've been curious about this guy for a long time. I think, we've answered your question there by responding to it.
It is live, I've been rumbling on here with these two splendid people for how long now?
5 hours and a half. We're coming.
We could try and break. Are you all right, Ben? You've gone quite quiet. Are you?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're coming up to season 12 length.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this, Mr. Noonan, says Timescales.
Oh well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. It's a joy to talk about this, and I'm not sure how coherent I am.
If any of us
taken sort of copious notes on Genesis Daleks, and this because there's so much to say about it. So and I'm so sort of overwhelmed by its brilliance. I have to say, I never quite get over how good it is. It's as the kids would say, whole other level.
Yeah, it's
No.
very special that transcends what
Yeah.
Doctor Who's done so far.
Well, for me it
Oh,
does, but you know, but you know, if you don't feel that way about it, you don't feel that way about it, and that's fine. You know, it's also utterly subjective, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
It's
so
a bit of
Doctor Who
it's
does
some,
owe a lot
it's
to the
some
story.
Peter Miles.
Here's my so-called companion, Garman. So-called because at the moment he appears to be my colleague, Dennis Chinnery, the actor. The great authority on Robert Atkins. He is the Sladen great authority on Brian Miller. Threatening mutos, or are they threatening? Termination being lovely and ambiguous. Check one. I think that's me. And props. World War II Iron Cross on my breast, chest rather. Did you write that in, Tom? It's lovely. It's gorgeous. I love this theme of termination, that all the important people are still very vulnerable people, including the Doctor.
Yes. Dear.
Well, Sammy has said, I like how Nick Briggs always mentions Stephen on the Big Finish podcast. Excellent first Doctor, by the way, Stephen.
Oh, thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Sammy. Yeah. It's become a sort of running joke. Nick Briggs always mentioning that this is the Stephen Noonan mentioned bit.
Yeah.
We sometimes do a sort of a klaxon.
I mean, it's probably same for us, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah.
We've already not been a stream for a little while. Where you
know that clip of him interviewing Ingrid Pitt.
Yeah.
Because he said that was one of the most horrific days of his life. I sent him that clip the other day. He went, "Oh my God, why did you send me that? You just brought back the biggest nightmare of my life." I said, "I think she was flirting with you." And
but here's Terrence Dicks.
That is so funny that he was there sitting there, and there's subject of sex in some film came, and it was just going nowhere. This is Ingrid Pitt at a convention in the 90s, which is footage that is actually now on the Blu-ray of season 9, and I think she's just being sort of enigmatic and Polish and quite flirtatious. But the way his perspective was that it was just going really badly, and she wasn't responding to any of his questions. And so they were talking about sex, and then he got an earpiece to the director, and the director said, because Terrence Dicks was waiting in the wings, as it were, and behind the TARDIS doors. And it was like the conventions where they come out the TARDIS. So he was probably in the TARDIS. It was a panopticon. Have you seen it, Ben?
No, I've not seen that one. No.
And so he's there, trying to wind the interview, but not knowing how to segue to Terrence Dicks. And the director in his earphones says, because they're talking about sex, and it says in his earphones, "And talking of sex, here's Terrence Dicks." And so Nick said, "I just found myself repeating it and saying, and talking of sex, here's Terrence Dicks." Terrence comes on, and Terrence gives him this look as if to go, "What did you just say?" And then sits down and is wonderfully entertaining and Terrence in it, and suddenly the atmosphere completely changes. And then afterwards, he said, Terrence came up to him. He said, "Bloody hell, Nick." He said, "Just as well I came when I did. You were dying on your arse out there, and I nearly came out before it was my time to rescue you." dying on your arse out there. And it's not the greatest. It's not the most successful interview of all time.
There have been worse.
Well, there
have been worse.
Talking about me.
Am I? No, this isn't an interview.
No, it's not. No, it isn't an interview.
There haven't been worse then. Sorry.
I love his interviews with the Barry Letts and Terrence Dicks ones on the Mythmakers. Have you seen those?
No, I've seen like the Mary Tam and Tom Baker one. That was quite fun.
The Mythmakers ones. Yeah. The Tom Baker ones spectacular.
I think aren't the John Pertwee ones a bit awkward?
Yeah,
Well,
John,
And he didn't
yeah,
get on too well.
well, he
he's
said,
doing it in
good
Wurzel
take him.
Gummidge for like the second half of the interview.
yeah, well, he said, she said, just John Pertwee just didn't seem to have any respect for me. He said he was because Keith Barnfield was directing it, and he said he wouldn't talk. I was interviewing him, but he wouldn't talk to me. He just kept saying, Keith, would you tell him to do this? Is he going to do this? As though I wasn't there, or I was a, you know, there was as though I was, you know, whatever, you know, something else. And so, and he said it was difficult because he said it sort of it made it difficult for me to watch John Pertwee stories for years.
Yeah, I think I said he recently doing Third Doctor Adventures.
This
that
is
he really
why
found his love.
I'm glad I never met my doctors. You know, I never met John Pertwee, and I've never met Tom Baker, and I don't want to. You know, because you might get them on a bad day, and that would be awful. I always loved like talking about meeting Peter Miles or meeting Philip Maddock or Julian Glover or whoever it was, and working with people who'd been in Doctor Who and was interested here. But the actual Doctor, it's too important. Their significance as the Doctor is too special,
Closely related to your
for
childhood.
it to be jeopardized by the actor turning out to be having a bad day when he met me or whatever it was, or me saying that I wouldn't ever want to adulterate the pure relationship that I have with the character on the screen. With, you know, lovely meeting people like Peter Miles, and they're delighted that you know who they are, because they're not often recognized. Because, you know, because that's the thing about people who've become stars. It happens all the time. It's commonplace, and they get tired of it, and they might be there going, "Oh God, you know, here we go again."
Yeah, I think when you met David Warner, he was quite happy that you were talking about Big Finish with him.
Yeah, because he was like, everyone else was signed like The Omen and stuff, and now I was with like a Big Finish CD.
Well, he'd have loved that. I mean, as you know, I knew David very, very well, but you see, David was a very modest individual as well, you know, and was quite self-deprecating, and was, he could be quite cantankerous or irritated by certain things, but things he'd rather not talk about, couldn't be bothered talking about. But he was delighted because there was a friend of mine who was, when I said I'm doing King Lear at Chichester, playing Edmund in King Lear, and he wasn't remotely interested in theatre because this friend of mine was a massive film fan, and he said, "Oh right," he was Irish as well. He said, "Oh right," she said, "Oh, who's playing King Lear?" I said, "David Warner." He went, "What? David Warner? He's my favourite actor." and so he said, and he wrote an article. He wrote interviews. This friend of mine for a science fiction magazine called Psychotronic, and he said, "Could I do an interview with David Warner?" And I said, and so I asked David, and David agreed, and Paul came, and we spent a day. I can tell this story now. David's dead. I couldn't really tell him when it was alive because this is what the end of the story was something that David. It would have been difficult for David to find out about. It's nothing dodgy. It's just really sad, really. But
okay,
right. So we spent a whole day. Right. Paul's his biggest fan, knows everything about every film he's ever been in. He's asking him the sort of in-depth, detailed questions that probably nobody's ever asked, or very few people have asked David. And all these extraordinary film career. Did bizarre films. Like there's a director called Alain René who did a film, the name of which escapes me, with a one-word title. All these very sort of curious European films, and all the Sam Peckinpah films. He's in Straw Dogs, and he's in Cross of Iron, and The Ballad of Cable Hogue. All these extraordinary films and different directors. We spent this whole day Do you know where this is going? And
Maybe.
it's amazing. I was there all the time going, oh, this is gold dust. This is fantastic. And David, because David didn't drink, he used to go, we'd come to the pub, but he'd drink Caliber. So we went on sort of like a dry or a non-alcoholic pub crawl. I was doing a show in the evening. We were going from pub to pub because he liked being in pubs. And we would drink, and I think I was having coffees or something. And then we got back to that house I was sharing with Yuri Kerensky. It's a joke from Waters of Mars. Alex. And we get back there, and I came into the room, and Paul was going, oh no, oh fuck, oh Jesus, oh no, oh shit, oh no. He hadn't recorded any of it.
Oh no.
The dictaphone, which he borrowed off this daft bint, this girl called, I can't remember her name, she was completely. I said, why didn't you at any point do a test or go, just a minute, David, I'm just going to make sure I've got this or I'm getting this. It was a sort of new kind of digital thing at the time. And just I said, you know, you can't beat an old-fashioned tape recorder and you see the bloody thing going around, you know. And he was going, oh, God. And it was like the worst moment of his life because he just got the best interview you could ever have with David Warner. He hadn't got any of it. And he said, what are we going to do? I said, do you think we could get him to do it again? I said, no way. He didn't want to do it in the first place. And he did it as a favor because, you know, because we get on and everything. I can't. And he's going, whoa. And I thought, oh God. And every so often, you remember that interview I did? Do you know when it's coming out? I go, oh, I'm not sure, David. I'll ask Paul. He said, could you? I go, yeah. And eventually, because I used to go to there was a Indian restaurant near where he lived in Pimlico called Top Curry. Curry. We'll have a curry at Top Curry. And when he forgot about it, eventually stopped asking about it. Oh God! But it was absolutely amazing stuff he was getting. So it was the interview of a lifetime.
I suppose even if he did do it again, in some ways it'd be hard to recapture that magic.
Oh, it was. But I mean, David was. You know, I mean, he was really putting himself out to do it once. You know, because he didn't. He's like, no, I don't really like doing interviews, but I'll do it for you and your friend. You know. And then I think he quite enjoyed it as he went on because it wasn't just a boring, oh, the Omen, oh, Tron, oh, you know, Time Bandits. It was, you know, off the beaten track and all the extraordinary stuff. And Paul was very knowledgeable about him. I said, oh, you complete twit. How could you possibly? Why didn't you check at any point? I think he was just so kind of starstruck by the experience. He sort of put him into a sort of a useless reverie.
That reminds me, are we live at the moment, Ben?
Yeah, we're still live.
Why, have I said something out of order?
Oh no, I was just joking. We...
Oh right, okay.
That wasn't recorded.
Got it.
It's all been recorded.
I keep not getting your ironic remarks, don't I? So every so often
you keep doing a Louise Jameson to my Tom Baker.
I keep doing it. Yeah. What's the joke about K9? Well, you know, K9.
Yeah. Sammy Satine says, I met Peter Capaldi. He was lovely. I didn't get into Doctor Who till I was 21 because Doctor Who wasn't on when I was a kid. My dad saw Hartnell, though. To him, he is the Doctor.
Well. I suppose he is the Doctor, isn't he? He's
the
original,
article, you might say.
Yeah. Well, the original, the definite article is Tarmakus. But yeah, I mean, you know, it must have been great to my friend Bob Goody, who died recently. I shouldn't laugh. I don't want to laugh. No, he said, well, no, he was the only, you know, as far as he could never acclimatise to any of the later ones. That he was. I wonder if it was harder for people who weren't used to the concept of regeneration. That, as far as they were concerned, no, that's that actor's part. That's that. There can't be another Doctor Who. So later on, everybody knew that it was a flexible character. But it was going to be recast at some point. So
I suppose it worked out quite well for the new series that Christopher Eccleston only did the 1 year.
That they immediately immediately introduced the concept, and nobody had time to get too attached to him.
Yeah, 13 weeks, then that was your lot.
Yeah, bizarre, really, at the time. No, because it was like it only just bloody started, and the announcement was made. Wasn't it Aliens of London or something?
It must be quite
I think it was
early on.
around then.
Yeah, no, it was quite odd because there was an interview. It was on Jonathan Ross before and it was just the way he was being in the interview. I think Jonathan Ross showed him a doll of himself, and the way he was looking at it was really odd.
I think he was already talking about in the past tense before the announcement came out.
Yeah.
Which, he could have just attached at the time to.
So do you two saw Rose when it went out?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't. No.
Right. So was there? How long did you think of Christopher Eccleston as your Doctor then, Ben? Or you already knew John Pertwee?
I knew of John through Wurzel, but I didn't know he was the Doctor.
You hadn't seen Doctor. You'd only seen Wurzel Gummidge.
Yeah. Right. So for me, when David came along, I was like, "That's not the Doctor at all."
Oh right. So it took you a while to get used to David Tennant.
Yeah. So I struggled watching the Christmas Invasion because of it.
Did you?
Yeah,
that's very interesting. Yeah. And when did you accept him? How long did it take? Well, did you ever accept him?
I definitely accepted Tennant. I think it was probably School Reunion.
Not the end of Power of the Doctor.
Yeah.
What?
Again, another sort of contrarian phase, I suppose, when I was younger, because so many people loved Tennant so much. I very much liked him, but always was more in the Christopher Eccleston camp and much preferred his Doctor. Although now I feel like I probably do prefer David Tennant's, funnily enough.
So, of the revived series, who are your? We'll just shelve Genesis of the Daleks for the moment for about a couple of hours, and so actually I'm going. Oh yeah, would you like to have the Tom Baker section of a quiz that I wrote in 1983?
Yeah, we might as well. This burns up.
Yeah.
I mean, Timescales has just put. I met Patrick Troughton once when he was at San Jose PBS TV station doing a Doctor Who fundraiser. Nice man. Oh.
Yeah, no gosh.
Amazing. Aspect.
Yeah,
feel free to join in the chat as well if you want to take part in this quiz.
Are you talking to me? Thank you very much.
You
Thank you, Luke.
Ask the question and then you get down into the chat yourself.
This is called. This was written. I was 14. It's called Who Brain 83. Right.
Which of us is the Who Brain?
Well, you both are, but there's a particular. I mean, a bit. I've told you, Nick Briggs is rubbish at quizzes. He goes, "Oh, I don't know, do I?" Because he's on transmit most of the time and not on receive. So. Or he'll watch something for particular reasons, but he's not sort of. I'm sort of. Well, I suppose I like quizzes, and I like sort of that I've got that sort of trivia mindedness, of like being able to answer
There are people who have done
nerdish questions.
who would love their pub quizzes, don't they? And they
Yeah.
know these bizarre facts
Yeah.
purely because
Just
they've
for the
read
quiz.
up on them
Yeah.
on the off chance that it comes up in a
There
pub
was-
quiz.
A friend of mine who I was at drama school with, called Sean Williamson, who became very famous in EastEnders as Barry from EastEnders. You know Barry from EastEnders? He was also later in Extras. And, and he used to say to me, he said, "Oh, Steve, you're very good on literature, aren't you?" So, and he asked me something about, how many novels can you name by Jane Austen? And I go, "Oh," and I said, thinking he wanted it. He said, "No, I don't give a shit about Jane Austen. I just want to know it for the pub quiz or the pub quiz machine. You know, that's what you'd be doing. Those machines that are pub quiz questions. I mean, you could win money out of them." Okay. Do you want Who Brain 83 Pertwee years, or you got to choose from any four? There were 5 Doctors at the time. There were, in fact, this was written in the year of the 5 Doctors. Bloody hell!
Well,
What are we having? Go on.
go on, Luke.
So we got the Baker years, yeah.
All right, let's have the back.
Yeah, that's better. Keep it on topic.
Keep it on topic, exactly. Reasonably on topic. Okay. Oh yeah,
Space virus.
yeah. There's bound to, at some point, that's bound to be the right answer. Are we doing it in the same way as a question each?
Yeah, I suppose we do that. So you go for one of us, and then they either answer or pass.
What did you say?
So did you do it? So you ask one of us, they either
Yeah,
answer or
that's what I
pass,
did
they
last
go to
time,
the
wasn't it?
next. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way. Better than a buzzer.
Ben and Luke. Okay, who's going first?
Do you want to go first, Ben?
Sure.
Alphabetical.
And bear in mind, when writing this, I hadn't seen most of these stories since they'd been on. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? Now?
Okay.
Okay. In which story was a BBC camera allegedly accidentally smashed? During the filming of which story was a BBC camera allegedly accidentally smashed and destroyed? It's not true, but that was a story that was going around in the 80s, and it was one of those things that we were going, "Oh, is that true or isn't it true?"
Ooh.
You never heard about this?
No, never heard of this one.
Okay,
It rings a vague
Well,
bell.
okay.
I can't
Well,
remember.
when you know the answer, you'll go, "Oh, I see. Of course." What might a BBC camera be smashed by? Sort of fatally for a camera.
An angry Tom Baker.
Well, he's still behaving himself because it's him. So yeah.
I probably
that
want
narrows it down.
pyramids, but I don't know.
No.
I would say
Think of something dangerous. A story that starts in a dangerous location.
Yeah, I've got it now, but it's your turn.
No, it's not.
It's okay. Okay,
And
the clue for Ben. Okay, I was going to give Ben.
Sorry.
So there's a sort of an in joke in that, you know, they land in a quarry, but for once it's actually a quarry.
Hand of Fear.
Yeah.
I think it's stock footage, isn't it? Is the reason why?
No, it's not stock footage. That was an actual explosion, but the exploding rock wall or whatever it was, and it's a very impressive shot, but it's not that they actually shot that, and it came and I think it covered the camera, but the camera was encased in case hardened diranium. No, sorry, that's an actual Doctor Who. What story is that from? You know, it had a protective casing on it, so it was fine, but the rumor went around that it was destroyed. Okay, whose question is this one? But
yeah,
right. Well, I'm afraid that there's no way you're not going to get this now. But at the time, bearing in mind that these episodes were developed, I was very proud of having quotations that very few people could have known, because I'd got this reel-to-reel recording of a couple of early episodes that I taped off the telly with my grandmother's Brunel thing, as it was called, as it was the make of it. Well, it's now as easy as pie. Identify the following quotation. When I say I'm afraid, Sarah, I'm not making jokes.
Ark in Space.
Yeah.
In
Yeah. That was a hard question, I answered. And this is poor Ben. I'm sorry. Who is the designer for the Rebus operation? Don't even pretend to be racking your brains for this one. Nobody knows who designed the Rebus operation.
Definitely not June Hudson.
No, it's not June. It's not
Barry Newbury.
It's not definitely not Barry. It's not Ray Cusick, and it's not Roger Murray Leach. It's John Pusey. I don't know why I read this. I thought it was a funny name. That was probably why I put it. Name the painting by Amelia Ducat found in the boot of the Chase limousine. I love my
Flowers
writing.
at Dawn.
Well, it's a Latin name.
No,
it's not cool. I love the fact that you've made up a completely made up.
It sounds quite poetic as well.
It does. I like flowers. That sounds like a name of a really cheap perfume, doesn't it? Flowers.
Yeah. Well, she says she camped out on the Chilterns night.
She camped out on the Chilterns, not just to catch it at sunset. You're quite right. So flowers at
sunset is it?
Sunset, or was it sun? No, camped out, catch it at sunset, sunrise. I can't remember.
Yeah. What?
No.
Ben.
No.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Come on. Isn't Seeds of Doom one of your favourite stories, Luke? Was that?
No, it's not coming to me, though.
It is one of your favourite stories, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Fritillaria meleagris, or the common snake's head fritillary. This could be more so. Michael Wisher is most famous for his portrayal of Davros in the Tom Baker era. Name his two other roles in this period. In the Tom Baker period.
Whose question is this again?
I don't know. I'm not. Ben doesn't want it.
Yeah, I think it is Ben.
Is it Margaret or something like that?
Yeah, that was. That's what's funny about that is episode 1 of Revenge is going out. And sitting there, my mum's sitting there, and David Collins says, "You feel fear, Margaret, because whatever it is." And my mum goes, "Is he called Margaret?" So I don't know, because David Collins, he makes it sound like Margaret. Yes, you've got that's one of them. There's two points for this. So Ben's got a point with that. What's the other one? Well, he actually plays about 3 different vocal characters in Revenge of the Cybermen. He's the voice that's
he's somebody in Planet of Evil, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get this one then.
In Revenge of the Cybermen, he's also the voice that's talking to the radio operator.
What, the one who's asking about their brother?
Yes, Crewmaster Colville is doing a tour with you. Say again, Crewmaster Colville. No, it's Warner who says say again, not David Warner. Yeah, I'll give it to you. He's called Morelli.
Okay.
Lukeski, identify the following quotation. Be thankful you're living and trust to your luck and march to your front like a soldier.
Is it Wilfred Gibson?
No, I want the story it's from.
Oh, But I think
And
Tom does give the quotation.
That's the Ballad of Flannel from horror at Fang Rock, as he used to call it.
Yeah, the story. Tom says that, and
yeah, he misattributes it. He says it's by Gertrude Stein, which, if anybody knows about, Gertrude Stein wrote very, very abstruse sort of was automatic writing, and this is clearly a far more conventional literary style. It's actually by Kipling, but what's the story he says it in? Okay, it's a Hinchcliffe story.
Yeah. No, not a clue.
Ben? They've just escaped from something or other.
Oh, was it Face of Evil?
Yes.
There we go.
How did you suddenly get that from? They just escaped from something.
I don't know, it was coming to me just before. I think it's because it's when the Doctor's sort of waking up from something.
It's the particle accelerator. Particle analysis. Sorry, particle analysis machine. Yeah. Okay, you got that. Okay. John Leeson is most famous for the voice of K9. What two other parts has he played in Doctor Who?
Somebody in Power Kroll.
Yeah.
Another person.
Well, another part.
Another part. I'm not sure, actually.
Do you know, Luke?
Daleks in Remembrance of the Daleks.
But this is
written in 93. That doesn't. There's no such thing as Remembrance of the Daleks.
No.
Yeah, you're quite right. Well, he's the little girl in Remembrance of the Daleks, isn't he? As it were. Little girl.
So
John
83.
Leeson.
Yeah. Would it have been during the Baker years as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did have his Power of Kroll one. What else? No, not sure.
It's probably one of those instances of we need somebody to do. Oh well.
Oh, do you play the Swarm?
Yes, I was going to say. It's one of those things where they go, "They need a voice to do this." They go, "Well, John's in for K9. When do we get him to do it?" Yeah.
Contact has been made.
That was one of the. That was so. All the kids were saying contact has been made. That was that. They were very good at that. Bob Baker and Dave Martin. Because another Eldrad must live. It's great for kids to have that sort of villain's mantra, isn't it? Yeah.
Russell definitely caught on to that.
Yeah. It's a good ploy, a scripting ploy, to have a catchy thing like that. In which story? Oh, here we go. Nicking that question in. Which story did the Doctor contradict himself about what to keep in one's pockets?
Centauran Experiment.
Yes. Okay, well, this is another easy one. Why, in Hand of Fear, when Eldrad regenerated her poisoned body, why did she emerge as a male? Whose question is this?
Ben's.
See, Hand of Fear is not a favourite.
I love the first two episodes. And I think Liz Sladen's hair is just, wonderful. And she's great at being possessed. She's great at everything. No?
No.
I've not a clue either.
Oh, okay. I'm fascinated. I thought this was something that everybody axiomatically knew.
It might be
Eldrad,
something that comes obvious to us.
Eldrad was originally male, but when he remanifested himself in the nuclear reactor, he modelled his genetic constitution on Sarah's, thus appearing female.
Ah.
I thought that
I
was
think
one
we were
of those.
thinking too much of the scene where he is male rather than when she is female.
I thought that was one of those things that every Doctor Who fan knows, that it was to do with the contact with Sarah. I think Judith Parris is brilliant as Eldrad, and Stephen Thorne sadly is rubbish. But it's partly the costume as well, isn't it? It's just a sad come down.
It's a performance that you would usually work in the Pertwee era, but just doesn't fit what they were going for here.
No, well, it's everything. It's an actor from the Pertwee era who gave two very strong performances in the Pertwee era, coming back in a later era and being ill-served. I think that's what it is. I remember being so disappointed when having been so impressed by Eldrad early on.
But should we go for the next question?
No, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Identify the following quotation. You and I are scientists. We buy our privilege to experiment only at the cost of total responsibility.
Nightmare of Eden?
No.
Oh. It's yours now, Ben.
Oh, it's got to be Genesis, isn't it?
It's not.
No.
No, it's not. It's not.
Is it Robot?
No.
No.
You Ben's closer. Ben's closer with producer and director.
Is it Talons?
No.
Planet of Evil?
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm not sure if you're allowed it, Luke.
No, I think we've gone too far with it.
Nearly run out of David Maloney stories there.
Yeah,
There's no Deadly Assassin. It's not going to be Deadly Assassin. He's talking to Professor Sorensen. It's actually a very good line. Name the 3 chapters of the Time Lords and their respective colours. Well, there's 6 points for this, so I think you can share this out. You can thrash this out between you.
Pridonian.
Yeah. What colour?
Orange.
Yeah.
Well, it says scarlet here, but I think you're right. I think that's not a scarlet tunic that Tom's wearing as the Doctor in that scene. Who got Pridonian? Oh, Luke. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the easy one, isn't it? Ben, have you got another one?
Shabugan?
No, they're not. They're not Time Lords.
They're the sort of the outcasts, or the sort of the.
They are mentioned in Deadly Assassin, aren't they?
The Shabugans, by
Castellan.
Andrel, yeah.
Yeah.
The sort of thing the Shabugans are always up to, isn't it? As they sound like they're sort of like yobs or something, or sort of naughty youths. The sort of youths that might be lurking outside Ben's house when I've disappeared. I think that might be a reference. You know what a Shabardan is? It was a piece of equipment. A piece of sort of like a tape, some sort of like video copying machine that they use at the BBC. I think it might be Bob Holmes hearing that word a lot and thinking, oh, that's a sort of odd word. I'll just slightly adapt it.
Yeah, I can't think of any more of the chapters.
Well, there's only 3.
Yeah.
The others are.
Archilian.
Ah! Give me that again.
Archilian or something like that.
They teal?
Arcalians,
Arcalian.
Okay.
not Arcatelians. What's that? What are the ones that look like chipmunks, or not chipmunks? The ones in the revised series. The
Tritivores.
no.
No.
The one the Undertaker in Under the Lake.
Oh, Tivolians.
Tivolian. But isn't that a reference to Arcatelians in that story?
I think that might be like
they
a race that enslaves.
They
Yeah.
enslaved them. They were enslaved by the Arcatelians. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll give you that. Arcalians. What's the other one? And what colour are they?
They the teal ones?
Teal.
Yeah,
Is
there's
that
like
a
a
colour?
tealy blue.
No.
Yeah,
It says green here. And there's one more chapter. No.
There's a purple one, isn't there?
Well, it's actually heliotrope.
Right.
I'd be hard pressed without looking it up on Google what colour heliotrope was, to be honest with you. They're the Patrexes.
Oh.
Patrexes. Okay. Whose question is this?
I'm not lost track on that last one. I think is it mine now?
Yeah, I think it's yours because yeah.
What's the question?
Oh, sorry. Have I not given you the question?
No, you haven't.
I beg your pardon. In what
building
year?
up the dramatic reveal.
In what year was Invisible Enemy set? The Invisible Enemy.
Uh,
I can't. It's 2:30. Wow, that's fantastic. How long have we gone on for then?
6 hours 20.
So have we outlasted our last time?
Oh,
yeah, I think so.
Brilliant. Sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Was it year 5000?
Yeah.
Nah.
I'm done. All right. I've dropped the pen.
It's nice when they say it in round figures like that, isn't it?
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's easy to remember. That's for bloody sure. Yes, Luke. Okay. Okay. Identify the following quotation. Well, this is a gift. There's no point in being grown up if you can't be childish sometimes.
Robot.
Yeah, it was harder in 1983. In episode 4 of Pyramids of Mars, Sarah was imprisoned beneath a giant impermeable glass bell. What was the name of this contraption? Whose question is this?
My one.
Yeah.
Pyramids of Mars Part 4.
Yeah.
He's imprisoned.
I think it's a big tube, isn't it?
It's a big piece of bent curved perspex, yeah. And she steams it up, doesn't she? Because she's probably in there for she's in there for ages, isn't she? And it's that logic puzzle that was in practically every Doctor Who annual.
So what's the name of that trap?
What is the name of the thing she's inside? Yeah.
Not a clue.
It's a good bit of Robert Holmes technobabble. It's a Decatron. It's a Decatron. Oh, sorry, Ben. I've just nearly given it away, but I don't think you knew, did you?
No. You say
it's a Decatron crucible.
A
Decatron crucible. Well, whose question is this now?
Ben's.
Okay, nice one for you. Who was the Butcher of Brisbane?
Magnus Greel.
Janet Fielding's dad. Yes, that's right. Yes, Magnus Greel. Identify. Did I send you? I better not say that. Identify the following quotation. You will never amount to anything in this universe while you retain your propensity for vulgar facetiousness.
The Deadly
I think
Assassin.
I sent that to you actually the other day, didn't I?
Yeah, after I made
Your
let us help you.
That was very good. That made me laugh out loud while I was supposed to be being serious. Okay, what was the name of the spacecraft sent into deep space by the space? A lot of space recurs a lot in this question. What was the name of the space? I always anything with space in the title as a kid, of course, was instantly exciting. Just because if you love science fiction, you love things with space.
I suppose that's why you prefer the Space War title.
Who said I prefer the Space War? I never said that. I said the Doomsday Weapon I prefer.
Oh, that's the one I confused.
Yeah, no, I don't prefer the space. I think Frontier in Space is fine. But no, I love the Space War because I love the novel. And that is a bloody good Malcolm Hulk showing. What was the name of the spacecraft sent into deep space by the Space Research Center at Davros Space Center?
Oh, this android invasion.
It is.
Right. Okay.
That's not a story I ever visit with relish.
I think similar to Hand of Fear for me. I like the first half of it. I think it's
I mean, the cliffhangers to episode 1 I remember being impressed by at the time because Stigron looked great. But before he started talking, before we could, because that's they're not the greatest monsters, are they?
No.
And the fact they're supposed to be sort of microsurgeons, as I think Hinchcliffe himself said, or somebody working on it said it was ludicrous. It was surgeons with those ludicrously thick fingers. No, you either know it or you don't.
No,
I don't know.
It's the XK5.
Oh,
Even that sounds boring, doesn't it?
Sounds like a car number plate, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Spot on there. In which story and why? Well, I just feel this. Did Leela plead with the Doctor to slay her?
whose one is this one?
I think it's yours.
Horror of Fang Rock. After she's blinded.
Horror at Fang Rock. Yes.
It is the fate of the old and crippled.
Yeah, well, it's true. So you got that? Okay. Identify the following quotation. Why don't you shut your mouth? Why don't you shut yours? What, when I'm accused of murdering one of my friends? Friends? You've never had any friends. I could go on. There's more questions.
Oh, do you know it, Luke?
Yeah.
Oh, you go for it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I'll give him a. Oh,
I've already given him a hint.
Okay, yeah.
What was the hint? I don't.
Do you want the hint? Go for the hint then.
The rest of it is. There is one other possibility you seem to have overlooked. Shut up. We've heard quite enough out of you.
Oh, it's Genesis, isn't it?
It's what?
Genesis, is it?
No.
Robots of Death.
Robots of Death. Oh god.
It's when they're having their
That was my Brian. That was my Brian Croucher impression. Yes, which is. It's got some great lines. That scene. That's obviously got inverse ratio and.
Yeah. The jelly baby offer, which immediately followed by "shut up" as they get slapped across the room.
Yeah, there's also another one of Tom's lovely little elisions where he says, "I suppose it's also a coincidence that in sort of however many thousand miles of desert you just happened to cross us." And Tom sort of looks down, and he goes, "Well," he goes, "Oh, sorry, I thought it was rhetorical." Yes, it's just a coincidence. And he doesn't complete rhetorical question. I love Well, that was the end of that, and Luke's beaten Ben by 1 point.
Oh, it was one.
No.
All came down to the road.
7-6. Yeah.
Ah.
Do you want the Pertwee one? While we're here.
Is there anything more we want to say about Genesis?
Right,
I just think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are now nearly at 6 hours and a half. So
Is it nearly
wonder
time to
if it's
call it a day?
Mm.
yeah, I wonder if it's time to wrap up. And maybe since we're doing a Pertwee next week,
Oh, yeah.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Ooh.
I think we should.
we
spoilers.
could perhaps save that for then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, exactly. I think I did want to talk about Dudley Simpson, but it's probably too late to do anything but just play one of the cues, actually.
Yeah. We've still got 4 viewers with us currently, so thank you
Wow.
for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Especially if
Thank
you've
you,
been here
thank you,
from the
yeah.
very
Well,
start.
No,
You're a real
I'm
trooper.
actually, I'm. It's probably time to work, but I've enjoyed this tremendously, and
Man,
particularly
it's
as
been a great
I've never done a live stream
No.
about Genesis of the Daleks before.
Certainly not.
Yeah, yes. Totally
No,
the first time.
It's a completely new experience for me.
Hopefully everyone else who has watched has also enjoyed, whether you're watching it live currently or you're
On
watching
replay.
it back on playback. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find one of the music cues for us to play out.
Oh, quite all right. Excited, wondering which one it will be.
It's about to reveal itself to me. Hang on.
Okay. Have you ever worn a gas mask, Ben?
Yeah. So, Ben,
Do you
do you like guitars? In jokes now.
How long ago was that picture taken again, Ben, by the way? Your little profile one.
2019.
It was like 20 years ago. So you'd been fine.
Well, time is relative.
It is, yeah, that is true. It's never was a true word spoken.
It's the biggest currency.
Have you still got? Is it the complete costume now you're wearing as well, or just the top part? Just enough for the photo.
I mean, I don't want to
his
be
underpants
dramatic, you
on.
know. I mean, buy me a rum first, and I might give you the answer. God. Hang on. Why can't I find this now? This is really funny. Sorry,
very elusive.
Well, it is a bit.
Feel free to pop any quick questions into the chat if you've got any. If there's anything about Genesis that you want to say before we depart,
final thoughts.
please do share.
Before we hold on to the time ring and off we go.
We know that out of their evil must come something good.
Some things could be better with the Daleks. Well, Doctor Who, for instance.
Yeah,
Point there, doesn't he? You know, yeah.
sort of another potential fourth wall break there.
Yeah.
Because certainly with the Daleks' end speech that he gives about "we are entombed, but we live on," etc., very much is spoken to the audience as a way to say, we're coming back.
We'll be back. We'll be back in a really fantastic story in 4 years' time. It'll be really worth waiting for. Well, some people prefer it, and that's fine too.
It's fine. You can admit it now, Ben.
Oh, look, rocks.
Oh, look, rocks, yeah. Oh, look, bollocks, more like. Oh, dear. Well, this is quite funny, just as was just...
And also a trace of a smile all the time. Yes. That makes it a slightly edgy smile.
I saw him in an advert recently.
John Franklin Robbins.
He doesn't look very different.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd love to be in an advert. I'd like to do Werther's old original. I think I'd be very good as that little boy.
He's fantastic, isn't he?
Ever the entertainer.
Yeah.
He can't help himself, can he?
No, he likes to be adored, doesn't he?
Yes.
Well, just better way to get adoration than to entertain people.
I don't want to be liked. I don't want to be loved.
Oh, is it the time Sammy met Peter Capaldi was the time when Stephen Moffat, Peter Capaldi, and Mark Gatiss were in Sydney and came second in a Doctor Who quiz. This was for the Doctor Who festival. Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Oh, right. Okay. Who's saying that? Sammy. So where's Sammy? In San Francisco?
No, Perth.
No, Perth. I beg
Australia. Yeah.
I've heard of Perth. Thank you for explaining where it is. you know, in Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It could also be in Scotland. So
the genetic beam locator. That is a friend of mine's got one of those, and he paid quite a lot of money to get it. That what they use for that prop. It's actually a variant klystron, which is for something to do with high frequency radio waves or something. It's an actual piece of equipment. It's called a variant klystron. Sounds equally Doctor Who-ish, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, it's a variant klystron. Yes.
Used for detecting high frequency radio emissions.
Yeah. Well, this is quite interesting. It's Janet listening to Robot. Janet Fielding on the.
Of course you don't. Why should you? You're a busy man. You don't want to stand here burbling about my ears, neither here nor there. I can't waste any more time. Things are hyper.
His voice changed, over the course of the series, didn't it? You listen to it now. It's lighter, isn't it?
Yes.
It gets darker as the series goes on, his voice, doesn't it?
He does, you're right.
As he gets more and more pissed off.
Yeah. It's a bit more croaky, doesn't it?
Well, I think I can't find that bit of incident, but I think so. We'll give the last word tonight to David Maloney, if I can find that. Just a minute.
David, are you here?
It was timescales from San Francisco, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know if either of you, Sammy or timescales, are still listening, or watching, I should say, technically. Yeah. You get to see little grey bubbles come off of our icons when we speak, so there's a visual stimulus of sorts.
First of all, there's a wise bit of observation about effective lighting by him. So this is our penultimate David Maloney quotation.
She got a touch of Duncan's light, isn't it?
So you've got a touch of Duncan's light. It's the minute you can barely see what's going on, you know, it's good lighting.
There you go.
Mm.
And finally, tonight, this is the last word we're getting.
I think that was the golden period. But then I wouldn't I?
There you go.
There we go. What a good way to end it.
Yeah. What do you know? What that's from? What documentary that's from?
Who's Doctor Who?
No, it's a serial Gothic, which is the one on
Okay.
Pyramids of Mars.
Right.
It's the last quotation. Well, gentlemen and faithful listeners, it's only there for people in the future. Thanks very much. It's been a
Thank you.
It's been a delight and
doing this for the first
how
time.
extraordinary, because doing this absolutely for the first time. And
Been a long trip somehow. Daddy? Oh, nothing.
it never happened. We were never there. That's lovely. I loved Dudley's music at that time. We shall be talking more about Dudley's music, and in fact, 1973 was an extraordinary year for Dudley Simpson in more than just Doctor Who ways. But we shall be talking about that perhaps next Friday.
Yeah.
Do we want to reveal the story which we've teased?
I feel like we've given it away.
I think we have given it away. Do you want to actually hit the nail on the head?
Go on, Luke.
Go on, Luke.
We'll be back next Friday with Stephen Noonan.
Absolutely.
Talking about the Green Death on the 50th anniversary of the 6th episode going out. We bid a fond farewell to Joe Grant. But until then, thank you all for watching. Leave a like, leave a comment. Let us know your thoughts on Genesis. And we'll see you then. Take care.
Good
everyone.
night. God bless.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
And bye.